Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the 41st World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, virtual conference organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publications. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing a mutual interest. A forum and associates contribute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with a mission to work as wizards of science for defining the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures for organizing conference and publishing research articles. IFERP conference bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. I request to play the video. Thank you. We are pleased to inform that our outstanding IFERP Android app for conference will be available from now on. It will allow you to learn everything about your research conference around the world. Now available on Google Play Store also. The 41st World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology is the leading academic and industry gathering for presenting novel and fundamental advance in the field of applied science, engineering and technology. WCASET continues to increase in quality and prestige and will explore the new horizon of innovations from distinguished researchers, scientists, and eminent authors in academic and industry working for the advancement from all the world. WCASET bring together academicians, education researchers, students, and practitioners from many countries while creating a great opportunity for collaboration and networking among the universities and institutions for promoting research and developing technologies. WCASET aim to disseminate the latest research findings and advance in all aspects of engineering and technology and applied science. It also provides an interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovation and trends in involving the world. I would like to introduce our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome our conference bearers, Dr. Alok Prakash Mithil Sir, Director and Electrical Engineering from Netaji Subhash University, Technology, Delhi, India. Conference Chair, Dr. Sudhakar Umale Sir, Associate Professor or former Head Mechanical Engineering Department, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Maharashtra, India. Organizing Secretary, Dr. Amol Purohit Sir, Associate Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Vice Principal and IC Training and Placement Cell, Sri Datta Institute of Engineering and Science, Hyderabad, India. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our guest speakers, Dr. Santosh Rane Sir, Associate Professor and former Dean Academics, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Mumbai, India. I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Vitantonio Roma, ma'am, Head of Geotechnical Engineering Department, Team Engineering, Spa, Italy. Dr. Andrés J. Falótico, Senior Lecturer and EMBA Director, University of Spain. I would like to welcome our session chair, Mr. Sumit Kumar Maitra Sir, Lecturer, Electrical and Computer Engineering Department, University of Ethiopia. Dr. Amol Purohit Sir, Associate Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Vice Principal and IC Training and Placement Cell, Electrical Placement Cell, Sri Datta Institute of Engineering and Science, Hyderabad, India. Dr. Sheikh Altaf Hussain Sir, Professor, Computer Science Engineering, Krishna Chaitanya Institute of Technology and Science, Andhra Pradesh, India. Dr. P. Krishna Sir, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Warangal, India. Dr. Shabra, Associate Professor, Delhi College, Business Schools, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you for joining us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also welcome all the attendees in joining us today. Proceeding book release. On behalf of all dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our 41st conference World Conference on Applying Science, Engineering and Technology Proceeding Book. I'd like to welcome our special guest for speech. It's my pleasure to welcome all our special guests from all over the country, from different walks of life. You come here to share the knowledge and experience with research scholars, students, academic persons, and industrial experts. I would like to welcome Dr. Ashok Mittal sir, Alok Prakash Mittal sir. Sorry, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Alok Prakash Mittal sir, Director Electrical Engineering from Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Delhi, India, to give the welcome address. Professor Mittal sir is presently working as a director in NSUT West Campus, Jafrapur, New Delhi. Professor Mittal sir worked in RISC, Kurukshetra, from April 1985 to June 1987, and from September 1989 to July 1997. He also worked in REC Hampur from July 1987 to September 1989. From July 1997.
Good morning, everybody. May I start my address?
Yeah, just a moment, sir. He worked in Chotu Ram State College of Engineering, Mrutal, as a professor and head of Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department. Since June 2001, Professor Mittal sir worked as a head instrumentation and control engineering at NSIT from June 2001 to April 2016. He worked as a dean IRD from November 2004 to March 2011, as a dean student welfare for a month 2004 to July 2008, as a member of MBA expert committee for accreditation of about 80 institutes from November 2003 onward. He was chairman ISTE Murtal chapter during 1999 to 2001, chairman ISTE NSIT Delhi chapter during 2002 to 2005, secretary IST Delhi section during 2006 to 2003 to 2006. He also worked as a chairman BE admission committee for BCE and NSIT for 2005 and 2006, and for NSIT in 2010 and 2011. General Chair from IEEE India National Conference on Power Electronics 2010, held in NSIT on Jan 28 to 30, 2011. Presently, he is holding additional charge of head management, head of EDC, and a dean, PG students and researcher. Professor Mittal sir is also a senior member of IEEE USA Fellow Institute of Engineers, Fellow Institute of IETE India, Life Member, ISTE, and Life Member. System Society of India, Professor Mittal sir served as a member secretary, AICET, from 22 April 2016 to 4 September 2019. Professor Mittal sir, area of teaching and research interest are power electronics, electric devices, facts and intelligent instrumentation. 18 students have completed PhD and 3 are currently registered under the supervision of Professor Mittal sir. I heartily welcome you, sir. Good morning, sir. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, please. Organizers, can you tell me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When to start my address, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Madhop Mittal speaking.
Yes, sir. Please start your presentation. Sir, am I audible to you? Sir, please start your presentation.
So, good morning, everybody. We are here together for the conference on science, in technology, and engineering. As all of you are distinguished persons in their fields, the main theme of my address is the development in technology during last 10 years or so, and other fields like science, engineering, and technology. Both all three are, you can say, they are related to each other because of the development in digital systems during last about 50 years. Technological development has been very fast during last 10 years, especially after the internet systems, after the introduction of internet during last 30 years. And that is one of the reasons that many things which were difficult to conduct, difficult to organize, are now very simple because of the technology available technology. And that is the main need that this kind of conferences are required, because every day new things are coming up, new developments are coming up, and every corner of the world want to know what's going on. And these kind of conferences are the best media for understanding about the latest development, understanding about what's going on, understanding about what we can do, what we can do to improve further, how the technology will support ourselves, our society, and the world for overall development. And as per my observation, during last 10 years, we have gone many fold. Of course, there are always threats because of the high level technology. The threats are also there, but we have to overcome those threats also. So, an internet has become a very fast media for the communication, very fast for what we were not about 50 years back, it was very difficult to contact our nears and dears and anyone in the world. But today it has become just a fraction of a second. You can contact anyone anywhere in the world. So that is the main development in technology. And of course, the cost of living is also coming down because of this technology. Because our systems, our transport systems have become very fast. The availability of different systems which are our need, which are required for our living, our overall development, our development of our society, development of our society, etc., has become very fast and very accessible to everybody. So, without taking much of the time, I'll congratulate all of you to be the part of this conference, because in this conference during next 2 days, you will come across many people, many distinguished persons who are doing their very good work for the development of the society, for the development of the system, for the development of the world. So, wish you all the best. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for making me patron of this conference and listening to me. And thanks a lot. Wish you all the best for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful speech. I would like to welcome Dr. Sudhakar Umale, sir, Associate Professor, former Head, Mechanical Engineering Department, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Maharashtra. Dr. Sudhakar Umale, sir, worked as a head. Yes, sir, you are audible. Worked as a Dr. Sudhakar Umale, sir, worked as a head of Mechanical Engineering Department from 15 January 2020. He is appointed as an academic expert for Developmental Advisory Board of Department of Automobile Engineering for academic year 2019 to 2020 in Pillai HOC College of Engineering and Technology, Rasania, Panvel. Worked as a judge for evaluation of divisional level RISE competition of Mahindra and Mahindra conducted on August 29, 2019 at Kandiwali plant, Mumbai. Secured first position in poster presentation competition in research symposium on recent trends in engineering and industry 4.0 organized by Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Mumbai during 6th and 7th May 2019. Worked as a design judge at Formula Bharat 2020 competition and at Karori Motor Speedway in Coimbatore during 22 to 26 January 2020. Invited as a judge for technical paper presentation in different events in technical presentation number 2. Attended as a chief guest for 1 week MSBTE sponsored faculty development program on emerging trends in automotive technology. Organized and conducted by Mechanical Engineering Department, VJTI Mumbai on Jan 13, 2020. Coordinated 1 week training program organized under TEQIP 3 on advanced structural nonlinear analysis using ANSYS for teaching and PG students from 16th to 20th December 2019. I heartily welcome you, sir, for the speech.
Shall I present my PPT?
Yes, sir, please.
So please share me. So here messages, you cannot start screen share. Please allow me. My screen is visible?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay. My topic is enrichment of employability skills in career and technical education because it is the need of our many of the participants require it. Dear participants, Dr. Alok Prakash Mittal, Director Electrical Engineering, Netaji Subhas University of Technology, Delhi, India. Dr. Amol Purohit, Associate Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Vice Principal and in charge Training and Placement Cell, Datta Institute of Engineering and Science, Hyderabad, India. Today's guest speaker, Dr. Santosh Rane, former Dean Academics, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, and all organizing committee of Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, IFERP. I welcome all participants and members of the 41st World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. Why we require employability skills for the development? Career and technical educations have been a marker of the turning point of education in this century. Researchers have found career and technical education useful for enhancing practical skills and educational outcomes such as course performance and standardized tests. Employability skills are those basic skills necessary for getting, keeping, and doing well on a job. These are the skills, attitude, and actions that enable workers to get along with their fellow workers and supervisors and to make sound and critical decisions. Employability skills are skills, behaviors necessary for every job. Employability skills are sometimes called soft skills, fundamental skills, or foundation skills, work readiness skills, or job readiness skills. Teachers teach technical skills and employability skills in ways that facilitate experimental learning. Technical education plays a vital role in the country for human resource development. It is a well-known fact that technical education plays a vital role in the country's human resource development by creating skilled manpower, enhancing industrial productivity, and improving the quality of life. To achieve the goals of a knowledge economy, India needs a flexible education system. Basic systems are basic education to provide the foundation for learning, secondary and tertiary education to develop core capabilities and technical skills. Further, means of achieving lifelong learning. This should facilitate quality learning. Why employability skills we require? Successful careers are built on solid personal and interpersonal skills. These employability skills depends on three things: effective relationships, workplace skills, applied knowledge. The desire for employability skills are industry requires knowledge, skills and basic academic, occupational and technical skills. Soft skills, academic skills, industry desire skills. Personal qualities and interpersonal skills are called as employability skills. Personal qualities are very important that helps for employees to establish effective relationships and participate in the workplace. These personal skills include personal responsibility and work ethics. I want to explain some of the important relationships. That is, the first is interpersonal skills, personal qualities. What is exactly interpersonal skills? It depends on effective relationships. Understanding relationships is a key component of overall social skills, and workers possess the flexibility and situational awareness to understand how they fit within the workplace. Such awareness includes an understanding of business fundamentals as well as understanding of how worker fits within the business and how the business fits within the society. Now, how these entrepreneurial skills are very important for the employees. It displayed when students work in pairs of or teams to complete short-term and long-term tasks. Interpersonal skills are used to understand teamwork, participate in teamwork, and to take appropriate work from others. It is also required to become an effective leader or team member in project, to negotiate to resolve conflicts, and to respect to or support ideas given by other team members. So these are the personal qualities. I have shown here 9 personal qualities we require for the development of employability skills: demonstration of responsibility and self-discipline, adapts and show flexibility, works independently, demonstrate willingness to learn, demonstrate integrity, demonstrates professionalism, takes initiative, displays positive attitude and sense of self-worth, takes responsibility for professional growth. So what are the personal qualities? Personal qualities are very important. Personal qualities are routinely observed in the employees' everyday action in the industries. How they participate in training, communicate, contribute to the learning environment, treat their fellow employees, and govern themselves. During their working period, they must demonstrate responsibility and self-discipline for working well in their groups. They must have the adaptability and flexibility. They must be cooperative and show a willingness to learn. They must have integrity and they must take proper initiative in any work. Must display positive attitude always. Take responsibility for professional growth. Now, these are the very important workplace skills: technology use, system thinking, communication skills, information use, resource management. So technology use is the very important in the organization or in the workplace, because technology skills typically refer to the using digital electronics nowadays. Understands and uses technology is very important. Employees often rely on digital technologies for calculating, collecting, displaying data, conducting research, creating presentations, and writing reports. System thinking is the most important nowadays. A team working in systems to accomplish an assignment can be considered a system. Employees must understand their roles and assignments when they work in a team and monitor their work systematically. They must correct the faulty systems and try to improve the complete system if necessary. Communication is very important, and they must have the communication skills. Today's employees' everyday actions in the industries, we require communication skills. How they participate in the industry activities, contribute to learning environment, treat their fellow employees, and govern themselves. And hence, communication skills are required for all activities. Information use, how to use the informations. Information use can include retrieving information from any media. So we have a lot of medias like TV, printing technology, internet, or in personal way also, and can be as simple as looking up in piece of information to writing a term, a paper, or preparing a oral presentations. Resource management is very important. How to use resource management in the industries, in the organization, because it is often component of project-based learning and collaborative group work, because it can also apply to how employees manage their time in the workplace. They must manage their time, money, resource, and personal effectively for their project work. And how we are using the applied knowledge, because it is very important for employability skills. Many employees, students have the knowledge, but they are not able to apply their knowledge. And hence, there are two skills, applied academic skills, critical thinking skills. These two skills are very important. Applied knowledge is required for applied academic skills and critical thinking skills. The applied academic skills is needed to solve the assignments given by the employer. It is helpful to solve whenever you have a questions and can answer them. This academic skill enhance your reading skills, which are required for interpreting written instructions, project directions, and completing worksheets. This academic skill is helpful for writing industry project reports and company presentations. It is required to improve computational skills, which are required for analyzing and differentiating available procedures. Academic skills is also helpful in creating graphs, tables, and results of the industrial data. Also, it is helpful for publications also. Nowadays, this is very important critical thinking skill, and it is required to develop project-based tasks and presentations in the industries. It is required to think critically and develop innovative and novel ideas. Critical thinking skill is important for oral presentations, creative writing assignments, project designs. It is also essential in analytical and strategical thinking, debating the new innovative issues to understand and assess the problems. It is also required to plan steps, procedures, and approaches for addressing individual tasks. Thank you very much for inviting me as conference chair, because it is very, very difficult to explain employability skills in short period.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Amol Purohit, sir, Associate Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Vice Principal and IC Training and Placement Cell, Sri Datta Institute of Engineering and Science, Hyderabad. Dr. Amol Purohit, sir, worked as an installation, commissioning, and maintenance of CORDECT equipment at different sites of BSNL, Rajasthan. Also provide assistance to BSNL for switching of the codec exchange. Worked as teaching assistants in Jaipur National University SADTM campus in the field of electronics and communication. Worked as assistant professor in electronics and communication department, Vivekananda Institute of Technology, Jaipur. Worked as associate professor in Department of Electronics and Communication in Sri Ram Murthy Samark College of Engineering and Technology, Uttar Pradesh. I heartily welcome you, sir, for the speech.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you, madam.
Most welcome.
So today, and I welcome all the dignitaries out here. And today we are just here to a discussion forum on 41st World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, WCASET 2022, being organized by Institute for Engineering, Research and Publications. I, Dr. Amol Purohit, as an organizing secretary, welcome all of you. And I want a permission to start this conference from our patron, Dr. Alok Prakash Mittal, sir, Director, Electrical Engineering, Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Delhi, India. And our conference chair, Dr. Sudhakar Rumale, sir, Head Associate Professor, Mechanical Engineering Department, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Maharashtra. So, as already our patron, Dr. Alok Prakash, sir, and conference chair, Dr. Sudhakar Rumale, sir, already discussed about the why technology is needed and skills and the knowledge regarding knowledge they have shared with us, which is very useful for such type of environment now these days. in the growing age of the technology. So apart from these things, we can also add importance to organize such type of conference, for which I'm congratulating to team IFERP, because nowadays what's happening, the singularity terms is going to be introduced. Because if we talk about a particular type of technology era, going towards only a single type of technologies will lead towards a singularity. So definitely it's going to be harmful for a technology. So that's why the conference and symposium is going to be held, so that multi-dimensionally field can be covered up, and new growing as technologies can be discussed on the such type of platform. So I'll not discuss much more about it, but already Madam has given the brief about the conference and the schedule of the conference. Although a little introduction about this conference I want to share. So along with our patron and conference here, I am also thankful to our guest speaker, Dr. Santosh Rane sir, who is the Associate Professor, former Dean Academic, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Mumbai, India. And keynote speakers, Dr. Vitantonio Roma, Head of Geotechnical Engineering Department, Team Engineering, IFERP, Italy, and Dr. Andrés Falótico, Senior Lecturer and EMBA Director, Universidad Antonio de Nebrija, Madrid, Spain. So, sorry if I'm wrongly pronouncing your name, sir. So, along with them, I'm also welcome all the participants and other dignitaries in this forum. So, it is well said that the new ideas the new ideas which are being shared on the conference or symposium, which are now at a discussion stage right now, but in upcoming years or upcoming times, these ideas going to be implemented in the floor and will be served for the society. That is why it is very important to conduct such type of conferences, so that we can share our thoughts. So there would be for today, there would be two technical sessions. Technical session one's belonging to electrical and electronics engineering, and it will be chaired by Mr. Sumit Kumar Mitra sir. He's a lecturer in electrical and computer engineering department at Vitantonio University, Ethiopia, and along with me. And then session chair will be the technical session 2. Along with me, Dr. Andrés Politico will also be there. And in technical session 2 will be dedicated to computer science and mechanical engineering department. Will be chaired by Dr. Sheikh Atlaf Hussain Basha sir. He is a professor computer science engineering, Krishna Chaitanya Institute of Technology and Science, Andhra Pradesh, India. And chair 2 will be done by Dr. P. Vamsi Krishna sir. He is the associate professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, NIT Warangal, India. And parallelly, another session will be going on. The field it would be a management, and it would be chaired by the Dr. Srisht Chabra sir, Associate Professor, College Business School, Indore, MP, India. So on the behalf of all the team of IFERP and I patron and conference chair, I welcome all the participants. And for the participants, I want to introduce, because you need to present your papers. You need to keep your focus on your presentation and your creativity, technical knowledge, and time management, and how you are going to answer your queries. So all and each rubrics will be having their weightage. So on the basis of these things, your paper will be selected as a best paper of the conference. So remaining things, I want to hand over to our presenter. Over to presenter, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring speech. Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Santosh Rane sir, Associate Professor, former Dean Academic from Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Mumbai, India, to give his lecture on exploring the potential of digital twin in industries. Presently, sir is working as a faculty and former dean academics in SPCE Mumbai. He has also worked as a chairman of X Committee, chairman of Website Committee, chairman of Startup Cell, SPCE, PhD Program Coordinator for Mac Engineering Faculty, Advisor of SPCE Racing Team, Faculty Advisor of IIIE SPCE Student Chapter. He has completed MTech and PhD from VJTI Mumbai. He is a Master Black Belt in Lean Six Sigma from Indian Statistical Institute and have also completed SCM Excellence from CII and PGC program in Project Management from SPJIMR Mumbai. Having a versatile experience of 29 years, he has guided more than 300 business excellence projects. Along with above mentioned feats, he has wide research experience. He has more than 105 publications and more than 940 Google Scholar citations on credit index, H10 index 22, H index 16. He has also filled 10 patents and successfully guided 5 PhD and 23 MTech scholars. He is recipient of 9 awards, which includes National Productivity Award Platinum Grade Best Paper Award. He is often invited by various prestigious events and programs for expert talk. He has conducted 60 sessions in faculty development programs in various institutes, including SVNIT Surat, MNIT Jaipur, VJTI Mumbai, CEO Pune. He has also conducted 63 sessions for students for esteemed institutions, including SPG IMR Mumbai, SVNIT Surat, VJTI Mumbai. He is a reviewer of Scopus Index Journal of Elsevier, Trailer, and Francis Emerald Group, where he has reviewed more than 25 research articles. He is member of professional bodies like SAE, IIIE, ISTE, ISNT, IETE. I heartily welcome you, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you, madam.
Most welcome, sir.
Please allow me to share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Whether my screen is getting shared?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's getting shared. It is visible now.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your kind words.
Most welcome, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure for me to get associated with esteemed organization, Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, India. We all gathered over here for 41st World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology in 2022. Our today's topic of the discussion is unlocking industrial potential of the digital twin. I have received 45 minutes. However, in reality, we have hardly 33 minutes right now. So I will quickly go through the brief idea of the digital twin. We have the package of the case studies of manufacturing field, as well as automotive fields and supply chain. However, because of the time limitation, it won't be possible for me to discuss all these case studies in detail. So let us move ahead with the presentation outline. We will start with the definition, the concept, then digital twin in the business, digital twin in automotive value chain, digital twin in supply chain, digital twin in manufacturing, then digital twin in healthcare, the types of the digital twins, the technologies used, softwares needed for the digital twin, the enablers for adopting the digital twin in the real-time scenario, and the limitations. This is coupled with the appropriate case studies in the manufacturing as well as the supply chain. So what this digital twin is all about? The digital twin consists of the two words, digital and the twin. It means there are the two entities. One, it is a physical asset, and another, it is a digital replica. And we are going to establish the two-way communication between the digital replica and the physical asset. All of us have the idea with reference to the simulation models. This is one step ahead of the simulation model, where the digital replica will also communicate with the physical asset, and the physical asset will also have the power to communicate with the digital replica. And for this purpose, we have to establish the sensors in both the entities, digital as well as the physical asset. The concept of the digital twin originated from NASA in an attempt to improve the system, particularly for the spacecraft simulation. This digital twin are the outcome of the continuous improvement in the creation of the product design engineering activities. We need the 3D drawings for the digital twin, and in reality, hardly few percentage of the product drawings contain the 3D drawings. Particularly, that percentage is less than 35%. And that is a big challenge as on today. Another important dimension is, for every single physical asset, you are expected to prepare the 3D model, and you are expected to fit the sensors in physical asset as well as in digital replica. The sensors are going to be fitted with the right XYZ orientation, with the right theta, gamma, and R orientation. These things are very essential for understanding, and particularly the digital twin expect the involvement of the engineers from the various disciplines like mechanical engineering, computer engineering, electronics engineering, and the specialized experts from the respective domain. He may be the supply chain expert, or he may be the healthcare expert, doctor, whomsoever the person is. So the digital twin of a physical object is dependent on the digital thread. Digital thread is the term associated with the smallest entity what is built as a digital twin. So it is the smallest entity for the smallest component in the final product. So the final product is made up of number of different assemblies, that every assembly contain different sub-assemblies. These sub-assemblies contain different components. These components have the appropriate kind of the mating relationships for the appropriate functionalities. Now, when we want to develop the digital thread, then we are expected to prepare the digital replica of the smallest component, every smallest component in the final product. So that is a challenging task. Changes to the product design are implemented using engineering change orders, and ECO made to component item will result a new version of the item's digital thread. It means if there are the changes suggested, then naturally there will be the change in the digital thread also, and that is a challenging task. This digital twin technology has been identified as one of the topmost technologies, one of the top 10 technologies by Gartner in 2017. Digital twin concept represents the convergence of physical and virtual world, where every industrial product will get a dynamic digital representation. Hello, am I audible? Loud and clear? Hello, am I audible loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fine. So throughout the product development life cycle, right from the design phase to the deployment phase, organizations can have the complete digital footprint of their products. So why do we need the digital twin? The basic idea is when the product perform in the fields, there are many unforeseen conditions. There are many unpredicted field conditions. There are the different kind of the boundary conditions which are not thought of, or there are the different kind of inputs which are not thought of. And for that purpose, particularly, the product is expected to behave in the optimal way. Product is expected to offer the performance in the optimal way. So there must be the communication between the product and the digital replica, the physical asset and the digital replica of the physical asset. So if there is a communication, then appropriate inputs can be given from digital replica to the physical asset for controlling that particular product. And the product can also communicate with the digital replica with reference to what are the real-time field conditions. So the simulations which are happening at the digital replica, those simulations are based on the real-time data. That is the beauty of the digital twin. So these connected digital things generate data in real time, and this helps businesses in better analyze and predict the problems in advance and give early warnings before the failure takes place, prevent the downtime, and prevent the losses to the organization. It also develops the new opportunities and even plan better products and the services for future at the optimal cost by using the simulations. So all these will have the greater impact on delivering a better customer experience in business as well. So digital twins, which incorporates big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, such kind of different technologies, and are predominantly used in industrial Internet of Things, engineering and manufacturing business space. So what is the definition of the digital twin as such? Different researchers have given the different definitions, but basically here there are few essential characteristics in each definition, in all the different definitions. One, particularly, there is a digital replica of the physical asset, and secondly, the two-way communication. And for happening these things, we try to take the help of the different technologies like IoT, IIoT, augmented reality, virtual reality, big data analytics, simulation, and so on. So digital twins are the computational representations of both living and non-living objects and the processes. They can be used to describe, analyze, simulate current and future states of and interventions of these objects using data integration, artificial intelligence, and the machine learning. So one can create the digital twin of the patient, the human being with some kind of physical ailments, some kind of disease, some kind of suffering. So the digital twin can be developed, and the continuous monitoring can be obtained, and we can predict the growth of the disease, and based on that we can also vary the medical treatment to control the disease. A 2020 study by Research and Market indicates up to 89% of all IoT platforms will include digital twin by 2025. So digital twinning will be a standard feature adopted by this IoT platform by 2027. And by 2028, approximately 36% of the executives across a variety of the industries understand the benefits of the digital twinning for their businesses to get the optimal results. And this has been given by American Society of the Mechanical Engineers. So how do these digital twin work? The digital twins, the virtual counterparts of the physical assets, are created as the digitalized duplicates of machines, equipments, or the physical sites using the sensors. So these sensors themselves are the, hello?
Excuse me, sir. Sorry,
Yes?
sorry to disturb you, sir. Extremely sorry. Your slides are not moving. Please just shift your slides, sir.
Madam, I have already shifted my slides.
No, sir.
I think just a moment.
Still on the fifth one. It is still on the fifth one.
Oh,
sir.
no, I shall stop sharing and I shall once again share it. Just a minute. Is it shared with you now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's okay.
How the digital twin work? Okay. So these digital assets can be created even before an asset is built in physical form. So we can create the digital replica and we can fit the sensors and we can simulate that digital replica before we actually manufacture it. So to create a digital twin of any physical asset, the engineers collect and synthesize the data from the various sources, including physical data, manufacturing data, operational data, and insights from the analytics software. So all this information along with artificial intelligence algorithm is integrated into the physics-based virtual model. By applying analytics into these models, we get the relevant insights regarding the physical asset. So as I have already told you, it expect the incorporation of the various technologies along with the simulation. One of the key technology is the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. Here, we are observing how the digital twin work in manufacturing. So initially, we gather the data, we save the data, then we transfer the data. Particularly, let us say this is an excavator. But for this purpose, we collect the data from the excavator, we save and transfer the data, we evaluate and analyze this data by using the softwares. Then we vary the input parameters, we vary the boundary conditions, and we try to explore the performance of this excavator or the robotic arm by simulation. We evaluate this simulation results, we save these simulation results, then we transfer these parameters to the real product so that the real product perform in the most optimal way. That's the way how the path takes place. Let us take an example for a vessel, a ship, which is what in the sea. So a digital twin for the ship is a virtual representation of the ship used from early design through building and operation, maintained and easily accessible throughout its life cycle. So what kind of different technologies are used over here? Particularly, analytical models for structural and hydrodynamics, information models for systems and the components, 3D visualization models of components and the structures, time domain models of the components and the systems, sensors and the process data from the real vessel, then software driven control algorithms and the virtualized communication networks. These are few things which are shown in this slide. However, in the reality, the digital twinning needs many more different technologies. Fine. Now, enabling technologies of the digital twin. So here, this vessel, this particular ship is in the sea as a physical asset, and the digital twin is developed over here, that digital replica. So we need to create the virtual product, which will be created by using the appropriate softwares through CAD or AutoCAD. We will be developing the 3D models. Okay. Then we will be analyzing, integrating, and visualizing the data by using the various technologies, which also include the artificial intelligence. Then we simulate the behavior of this ship by using the simulation softwares like Simulink, Console, whatever it is. This augmented reality, virtual reality will help us in exploring the maintenance issues and addressing those maintenance issues very well. Those will help us in monitoring and control. Then the technologies like cloud platform will help us to store the big data which is continuously being generated, so that big data is stored very effectively, efficiently, with the at the optimal cost. Cloud computing will help us to analyze the real-time data which is being accessed and stored, and it will be possible for us to come out with the real-time decision making, which is giving more effective results. Next, let us take example for this particular situation. There is a plant. So this plant, if that plant does not prepare the digital twin, then the existing business condition is like this. There is some hurricane or some kind of a cyclone hit that particular territory. The plant also suffer due to that. So there is a plant shutdown. As there is a plant shutdown, particularly there are multiple complications. We miss the deliveries. The employees get also affected due to loss of job, or particularly loss of pay, whatever it is. Here, if we prepare the digital world, then if there are some situations like hurricane or cyclones, such kind of things, then this contingency plan is available in case of the plant shutdown. That plan can be implemented, and finally the organizations operate based on the contingency plan to give the necessary products and offer the necessary services. This is one example, a digital twin, a view of automotive product life cycle. Right from the product conceptualizations to the product use and the product renewal, the different things have been listed out over here. We will not touch those things, but quickly I shall go through this. In product conceptualization, we need the historical data, we need the product function, we need aesthetic design, investment plan, market competition, product sales, customer preferences, and many more things. So in one product cycle, you can imagine there are the different phases, and in each phase, we need the huge amount of the data and the different kind of the data with reference to the different functions and the activities. So developing the digital twin across the entire product life cycle, and getting that data is essential, but it is challenging. I shall move further. If I talk with reference to the digital twin in supply chain, there are basic challenges of the supply chain, like the supply chain traceability, supply chain visibility, supply chain visibility. So here, increasing the amount of the data in supply chain, that is happening as it is a global supply chain. Naturally, more number of players are involved in the global supply chain. As there are more number of players involved, there are the more number of workstations, more number of activities involved, and the supply chain is becoming more and more complex. So visibility is a key concern across the supply chain. Then transparency is another important dimension. So transparency gives us why that particular thing happened, and the traceability that covers visibility and the transparency taken together. So we need the visibility, transparency, and the traceability of the supply chain. And for this purpose, the blockchain technology will help us. So the digital twin will also expect the blockchain to be implemented across the supply chain, right from the upstream supplier to the downstream customer. So supplier, original equipment manufacturer, warehouse manager, distributor, and the customer and the end user. We need the blockchain to be established. This block, along with the IoT, the blockchain will be capturing that IoT will be capturing the data. Blockchain will be creating the records which are time-stamped, immutable records which cannot be altered by any party. So that will help us to keep the complete traceability across the supply chain, and digital twin will take the help of this. Now this digital twin supply chain end-to-end visibility and the automation, the vision is to optimize the customer value by leveraging innovation, transparency, efficiency, and resilience in the end-to-end supply chain process. Now the method is building a visual representation of the physical supply chain. A bidirectional real-time data exchange enables the visualization, analysis, prediction, and optimization of the supply chain status and the behavior. So in one supply chain, we have the various various players like suppliers, warehouse managers, the production people, distributors, and the customers. So we have the inbound logistics, outbound logistics, we have the transportation, then the operations in the factory, and the operations in the warehouses. So our focus is to create the sustainable value for our clients' organization supply chain network by virtual replication of this end-to-end supply chain, including company internal processes, as well as third-party logistics service providers and the suppliers to simulate, report, analyze, model, and automate decision-making processes. So the various technologies which will help digital twin to work efficiently, those are cloud platforms, IoT, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, blockchain, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality for their respective functions and the capabilities. Let me check how many minutes do I have. So I have another 7 minutes because at 10:30 I have my own office session. I shall quickly go through the digital twin for the healthcare. The healthcare will have the effects in 5 different ways. Clinical trial design. Clinical trials are expensive, time-consuming, and inefficient. What are the real-time problems of these clinical trials? Getting the right patient, that is one important problem. Then, if the patient is fit enough, fit means the patient is fit for the trial, then he must be ready to accept the trial. He must be willing to help. And the third important is the patient should have the time, and patient should be able to participate. So these are the 3 important challenges in the clinical trial. So these clinical trial, on an average, 80% of these studies experience delays in the enrollment, and 20% of the trial fail to meet the enrollment goal altogether. So the bottleneck at this stage impede the trial and ultimately delay the patient access to life-saving therapeutics. Digital twins of the trial participants can elevate several of these bottlenecks. So traditionally, a clinical trial includes 2 study groups: experimental arm, which consists of trial subjects who receive the therapy under the observation, and the control arm, which receives the non-active placebo intervention. Another important dimension is the medical device design. So this particular application through which we can develop the digital twin of the organ. So designing customized medical devices that are compatible with individuals' unique anatomical and physiological systems is a big challenge for the manufacturers. Several companies in the space are developing digital twins of organs and other anatomical structures to streamline and personalize the medical device design processes. Here, using MRI images and the ECG measurement, Dassault Systems has developed digital twin that simulates the structure and some physiological function of the human heart. So the company's Living Heart project include academic and industry organizations such as Medtronic, Boston Scientific, and Philips. So members are leveraging the digital twin heart to simulate in vivo conditions, visualize anatomy that cannot be seen, and refine the designs faster, collectively working towards safer and more effective cardiac devices. So these are the benefits of development of the digital twin of the organs, which will help us to design the equipments with better precision, better accuracy, and more effective prediction. Then drug development and dosage optimization. We can treat computationally a digital twin with thousands of drugs in order to identify the best one or the ones for that specific case. However, this does not need to stop at the drugs that already exist. So we can create a digital cohort of the real patients with different phenotypes, which share symptoms, and test new potential drugs to predict which one has more possibility to success, as well as the optimal doses. So that is possible to prepare the digital twin of the patient, and multiple digital twins can be prepared and the dosage can be given. Particularly, these things are explored in the digital form. What will be the response of the digital patient for those variation in the doses and variation in the dose characteristics? Then patient monitoring variables, smaller and more comfortable variables will be used to feed the real-time data in our digital twin in the cloud. With enough understanding of disease progression and continuous patient data collection via health trackers, we can develop models that detect symptoms at early stages. The information is given to the doctors and the users, and that will help to diagnose the patient before getting ill. Besides, during treatment, we will be able to evaluate if the treatment is effective enough or we need to alter the treatment. So there are already many sources of data that can feed our digital twin to tailor our risk factors. Okay, I shall quickly go through the various technologies. These are the enabling technologies for the digital twin. We need the technologies for the services like architecture technology, software and platform technologies. For connection purpose, we need the various technologies like internet, interface, and many more. For modeling, we need the modeling technology, simulation technology, visualization technology. For physical purpose, we need the sensing technologies, measurement technologies, material technologies. And for data collection, data analysis, storage, we need the storage technologies, collection technologies, transmission technologies, processing technologies, and many more. This is also the list of the technologies used in the digital twin. Then these are the softwares, particularly software used in the digital twin to cognize the physical world. Dassault's 3D experience, that is the open source software. There are commercial softwares also available like Halcon, MATLAB, Vision Pro, LabVIEW for cognizing the physical world. Then to control the physical world in open source, we have Siemens MindSphere and Dassault's 3D experience. In commercial category, we have TwinCat and Fanuc to control the physical world. Then we move towards modeling tools for digital twin. In open source category, we have Siemens MindSphere, TensorFlow, HyperDesign, AutoCAD, CATIA. In commercial category, we have Simulink, ANSYS. Then for tools for service, we have MindSphere, Dassault's 3D experience in open source category. In commercial category, we have ThingsWorks, Simulink, MATLAB, ANSYS. The tools for connection in open source, we have MindSphere, Dassault's 3D experience. In commercial, we have ThingsWorks and so on. So these are the various softwares. There are a few key enablers which will help us in adopting the digital twin. Sensor technology has been changed dramatically. The sensors are becoming smarter. The sensors, they themselves are capable of predicting their own life. So such kind of smart sensors are available in the market, and that has helped a lot in developing the digital twin. We have to fit these sensors with the appropriate XYZ orientations with R theta phi orientation in the digital as well as physical asset. Then the speed of data collection and the data transfer, cost reduction in information and communication technology, data availability, data accessibility, awareness about the data standards, and enhancement in the capability of the softwares. All these help a lot in development of the digital twin in today's context. However, there are the multiple limitations dependent on the internet connectivity. Internet connectivity is a key challenge, and if there is a power failure, if there is an internet particularly failure, in that case, the entire effectiveness has been reduced dramatically. The security is at stake because you are continuously capturing the data, and the entire organization, the entire supply chain is on cloud. And in that way, the privacy is at stake. Digital twins concept is based on 3D CAD models and not on 2D drawings. So as I have already said, less than 30% of drawings are in 3D drawings. And we need these 3D models for the digital twinning purpose. That is a big limitation as on today. There are multiple challenges in establishing the digital twin, but a time will come when we can harness the benefits of the digital twin in the real sense. I give the best wishes to all the learners, and I request all the learners and the practitioners to join the hands to effectively work in this field and take this entire field ahead. Thanks to all of you. I give my sincere thanks to Priti Madam, Sudhakar Sir, the chairman of this conference, Dr. Umare, and the conference organizers for giving me an opportunity to share this presentation to you all. Thanks to all of you once again. Bye. Over. Madam, shall I leave now? I have my session in my office.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome welcoming the technical session 1, the much awaited session and a core of our conference. The technical session 1 is set to begin. Welcome to all the participants to the technical session 1. I would like to welcome session chair, Mr. Sumit Kumar Maitra Sir, lecturer, Electrical and Computer Engineering Department, Wycomas University, Ethiopia. Session chairperson for technical session 2 is Dr. Amol Purohit Sir, Associate Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Vice Principal and IC Training and Placement Cells, Sri Dattam Institute of Engineering and Science, Hyderabad, India. I would like to read the name to present the paper title. There is a small announcement to the participants. Presentation time will be of 12 minutes, 10 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes of questionnaires. I would like to invite our first presenter, investigation of the Generalova Alexandra, to present the paper on investigation of the optical flow and the formation of a positioning algorithm based on it.
Good afternoon. Let me share my screen. Sorry, can you hear me and can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Thank you. One moment. I would like to do full screen. Okay. And good afternoon, dear colleagues. I apologize in advance. My English is not good. And so allow me to present our report on the theme investigation of the optical flow and the formation of a position algorithm based on it. I am Alexandra Generalova and my author, Dmitry Bychkov. We live in Penza. My slides will change? Sorry?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
This is our town, Penza. We are from Russia. I am Associate Professor of Penza State University, Department Transport Machines. This is our university. One of the main components of the movement of the autonomous vehicles is a combined navigation system. The tasks of navigation of an automotive vehicles are mapping the external environment, assessing the current location, and planning the trajectory of movement. In this study, conditions of fields and garden, it is advisable to use a combined navigation system consisting of satellite navigation, inertial navigation, and visual navigation. The visual navigation system is the most responsible for the operation of agricultural machinery. This type of navigation will be responsible for our accuracy of the position of the equipment, since the data obtained from the video stream will allow you to obtain more accurate characteristics regarding the location of stationary objects, for example, number of trees. One of the main methods when working with visual navigation is visual odometry. Data on the points of the scene we can obtain using optical devices such as cameras, recorders, or lidars. Using cameras is the most acceptable and inexpensive option. Modern surveillance cameras have resolution from 2 megapixels to 19 megapixels and above. The choice of camera resolution is a compromise between high accuracy of determining the position of points and high load on processing a large number of pixels. This direction is actively developing towards minimizing computation costs and maximizing position accuracy. Since the camera, it must move in. Since the camera can rotate and move in space, this approach proposes a mathematical model of the optical flow in the form of a combination of two fields, the fields of rotation and fields of the displacement. This approach allows us to obtain a vector field of rotation and displacement on the sphere. The sphere is the maximum view from the camera. The slides show the change of states of optical flow. On the left, the front view in the scenes that we are on the axis of movement or rotation. On the right side view, show there are coefficient of mixing of the states of the fields. At R equals 0, a pool state of rotation, and the R equals 1, the pool state of displacement. This is video. Okay. The mathematical model of the proposed approach can be described by this equation. For convenience, square brackets denote the vector product of vectors and angular, the scalar product of vectors. Graphical explanation of the proposed model is shown on these slides. Here, P and P pointed 2 points on the sphere or on the frame. These P and P points. CP and CP point, CP and CP point, the sum of the displacement and rotation vector at points P and P pointed. They are from the optical flow. dP and dP, distance between points. DCP, this vector, offset difference and difference of change in points between shift at points P and P point. In other words, is a vector that DCP is a vector that needs to add it to CP vector to get CP pointed. I will describe the mathematics on this slide as follows. It is established that 3 points of the sufficient of determine the vectors characterizing the displacement fields. The position of these points must meet the following condition. A radius vector of these selected points on this region should not be coplanar with each other and in pairs of the axis of rotation. The dots should not fall on the sky, horizon, or part of the vehicles. This video. The demonstration of the proposed approach is shown on this slide. Optical information is obtained from the simple carry code. It is not video, yes, on the only picture. Sorry. The algorithm was obtained for finding the field of rotation and displacement given by the vector W and V, the optical flow sphere by the minimum number of the reference point within the framework of the formalisms of the approach-free non-complementary radius vector of unit length. The report is over. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other persons want to put their queries?
Thank you very much, madam, for your nice presentation. Hello.
Yes.
Myself, Sumit Kumar Mehta. First of all, thank you for conference team to give me the opportunity for being session chair of this technical session. Ms. Alexandra, I would like to ask you a question. What are the challenges you faced during your research?
Sorry, repeat please. What your question?
What is the challenges you are facing during the research?
Okay. We research. We work with automotive transport in the fields and in the garden, and so we use the visual navigation on these fields and gardens. And in this moving, I'm sorry, it is moving. The tractor works on the fields, and when it moving, we can see the change on these 3 points and these 3 radius vector. And it's helped to us at first they build a mapping of external environment, and it's helped to us to moving on the field. And we do not study all optical flow, and because we take on the 3 point, and so we can do movement.
Okay. I would like to ask another question. Is that this algorithm what is the new in this algorithm? There is so many algorithm is there. So in what case you are putting this algorithm in your research?
We study a literature of the optical flow, the article, but we don't see the optimal algorithm, and so we made as our algorithm or based on the 3-point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Congratulations, you presented well. One and single questions from my side for you is, what's supposed to be the future scope for your algorithm based on your optimal flow and formation of a policy? Future
Sorry,
scope.
I hear very bad.
How will you extend this algorithm for other applications in future as well? As a future scope.
In the future and present time, we work only from the, we do not use the real time, but in future we hope to use the real time videos flow, optical flow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, judges. Any comments from the respected judges?
No, it's okay. Everything is fine. Please
Okay.
carry on.
Move to the next one with your permission.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Y. Gangaram for presentation on grid-independent and battery-less solar photovoltaic power converter.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, sir.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm going to share my slide.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Good morning to all. My presentation is grid independent and batteryless solar photovoltaic converter. My name is Sannapeta Y. Gangaram, Y. Gangaram, short name.
So your screen is not yet shared.
Pardon?
Your slide is not visible.
Not visible.
Yeah, it is not visible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now is it visible, sir?
No, no, no.
No, 1 minute. I hope
Yeah.
how it is visible.
We got it.
Yeah. Good morning and good morning to all. This is my presentation regarding this grid independent and batteryless solar photovoltaic converter. My name is Y. Gangaram. I am a PhD research scholar, Department of Electrical Engineering, Sri Venkateswara University, Gajraula, India. And this is of my biography. Overall, it is 30 years of experience. I completed my diploma, BTech, and master's degree from Mysore, and I published a number of technical research papers. Presently, I am a PhD research scholar at Sri University, Gajraula, India. And coming to the topic, here, abstract is that today it is a renewable energy related article, and today is the renewable energy playing the key role in the world, especially in the solar field. So here, most of the countries, the solar energy using the major countries, types of converters. It is one is the grid converter, and second one is the battery backup converter. Grid converter, it is the grid is the compulsory along with the PV array, and coming to the battery backup systems, it is the battery is the compulsory for the battery backup system along with the PV array. So it is able to understand that along with the PV panels, the one of the primary source is mandatory. So why? Because it will not work only alone with the PV modules. Grid converters, grid is the mandatory. Battery systems, battery is the mandatory. Even the enough solar panel and solar irradiation available also we cannot utilize direct. So to overcome this dependency of primary source, so this new invention is introducing for the independent working plan. This is the grid independent and batteryless solar photovoltaic converter. It does not require any battery system and does not require any grid system. It will works alone. So here the keywords are the grid tied and batteryless photovoltaic converter and solar array. Energy is the keywords here. This grid tied system, coming to the grid tied systems, the grid tied system is the connected to the grid. It does not works without grid. If the grid is failed, means we cannot utilize that inverter and PV array also. So in grid system, what will happen? Whatever the consumer is required, that energy it will take from the grid, and in the night times, and then the day times, whatever the energy is are installed, that it will take from the partly it will take from the inverter system, and the remaining power it will collect from the grid. So in these systems, the grid is the mandatory. So whatever in the night out, it will work in the grid system. So here in the grid systems, there are the major disadvantages are there. That is, it is only whenever the grid is there, that converter we can utilize. If grid is cut off, cannot utilize that one. And secondary more drawback is that it requires the net metering system. Without net meter, it will not work. So that is one of the systems. To overcome the two drawbacks, so here one of the system is designed. That system is a batteryless and grid independent system. And one more drawback is there in this grid tie system. It is not suitable for the small application, that is the domestic and residential applications. So that also here we can overcome that issue by this new concept of the system. The demerits also already it is explained that it is a grid dependency system, and it will export the grid without grid metering system. So it is suitable for small and medium applications also. So design concept is that here it is the block diagram. Here it is shown that it is PV modules are given for the switching device, and that directly given to the power transformer. That power transformer will step up the required voltage level, and that goes to the out filter section. So that filter section will goes to the control circuitry. Control circuit to feedback, and it will monitor the switching circuit. And there will be the grid supply with the optional will be there. It is not a mandatory, it is optional. And it is a relay driver section will be there that goes to the comparator section with the reference voltage. It will operate along with the sun irradiance. So this is the block diagram description. And coming to the circuit description, so here the main heart of the circuit will be the feedback circuit and MOSFET driver circuit that will feed to the DC section, and this DC section will be oscillator circuit will be there. That oscillation circuit will gives AC output required frequency as per our requirement, that is 50 Hz generally. This main components in this system, it is SG1525 and LM124 and LM158 and 7812 regulators, and part of this control circuit will be the PWM circuit that will use the PWM signals to the control circuitry. And the main sections of the control circuits are main 5 sections are there. One is the power supply and feedback section, and second one is the PWM and pulse generator section, and third one is the power MOSFET and driver section, and fourth one overload and PV low section, and last one is the intelligence grid interactive section will be there. The working concept of this total section is that the solar power directly feed to the SPV inverter, batteryless independent solar power converter, and it will take supply for the PV system, and it is grid independent, and it is optional supply will be there for this system. And as per the sun intensity, sun irradiation, this logic circuit, output logic circuit will works, and this concept is given in this block diagram figure 2. The conclusion of the system is this new grid independent batteryless photovoltaic converter is designed with a quasi sine wave output, and it is adequate capable to operate all the household applications, and it is more economical, and all the appliances will run very happily with this quasi sine wave, and it does not require any battery backup as a primary source, and not required grid supply also. So it can work even with blackout conditions whenever the sun is available. So there will be no any grid export issue, and it is purely suitable for all the small and residential applications and shopping malls also. So these are the references I was taken for this innovation concept, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was nice and well in time management. So my question is, first question is that what is the efficiency of these converters which are using for this research?
Yes,
and did you face any harmonic problem?
Yes, sir. In this means here I designed one prototype, is a quasi sine wave. So I got for this system it is 98.5 I got, sir. But coming to the sine wave, it will 97 just I got. Okay.
And what about harmonics?
Sir, it is means quasi sine wave. It is harmonic percentage is around, it is 8% I observed, sir. And coming to the sine wave, it is less than 5% harmonic percentage.
Okay. Okay. Another question is that there is some power backup for these type of solar photovoltaic power converters. So what is your proposal regarding this?
Yes, sir. Here it is this concept is the batteryless and grid independent system. So our backup is here it is not possible. Why? Because it is very economical type. It was planned. All the solar converters presently, whatever it is in the market, it is there. Grid means grid independent means grid connector system means grid is mandatory. Battery backup system is battery is mandatory along with the PV panels. So it is to avoid this grid and battery. So this concept is designed only it is the independent. Only it will operates with the solar panel itself. Only whenever the sun intensity is there, daytime only it will operates as per the sun intensity. In the night times, it will automatically goes to the grid. So there will be no any battery backup in this concept.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. P. Vaigangaram.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was a nice presentation, and the problem statement you are working also quite required for the society. But my one question is that, is it possible to do willing to grid again?
It is no, sir. Why? Because it is you are saying that it is to export for the grid export or billing. Hello, sir.
You were not audible, sir. Again, please.
Sir, your question I am unable to understand. What you are asking?
Is it still possible to do willing to grid? It means if there any surplus energy is there, can we give it back to the main grid, or the surplus energy can be distributed nearby the users using any blockchain and other technologies?
Sir, again, it is required. Yes, sir. In this concept, it is means to eliminate this net metering system only. It was designed. If it is required, means if we have to export the grid, means we have to sell the energy, means okay, we can again we have to install the net metering, then we can export the system. But that we can do.
Thank you, Vitantonio.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we move to the next presenter, respected judges?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Arul Kumar Subramaniam, sir, for presentation on implementation of soft computing techniques on combined operation of solar system with unified power quality conditioner for power quality improvement.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I am unable to share, ma'am.
Yeah, it's not
yes,
visible.
Ma'am, still I am unable to share.
1 second, sir. I request Gangaram, sir, to please end your screen. Yes, now you can share your screen, please. Yeah.
Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes,
Yes.
your screen is visible.
Yes. Good morning to one and all present here. I am Lakshmi Prabha, Associate Professor working in Karpavana College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu. So I am a co-author of this paper. So my topic is implementation of soft computing techniques on combined operation of solar system with unified power quality improvements. So the topic, the reason behind the topic I took is, so power quality improvements. I am plan to do the power quality improvements. Nowadays, power quality problem is major in power industries. So the power quality problem is nothing but harmonics, voltage sags. Well, that is a major problem in power industries nowadays. So in order to overcome that, we are going with so many fax devices. So in my research, we are taking that UP QC. So that is a fax device we chosen for our work. So it is nothing but there's a combination of a shunt active power filters and series active power filter. It's a combination of both. In this work, we are doing both the simulation and hard work results. We are comparing the simulation result with hard work results so as to improve the power quality. So in abstracts, the reason, sir, it is not visible. Sir, I'm can't get you, sir.
Visible, ma'am. Abstract is visible. Please go ahead.
Screen is visible, sir.
Carry on, carry on.
Yeah, visible, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sir?
Yeah, carry on. It's visible.
Yeah, sir, abstract. So the recent time, mainly the power quality is a major challenge. So that should be the main thing is we have to maintain the voltage at the both the level, that is source level as well as the load side. So in this work, we are doing the compensation, and for source, we are going with the solar-based additional power. So in this, we are adapting the algorithm called PSO. So we did the simulation using the MATLAB, and we follow the so many soft computing techniques also to obtain the simulation. So in this, what we obtained the outcome is reduce the level of TSD in current as well as the voltage level. We did the comparative in PI, fuzzy, artificial, and genetic algorithm, both in the voltage level as well as in the current level. So many research, literature review we made. So from that, from the literature review, we got we came to know the TH3 level in so many literatures. TH3 level in voltages 5.5 and 7.4. So we try to reduce the value when compared to this. So in our result, we got the voltage level TH3 is reduced from 2.45 to 1, and current TH3 level is reduced to 2.87 to 1.15. We did this simulation without the controller and with controller. That is, without the controller, the values of TH3 in phase A, B, C, and similarly in voltage level as well as in the current level. So so many comparative thing is made in this using a PI controller, fuzzy controller, and neural controller, as well as the genetic GA. So we identify the research gap from the literature review. So what are the research gap that is mentioned here? So the objective of this work is to improve the power quality. As I told you already, there is the improvisation of the power quality is made. So, and also we have to maintain the voltage level both at the load side and the source side, and the hybrid model of solar based additional maximum power point tracking using PSO technique is followed, and then filtering process is made by the shunt and series active power filter is nothing but EPQC. So these should be made using these so many algorithms and the logics. So power quality is nothing but the it's a thing which is mainly need in the industries to maintain the constant voltage and current level. So in various loads we come across is nothing but the resistive load, inductive load, and the capacity loads. So it's a linear type of the load, and non-linear type of load is nothing but the thing which is have the shape, that is shape is going to be changed from the original shapes. That output waveform is vary from the original. So some of the examples of this is nothing but the BJT mass, which these are the power device which is subject to the non-linear loads. So major power quality problem is nothing but voltage sag and swell. Voltage sag is nothing but the dip in the voltage, which having the RMS voltage decrease from 10 to 20%. And the voltage swell is nothing but increase in the voltage level. It's having the increased RMS value from 1.1 to 1.8. So next parameter which is affecting the power quality is nothing but the voltage fluctuation. So voltage fluctuation is nothing but the irregularity in the changes in the voltage when the sudden changes in the load applied. So transient is nothing but the changes in the voltage and current when the sudden when sudden loading happens, sudden loading as well as the switching condition due to the switching conditions. So major thing is, apart from these all the the major thing which affect the power quality is nothing the harmonics. We are concentrating much on the harmonics. That's why we are reducing the TH3 level. So this is a UPXC block diagram. So UPXC is nothing but this is a combination of series and shunt filters, the series and shunt filters. So this is our block diagram of UPXC conditioners. Then shunt filters. This is a measurement. This is the entire block diagram. So source and supply, in between we had the DC link capacitor, which is connecting the two-way VSIs, and series and shunt capacitors. It's a measurement method. In this, soft converting method is based on the UPQC with PSO based PV system. So in this we had devices of series transformer, series inverters and filters, and series inverter plus filters and shunt filters and DC link capacitor and PV system. So series APFs connected to the transmission line through the series transformer, and compensative voltage distortion is there. So that should be compensated using this device. So this measurement they did to maintain the voltage at the constant level. So this is the simulation diagram. So this is our simulation specification. So we did this simulation for different using the different controllers. First is PI controllers, and the parameters which we adapted for the PI controller. So the response of, from the PI controller in the case of the simulation. So this is the input voltage source. The input value we adapted for this is 11. So 11 kV. So in this we used that is value of Ku is 14.33 and critical Ki value is 24 and Kp is 0.6 and Ka is 20. So this is the response values. That is, we got the response without the controller and with controller of TH3 value in the E is a phase. So this is the results, the PI controller results for input source as well as output, the voltage source and current for input, and load is output, load voltage and current results. So we compare the TH value for all the phases, the phase A and B and C, and similarly that is without controller and with controller. So we corrected the overshoot values. It's very high in this case. Then we are moving to the, ma'am. Ma'am? Ma'am?
You carry on. You have 1 minute only.
Okay, okay, sir. Shall I? Sir, there is the thing, the behind this work is we are comparing the TH3 level of using the different controllers, sir, for the purpose of improving the power quality in the power industry, sir. That is the main task. Shall I go to the last conclusion page, sir, directly?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. So this is our hardware results. The conclusion is we obtained the TH value reduced value when compared to the previous literature, sir.
Okay. Did you finish?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, this was nice presentation. It's so much work you have done in your paper.
Yes,
and I would like to ask you that why you go for the UPQC, why not you are not using other fact devices?
Sir, it is having both the series and shunt filtering process, sir. That's why we chosen the UPQC, sir. We had so many TCSC, so many fax devices. They all are doing this, that is improvisation of the power quality only, but it is have both the shunt and series filtering and processes there. And also we can able to use external, that is input source, solar source, also external source for triggering purpose, sir.
Okay, this simulation work you have done, in that which power electronic device used for the voltage source inverters?
Sir, I can get you. MOSFET, sir, MOSFET.
MOSFET. What is the rating of MOSFET which is used?
Here it's there, sir.
Yeah, what is the voltage rating of this MOSFET and speed?
Yes, I will show it, sir.
Yeah, I know this MOSFET is there. I'm asking you what is the speed of that MOSFET, what is the frequency rating, and what is the voltage rating of this MOSFET?
Sir, I can't get you, sir.
I'm asking you, you are using MOSFET as a switching device. So what is
Yeah.
the voltage rating of this MOSFET, and what is the speed of, means what is switching frequency of MOSFET?
It's a 220, sir.
220 watt.
Yes, volt.
220 volt, kilovolt rating.
No, it's a volt, sir.
And what is the switching frequency of MOSFET?
It's 50, sir.
50 watt, 50 hertz.
Hertz.
50 hertz not possible. It's fast switching device. It may be in kilohertz.
Sir, it
Are
is
you
50.
sure?
Sir, it is 50 kilohertz, sir.
Yeah, 50 kilohertz. Yes, 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 yes. So next question is that what is the power factor? What about the power factor?
Sir, 0.96.
0.96. Okay, thank you very much. This is all question about my
Thank
side.
you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for nicely presenting your work. So
Thank you.
You were discussing that you got some results specific for harmonics and all. So how did you come to know that you got optimal results?
Sir, by comparing all the three, that is, we are comparing the results with PI controller, without controller, fuzzy, neural, and GA. In all these, we came to know the TH3 level is reduced in only in GA.
Okay, so any reference you have taken for that?
Yes,
The
sir.
previous one?
I got through. Yes, sir. I gone through so many literature review. Previously I shown you in my presentation itself, sir.
Okay, madam. So what is the exact difference you have taken so that you compared your values, your results with that previously done?
Sir, I can't get you, sir.
Can you tell me the exact reference point, reference result?
Sir, actually, TH3 level in case of the without controller, it is 2.77%. In case of the voltage, that is voltage value, TH3 voltage value in case of the without controller. In case of the PI controller, 1.15%. In case of the fuzzy, it is 1.04. In case of the neural, it will show the 0.98% in TH3 level, so reduced TH3 level. So that's why we compare all the controller values to get the reduced TH3 level.
Okay, fine, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall we move to the next presenter? Respected
Yes,
gentleman?
ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Illuru Rajasekhar, sir, for presentation on spectrum decision approach for cognitive radio-based IoT in 5-gram communication system.
Is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir. You are
yes.
audible.
Oh, okay, madam. I said just I will wait to share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So please share your screen.
No, just wait, madam. Just wait, madam.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible, madam?
No, sir. It's not visible yet.
Oh, just wait, madam. Just wait.
With due permission from the respected judges, can we move to the next presenter?
Yes, ma'am.
So, sir has started sharing the screen.
Okay, madam. Is it visible, madam?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Share
Okay,
the
madam.
presentation, sir.
Okay. Madam, is it visible, madam?
No, sir.
No, 1 minute, madam. 1 minute, just 1 minute, madam. Is it visible, madam?
No, sir.
No. Why?
So just take your time. After the next presenter, we'll again call your name.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam.
Yes, sir. So can I move to the next one with your permission?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I would like to invite Hima Vijayan, ma'am, to present a review on the impact of deep learning in the identification of arterial spectral defect and a comparative study on the algorithm employed in the imaging modalities.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, Hima Vijayan, research scholar from LBS Institute of Technology for Women under APJ Abdul Kalam Kerala Technological University from Kerala, India. My paper is a review on the impact of deep learning in the identification of atrial septal defect and a comparative study on the algorithms employed in the imaging modalities. About myself, my research area is deep learning approach for the recognition of cardiac septal defect from different imaging modalities, and my research center is LBS from Trivandrum, Kerala, India. And my research supervisors are Dr. M. Abraham, sir, Director, LBS Center for Science and Technology, and Dr. Lizzie Abraham, Assistant Professor, LBS Institute of Technology for Women in Kerala. Now, about my work. Congenital heart disease are the most prevalent abnormality in infants, and it is the main reason for death due to the congenital abnormalities. And also, when considering child health, it is a rapidly emerging global problem. And the mortality rates decline with the increasing socio-demographic index. That is, more deaths occur in countries with low, as well as low or middle income area. Now, among the congenital heart disease, atrial septal defect, that means a hole in the heart between the upper chamber, known as atria, constitute the third most common type of this type of heart disease, and an estimated incidence of 56 per 1 lakh live births. And different methodologies are there for identification of this congenital heart disease, such as echocardiogram, chest X-ray, electrocardiogram, cardiac catheterization, MRI, CT scan, phonocardiogram, etc. Now, deep learning can be effectively utilized for the automated estimation of the defect from the test result. Now, the goal of my review paper is to provide an insight into ASD or atrial septal defect and the methods for identifying it and the application of deep learning models for distinguishing the defect. The paper also reviews various algorithms used for the identification of defects and also points out the limitations of each algorithm. Now, coming to atrial septal defect, this is a structure of a human heart, normal heart. Heart is a muscular organ which is responsible for receiving as well as pumping blood to different all parts of our body, and all the cells rely on the heart in getting nourishment as well as oxygen from the blood. So it consists of 4 chambers. The upper chambers are known as atria and the lower chambers are known as ventricles. And this is a right atria. The right atria receives impure blood from different parts of the body, and that blood is pumped to the right ventricle through a valve. And the right ventricle in turn pumps the blood to the lungs for oxygenation, and the oxygenated or pure blood reaches the left atrium, and this pure blood is pumped to the left ventricle, which in turn pumps the blood to a great blood vessel which carries blood to all parts of the body. Usually, this chamber will be separated. That is, there will be no connection between the left atrium as well as right atrium. But in the case of atrial septal defect, that means a hole will be present in between the 2 chambers, that is left atrium as well as right atrium. What happens is that as a result, blood from the left atrium, that is the oxygenated or pure blood, mixes with the impure or deoxygenated blood. As a result, the size of the right side of the heart enlarges, pressure on the blood vessels increases, which can lead to severe health problem and also death. So this type of defect or atrial septal defect should be identified in the initial state so as to minimize the health hazards in future. So deep learning can be employed in identification of the atrial septal defect from the initial state itself. Now, there are different methods for identification of atrial septal defect, which includes cardiac murmur. That is, using stethoscope, phonocardiogram signals can be analyzed. Using deep learning methods, we can identify the presence of any abnormal sounds if present. Now, chest X-ray. That is, we in the earlier slide, I discussed that as a result of air defect, the right side of the right heart chamber increases in its volume. So this can be analyzed from chest X-ray. Another method is electrocardiogram. That is, a right atrial enlargement of a patient can be analyzed by noticing the ECG waveform. In ECG wave consists of a PQRST waveform, electrical signal, and this P waveform can be analyzed, and the subtle peaking of the P waveform indicates the presence of the atrial septal defect. Now, echocardiography, that is, it is using ultrasound waves for getting the images, a 3D image of the heart. That cardiac catheterization, it still remains the gold standard for estimation of the opening or shunt if present. Now, magnetic resonance imaging, it is an efficient estimation of the shunt or opening, and its impact on the structure as well as function of the heart can be analyzed using MRI. Now, computerized tomography or CT scan that associates a series of X-ray images taken from different angles around the body. Now, these are the, I have listed some of the major works in this area. Now, significance of shunt directionality in atrial septal defect, we get the inference that ASD is a common congenital heart disease, and medical image segmentation provides, the article medical image segmentation provides a systematic review of the articles for medical images based on the deep learning for classification and detection of the segmentation, and article cardiac chamber segmentation using deep learning or MRI. Device a variant of unit architecture, which is widely used in deep learning to segment the right atrium in images acquired using MRI. And the article Deep Convolution Neural Network computerized detection demonstrated the improved diagnostic accuracy realized by incorporating a proposed convolution neural network with LSTM or long short-term memory. And the article Automatic Detection of Secondary Atrial Septal Defect in Children evaluated the feasibility and accuracy of automatic detection of ASD in children. And the article Accurate Detection of Septal Defects with Fetal Ultrasonography proposes accurate detection of the septal defects with fetal ultrasonography images using deep learning. The article Atrial Septal Defect in Adulthood. We got the inference that ASD is a common critical congenital heart disease diagnosed in adulthood. And the article Modified YOLO-4 density algorithm for detection of ventricular septal defect. Here the study is in the first to solve the object detection problem by using the modified YOLO-V4 density neural network framework. And the article, an improved SSD object detection algorithm based on DenseNet and feature fusion designed a feature extraction network, DenseNet S32.1, with reference to the DenseNet connection. It provides a better algorithm than the VDG16 of a single shot detection. And the article stack denoising autoencoders provides a qualitative experiment which makes us learn that the Gabor-like edge detection from natural image patches and a large stroke detectors from the digit images also. And the article Automated Image Segmentation for Cardiac Septal Defects based on contour region evaluated the feasibility and accuracy of automatic detection of ASD in children based on color Doppler echocardiographic images. Now, what are the impact of deep learning in this area? Deep learning or a neural network can be employed in a phonocardiographic signal analysis. If the signal is having a beyond a particular threshold, we can infer the presence of ASD. These signals can be the database can be utilized for developing a better deep learning model, and also for extracting the atrial septal size of the defect. Architecture unit can be employed. Contraction phase as well as extraction phase for extracting the feature of the atrial septal defect. Now, I will made the comparison of the performance parameter of different classifiers employed in the literature. Logistic regression provides an accuracy of 83%, and the K-neighbor classifier provides an accuracy of 84.8%. Spline classifier 83%, random forest 80%, decision tree 82.3, and deep learning provides a percentage accuracy of 94.2. These are some of the data sets available from Kaggle database. That is MIT BIH Archima database provides ECG samples of more than 1 lakh. Chest X-ray database can be obtained from National Institute of Health Chest X-ray dataset, which provides more than 5,000 datasets. UCI dataset provides echocardiogram images of more than 9,000 datasets. Conclusion. The highest level of general development of two-dimensional detection along with image classification and segmentation can be obtained using DesNet and FCNet algorithm. And although ECG examination can prompt diagnosis, recognition of specific findings remains a major challenge. Also, accuracy can be realized using convolutional neural network, incorporating long short-term memory along with ECGs, which can provide an accuracy of 81%. And also, deep learning model EchoNet provides a better interpretation of enlarged chambers, and CNN, which is a modified form of CNN, which can provide a better accuracy in classification of chambers with 97.59, 99.67, 86.17, and 98.83% for different chambers of the heart, 4 chambers of the heart. And the revised algorithm can provide a better F1 score, 91% precision being 97%. For medical sector defect recognition, and the same can be employed for ASD. And echocardiography has been identified as a very effective technique for recognition of ASD. Now, finally, an efficient deep learning model for identification of ASD could be extremely advantageous for the benefit of patients as well as sonographers. Now, this is statistics of the published research articles in the area of deep learning for cardiac defect recognition. So we can see the amount of volume of papers published in the respective years. So these are my references.
Hello.
Hello, sir. So this
Yeah,
is
madam. Yeah, complete, madam. Complete, please.
Yes, sir. It's over, sir.
Right, madam. So, what I'm observing that what you have presented, it's all about regarding review. You have done review.
It's the review paper, sir. It's my review paper.
Okay, madam. So, what is the model you are going to propose in future?
Yes, sir. In future, I'll be proposing a model for the development for estimating the size of the atrial septum by using unit architecture.
Algorithm, which algorithm?
So algorithm, I'll be using unit architecture, deep learning.
Okay, fine, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Sumit, sir, if anything is there from your side?
Yeah, madam, actually, I want to know about that. What is new things you have done in your research?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. This is a review paper, sir. In my research, I have made a comparison of the literature review, which is the best method. Type of classifiers which are giving a better accuracy for the better detection of my defect, and it is a deep learning, and I will be using in deep learning, I will be using unit architecture for estimating the size of my defect. So this is my review paper.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Illuru Rajashekar, sir, are you there?
Okay, madam, I ready, madam. Okay, yeah, madam.
Yeah.
Madam, is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, just 1 minute to wait, madam. Share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Is it okay, madam? Is it visible, madam?
No, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, it is not visible, sir.
Okay. Is it, madam?
No, sir. So please take your time until we'll move to the next one. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Anjana Ashok Kumar, ma'am, for the presentation on virtual cloth Wrapping using deep learning.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Ma'am, can you give the rights to Surya Madhavan to present the screen?
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah, ma'am, we'll start. So good morning to everyone present here. I'm Anjana Ashok Kumar, and today me and my team member Surya are going to present to you virtual cloth warping using deep learning. So the project that we have undertaken, Virtual Try-On, has been an interesting task the companies have taken in order to get the next wave of customers in and give them a new feel of purchasing a cloth. Global lockdowns meant that shoppers were unable to buy products in store. Even when those retail locations opened up, people were hesitant to try on clothing items, worried that it will increase the risk of the virus. Virtual fitting rooms empower customers to make more informed purchase decisions. It can elevate many of the challenges faced by the industry today, like the struggle with the fit, the sky-high returns, and the resulting impact on our environment that could help brands achieve their conversion goals. So coming to our model, virtual cloth warping using deep learning is a technology that can realistically clothe an individual virtually. VCWDL is a one-of-a-kind tool that seamlessly transfers the desired clothing item onto a person. Our solution comprises of major modules like human representation, which is pose estimation using OpenCV, and human parsing using self-supervised joint body parsing and pose estimation, which is SSJPP-net, and try-on module, which utilizes cloth warping module and cloth fusion module to generate the final try-on output. Our application as of now only supports upper body clothing like tops, t-shirts, etc. A graphic user interface is created where one can virtually try on clothes by uploading their picture and selecting the clothing item to try on. Our module, after going through multiple approaches for human parsing, we found that self-supervised structure-sensitive learning, that is SSJPP-net, serves our purpose the best. The recommended model for the generation is body parsing using JPP-net. It's a deep learning method for human parsing built on TensorFlow. We introduce a structure-sensitive loss to evaluate the quality of the predicted parsing results for a joint structure perspective. An input image goes through parsing networks, including several convolutional layers, to generate the parsing results. The generated joints and ground truths of the joints, represented as heat maps, are obtained by computing the center points of corresponding regions in parsing maps. The structure-sensitive loss is generated by weighing segmentation loss with joint structure loss. For a clear observation, we combine 9 heat maps in one map here to obtain the final results. Now, coming to the pose estimation. Pose estimation is the technique to detect various poses of a person or an object. This technique can be used to determine poses in 2D as well as 3D space. In this computer, of key points are determined for the given objects or humans. These key points are a set of coordinates that represent various human body parts. Using the key point, comparison of various moments and postures is carried out. In this execution, we have used OpenCV and MediaPipe. First, identification of key points is done from the given image. Then, using drawing utilities, different landmarks are being drawn on the image. These key points are further converted to heat maps, which represent the presence or absence of the key points at the particular location. When an image is given to the pose estimator, it will estimate the pose of a person in the given image. On to Surya for the main model.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes,
you are.
sir.
Yes, so coming to the block diagram first of all, so the part explained by Anjana that comprises of the person representation. So the diagram that we could see here is the flow of this entire model. So the person representation along with the target cloth, these two are passed on to two stages of the model, cloth warping and the cloth fusion, which will be described in detail in the future slides. But right now we can see that when the input is passed to the first module, cloth warping module, we could get the result as the warped cloth, and also a layered output, which can be taken as a reference. And using this warped cloth is further utilized for the second stage, which is cloth fusion module. And finally, we get the result, which is further processed using L1 and other losses comparisons. And finally, we get the result. So going on to the flow now, going on to the cloth warping module. So this module is crucial because it gives us the warped cloth according to the person's details, and it needs the person representation and target cloth as inputs. Now, this model is actually a series of networks consisting of a feature extraction network, correlation layer network, a regression layer network, and finally a TPS transformation network. As said earlier, from the pre-processing stage, we get human passing and the pose estimation of the person, and which would be then further processed to convert to a tensor. Tensor is basically a multidimensional array used in libraries like TensorFlow and PyTorch. Now, these tensors are need to be processed into something of a value. So we actually pass on to the feature extraction network, where these inputs are downsampled and are converted to a smaller size tensors while retaining the information. And we later combine these inputs, feature extracted inputs, into using the correlation layer. Now, because of correlation layer, we get a single input, and which is further sent on to the regression layer. Now, the purpose of regression layer here is to predict the parameter based on which the warping would take place. And now finally, for the TPS transformation, TPS stands for thin plate spline transformation. A basic grid image is passed along with the cloth image, and as per the parameter theta, which has been predicted by the regression layer, the cloth image is warped or molded along accordingly. Finally, the warped cloth and its binary mask is returned as a result or output to the next stage. So coming to the second stage, cloth fusion module. This module takes the input of the previous stage, and this majorly uses a generative adversarial networks. The main goal of generative adversarial networks is that it learns from the training data and tries to generate new data with the same characteristics as the training data. This module contains unit generator, VGG loss, and end layer discriminator, and also has L1 loss for it. The unit generator is basically a U-shaped architecture that propagates context information to higher resolution layers. For the purpose of solving the adversarial networks, the real and the fake variables are created, and we compute the L1 loss, the L1 mask loss, and the VGG loss for the results obtained from the generator. Finally, the VGG loss is an alternative to pixel-wise losses, and it is content loss which attempts to be closer to the original data. And it is also based on the ReLU activation framework, ReLU activation layers. Sorry. The discriminator used here is the end layer discriminator, and the discriminator network is basically a deep convolutional network containing the convolution blocks, which are followed by dense, fully connected layers. It also has a batch normalization layer so as to give a clean output, and the two dense layers at the end of the network work as a classification block. The last layer in this particular module acts as is used for the prediction and to give us the probability of this image belonging to the original data set or not. All these models are then integrated to a graphical user interface, which is displayed in the image below. And here, the GUI is designed such that the user could access the images and process easily. And we could see in the below image that we have 3 tabs. The first category is where the person could upload their existing image of their self. The second category is the cloth, where they can upload, where they can select the images of cloths which from our existing inventory. And finally, on clicking the button try on, within a few seconds, we would get the output as displayed on the screen. Finally, this graphical user interface is created with the help of a Kinter library, which is a famous library for GUI in Python. Kinter is an open source library, and here the UI has been built using with the help of inbuilt PK functions. So finally briefing up, on the image on the left, right, we could see there are three images. The first column would be the person's images which we have submitted as an input. The second image are the warp cloth or the cloth which they have chosen, and the last images are the output from our model. We could see that for cases where there is sleeve and sleeveless situation, we can see that the warping has been done well, and we could see that even the skin has been recreated quite well. And now going on to the conclusion.
Yeah, so coming to the conclusion, the proposed model consists of 2 pre-processing stages, which are human post-estimation and human representation. For post-estimation, media pipe is used, and for human parsing, JPP-net is used. The accuracy matrix that we have used is inception score and structure similarity index. The SSIM score that we achieved is 0.79. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the respected judges?
Yeah, actually, this was nice presentation. I like the way they presented both. Time management is very nice. So my question is that deep learning, why you choose deep learning for this research?
So actually, for this particular problem, where we have to actually warp a cloth over a person, we have machine learning based approaches, but the difficulty comes on understanding the human, because human bodies are complex and it can't be done easily with a logistic regression or something or some other algorithm in machine learning. So we had the need to have deep learning here so that we can understand human bodies better, clothes better, and warp accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, dear authors, you are proposing your problem statement with the using of deep learning. So is there any involvement of image processing as well?
Yes, sir. Image processing is initially done to actually remove out the excessive information and just the details. Like for the pre-processing, we use initially the OpenCV library and try to extract out the background so that we just have the cloth and just the person, and we can use account.
So which type of filtering methods you are proposing in your work?
We have just used the standard segmentation and the background removal techniques. Here, since we were able to get the details out of it, our model was quite trained well for that. So the basic background segmentation and the removal techniques were used from the OpenCV library. We didn't have to specifically go for any other algorithm.
Okay, nice. From my side, I can give one remark for your work is that in future the metaversity is going to be a new era for the world. So I think your work, your problem statement is going to be useful for that metaversity. So nice work. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite Navneet Kaur Barar, ma'am, for presentation on methodology for functional testing of an application-specific integrated circuit.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Hello, everyone. I'm Navneet Kaur Barar, and I'm over here to present the work at Methodology for Hardware Testing of an Application-Specific Integrated Circuit, that is an ASIC. I'm Navneet Kaur, and I'm working as a project associate in Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology. Dr. Manu Bansal is working as an assistant professor in the university and is also the co-project investigator. Finally, the Dr. Manu Bansal, who is professor and head of the Electronics and Communication Department at the university. She's also the project investigator of SMDP C2ST project. SMDP C2ST project is a special manpower development program for chips to system design that has been funded by MITI, Government of India. In this, an efficient process flow for the hardware testing of an ASIC is demonstrated. The procedure is being applied on comparator, ADC, and a present cipher crypto ASIC. This involves the testing functionality of analog, digital, and mixed signal design ASIC. The results are being validated through software simulations. The ASIC testing methodology is divided into two phases. First one is before PCB designing, and the second one is after PCB designing. Before PCB designing, we go through three parts. First one is peripheral components. Then we decide the power supply, and then the grounding technique. After this, the PCB is being designed. After the PCB designing, we just give the input signal and capture the output signal. When an ASIC is being tested, there are some peripheries required at the pins of an ASIC, and these are like buffer. The first one is buffer. The buffer is just an electronic circuit to segregate the input and the output side to make sure the signal is not altered at the receiver side. The buffer just maintains the signal strength of at the output side, being just make sure that it doesn't distort by the input. The impedance matching is used to prevent signal reflection at the receiver side, and it provides maximum power transfer and make driver receiver impedance resistor. Then we have level shifter. In the present scenario, the ICs that are being made, they are usually work at very low power, lower voltages, because these are economic to use, but the controllers, the FPGAs that we are using at commercial level, these are just like at 3.3 or 5 volt. So to communicate between the ASIC and any controller or the FPGAs, we need a level shifter so that we can send the data to the ASIC and read back without altering the data. Finally, we have a linear voltage regulator, LDO. The power supplies we are usually using are of 5, 9, or 12 volt. However, the CMOS or the ASICs that we have, they usually operate at 1.8 volt or like just lower voltages. So just to regulate that, the designers use an LDO to drop the voltage and utilize for the device. The figure 2 denotes the transient response output with and without buffer. The yellow one is for the is without buffer, and the pink one is with buffer. And now we have a grounding technique. When we are testing an ASIC, there is a lot of possibility for distortion and the noise and the unwanted signals from the surroundings. Moreover, the ICs that we are being used in the PCB, they just distort the signals, they just interfere with each other. So it is very essential to have a proper grounding technique, especially in the mixed signal design. where we have both the analog and the digital part as well. Therefore, as in the figure 3, it demonstrates the grounding technique for mixed signal design ASIC. You can see that we need to follow the digital supply in a different zone and the analog supply in a different zone, so that they don't interfere with each other. The analog circuit and the digital circuits are placed apart to avoid any distortion. Now, this is the experimental results and comparison. Firstly, we are testing a comparator ASIC. The green one is an ASIC that comprises a comparator. Then we have a voltage divider because the comparator do need a reference signal. So just to divide the power supply to have a different values of the voltage, we are using a voltage divider. Then we have a filter that comprises of a capacitor and a resistor for the impedance matching. Finally, we have a digital buffer just to maintain the output signal strength. And as one thing more, you can see the analog. These are two like headers on the above and in the below. These are the analog and the digital supply that have been made apart. Now, these are in the figure 5 and demonstrate the comparator ASIC output. The function generator gives the sinusoidal signal to the comparator, and we have two power supplies. In the MSO, you can see the pink one. We are giving sinusoidal input, and we are getting a comparator output. And within above, and with that, you can see in the figure 6, it has been verified from the simulations online that when we are giving a sinusoidal input, we are having a square output, and the results seems out to be same. Then we have an analog to digital converter IC. The ASIC, it's in the green color, and then we have a digital buffer to get the digital output. And in this, what we did is after the ADC, we applied a DAC so that we can retrieve the same analog signal at the output. So that was same analog signal that was given as an analog input to the ASIC. This is being shown over here. The figure 8, the ADC ASIC output. As in the MSO, you can see we are owing to the constraints of the channels, as we had 4 channels. So we had shown only 4 channels at the MSO. This digital signal that you can see in different colors. And in the figure 9, it demonstrates the output is retrieved from the DAC. We had given the 5 megahertz input signal, and we got similarly the DAC over here, and the analog signal at the DAC as shown in the figure 9. Then we have a present lightweight crypto ASIC. The green one, this is all digital digital IC. In the green one, we have an ASIC. We have a level shifter, and then finally a digital buffer just to have the signal strength. In figure 11, the crypto ASIC output has been stored in using an analog discovery, and this output results has been shown in figure 11, and they are being verified using Vivado software tool. And the results perfectly matched with the output that we got from the analog discovery. Then conclusion, the test plan described using analog, digital, and mixed signal design ASIC. The methodology is divided into 2 parts, before and after PCB designing. The results are validated by the simulation from software tools. The technique requires minimal components for it. The ADC tested is all digital 6-bit flash ADC and can be used in car brakes for clash avoidance. The present crypto ASIC could be used to encrypt the multilingual languages utilized by the laymen to predict their data. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It was a nice presentation and good technically completed. So my question is that there is some distortions. So how did you incorporate with the distortions in the signals?
At the input side or at the output side?
Both sides.
Yeah, we just, it was basic at the input side, the impedance matching, it played a vital role. It just overcome many of the distortion. Moreover, we used the ferrite beads at the signals, like at the MSO channels. That really helps a lot. When you use the ferrite beads, it just removes the distortion. Moreover, at the PCB, because when we were doing like at the soldering at the initial phase, at the soldering side, where the solder mask is there, we just applied insulating material between the traces so that the signal doesn't get distorted, because the inputs and the outputs were very nearby. So these things helped us at the input. And as far as the output is concerned, the digital buffer, that played a vital role. It just improves the signal strength. Even at the MSO, when we were having at the output, we just made sure that all the 4 channels, they are completely separate, that the wires are not interlinked between each other, because even through they are insulated, but still there is some leakage at high frequencies. So we just made sure that the wires are properly away from each other. And these things really helped us to overcome the noise and distortion.
Okay, next question is, what is a unique feature? Would you suggest that this methodology is very much unique from other methodology?
This methodology is very like friendly to many of the things, because this has been tested on analog, digital, and mixed signal design. Because as when you search on the net, there are not specific techniques that has been designed for all type of designs. Because when we talk of at the hardware level, mostly these are industry oriented, and they don't share much about their knowledge of the testing, hardware testing. So that's make it some more comforting to the starting designers, that how they can use these techniques to become a better designer, both at the pre-silicon validation and after post-silicon validation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So you presented a nice paper earlier. It was fully technical. So my questions for you is that, is it compatible with all the types of IC? Because you said that it is a specific, right, application specific. So your proposed method is also compatible with the older IC versions like UMICs and LMICs and multitasking IC as well?
No, sir. We actually, the ASIC that we had tested, those have been designed and fabricated under this project. These are like designed for the first time. So we didn't tested it on the another devices. We were just doing the hardware testing as even the ADC the ADC ASIC that has been patented. It's all 6-bit digital flash ADC. So at this point, we had just done the hardware testing of ASIC, and we came out with this idea that how the stepwise we can do the hardware testing of an ASIC. We will shift to the other parts, as you are saying, to check this technique to the other ICs. But we had actually done with the microchip, we had AT-ECC508, and we did the off-the-shelf like testing with that IC, and it really worked well. We used the level shifter, the controller, the digital buffer, and it proved out to be really well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah,
so
thank
can
you.
you move to the next presenter?
Excuse me, ma'am. I have one question. Mr. Iluru Rajsekhar presented?
No, sir. They are presenting after all presentations.
Okay,
Actually,
okay,
they have some technical issue with their sharing the screen, so that's why we have to the time for that. Can I call them?
Yeah, no problem. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I would like to invite Priyanka Kaushik ma'am for presentation on brain tumor segmentation and classification using optimized k-means and assemble learning.
Yes. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Very warm good morning to all of you. Is my screen?
No, sir, no, ma'am. Your screen is not visible yet.
Not visible? Okay, just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry for the delay. Now is it visible, ma'am? Hello? Hello?
No, ma'am. It's not visible.
Now is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. A very warm good morning to all of you. I am Priyanka Kaushik, and I would like to give my presentation on brain tumor segmentation and classification using optimized K-means algorithm and ensemble learning. And my guide name is Dr. Rajiv Ratan, and the co-author name is again the Dr. Rajiv Ratan. As I have just said that I'm Priyanka Kaushik. I have done my BTech and MTech from MD University, and I'm pursuing my PhD from MVN University, Haryana. Coming to the abstract, brain tumor is a common disease that can occur at any age in humans. Early stage brain tumor segmentation and classification from low contrast MRI images is always difficult. And in this paper, a new hybrid optimized K-means algorithm based on a shuffled frog leap algorithm followed by thresholding and morphological with ensemble learning is developed. The proposed work is divided into two segments. After pre-processing of low contrast MRI images, the brain tumor area is calculated from the segmented MRI image. Then the most efficient features are also extracted using discrete wavelet transformation techniques. And in the second segment, these extracted features are fed as input parameters into a trained brain tumor classifier using an ensemble learning approach. The ensemble learning approach model is trained by a feature dataset collected from an online source, and the KNN decision tree, gradient boosting, random forest, and NN classifiers are used to classify the type of tumor, whether it's benign or malignant, from the low contrast brain tumor MRI image. The proposed framework is more efficient and has an accuracy of 98.07% with sensitivity of 98.21% and specificity of 97.25% in the predicting the type of brain tumor. Now coming to the introduction, I would like to give a brief view of introduction of brain tumor. Brain tumor is a dangerous life-threatening problem and is mainly connected to our stress levels and exposure to unwanted fluids. And brain tumor occurs when abnormal cells form within the brain, varies in size, and it can be as small as an ant and as big as a worm. So we usually come to two types of tumor, that is cancerous and non-cancerous. And in this research, a hybrid brain tumor segmentation classification model is developed from the low contrast brain tumor MRI images. The suggested model has 6 stages to segment as well as classify the tumor. These 6 stages are low contrast MRI brain tumor image acquisition and pre-processing segmentation with an optimized K-means algorithm, morphological and thresholding operations, brain tumor extraction and feature extraction, and classify the tumor using different types of classifiers. 70:30 ratio concept is used to train that and test the proposed model respectively. So this is the proposed model for the brain tumor segmentation and classification. And low contrast MRI brain image tumor is fed, then MRI image pre-processing is done. Then segmentation using optimized K-means SFLA a shuffled frog leap algorithm is followed, and then also thresholding with morphological operators are performed. And if there is a segmented brain tumor, then it will go to the feature extraction and the testing of the proposed model. Simultaneously, the labeled data set would be incorporated with the feature engineering and the data splitting, where the testing and training of that sets will take place, and the module building and training with hyperparameter tuning will be done. And if there is no segmented tumor, then it will again go back to the low contrast brain tumor image. And finally, tumor class is predicted. Now, the operation of the proposed model is divided into two groups. In the first phase, with pre-processing and segmentation of brain tumor, the most important features like mean, variance, correlation, entropy are extracted. And in the second phase, a brain tumor classifier is developed using an ensemble learning concept. And the low contrast images are first pre-processed using an OpenCV library and noise removing filters. Therefore, the model is less complex and efficiently classify the brain tumor with optimal computational time. The sample of collected low contrast brain tumor MRI images and pre-processed brain tumor MRI images are as shown. So this is the sample of the collected low contrast brain tumor MRI image dataset. And this is the pre-process of the low contrast brain tumor MRI images. So now coming to the optimized K-means algorithm, the proposed optimized K-means approach with the threshold and morphological operations for brain tumor segmentation is a combination of K-means and shuffled frog leap algorithm. The K-means clustering approach is a hard clustering and requires the maximum time for the convergence of the image pixels into a particular cluster. So the frog leap algorithm is an efficient and optimized technique that improves the convergence rate so that the computational time is reduced. The frog leap algorithm gives more optimized result for the complex problems with a large amount of population, and the total population is based on the two parameters, memplexes, and the number of frogs in each memplex. This approach is based on local and global searches. Now, in continuation to the classifier, there is a K nearest KNN classifier. The KNN classifier gives better results for regression as well as classification problems. It's a slow learning algorithm that requires too much time, and the result of the KNN classifier is based on the majority of the nearest neighbor. And the random forest classifier, approach is based on the decision trees. It's a part of ensemble learning in which one algorithm is applied multiple times or multiple algorithm is applied on a single time. And this is the artificial neural network classifier, and it is an interconnected node or artificial neuron structure with some predefined weights. The backpropagation algorithm is used to train the model. These weights are updated till the model predicts the results with good accuracy. These are the experimental results. The suggested brain tumor classifier for low contrast MR images is implemented in Jupyter Notebook with Python 3.9, and the proposed model is tested using a system that has a 4 GB RAM and 8th generation i7 2.5 gigahertz processor, and the low contrast brain tumor MRI image segmentation using an optimized K-means algorithm is shown in figure. So this is the brain tumor segmentation using K-means algorithm. These are the results, and these are in continuation. This is the low contrast image. This is the pre-processed image, and this is the segmented brain tumor. And now these are the extracted features where we can define the mean, variance, standard deviation, entropy, skewness, kurtosis, contrast, energy, ASM, homogeneity, dissimilarity, correlation. Now this is in the continuation of Now coming to the conclusion, in this represented work, an optimized K-means algorithm followed by a thresholding and morphological operation is developed for low contrast brain tumor segmentation from MRI images. Some important features are extracted from a segmented brain tumor, and these features are fed to a brain tumor classifier, which is based on ensemble learning approach. That is, multiple models are used to classify the type of brain tumor at a time, and the used models are logistic regression, the K nearest neighbor, decision tree, random forest, gradient boosting, and support vector machine, and the artificial neural network. The proposed model is trained by the 70% of the feature data set related to the benign and malignant type of tumor. And the comparative study, according to the training and testing accuracy of the hybrid optimized K-means ensemble learning approach based classifier, the performance of the gradient boosting is quite good as compared to the classifiers, and the accuracy of the random forest is also good, but its training accuracy is 100%. The sign of overlifting, which shows, and the accuracy scores of the proposed model is quite good, but still it requires some improvements in the future, and that will be achieved using the deep learning and transfer learning approaches. Now coming to the references, these are the references that I have gone through, and thank you, sir. Hello.
Hello, thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
My question is that why you choose this case study of brain tumor? Why not you choose other disease or other complications in body?
Sir, actually, this was my area of interest, tumor part, brain tumor. I want to do research on brain tumor. It can be, I will do in the further research, I will do on the breast tumor as well. But for now, I have opted for this one.
Oh, any specific reason for that?
Specificity, sir, nowadays it's increasing on a large rate, sir.
Okay, so next question is that your approach of this case study by using K-means and ensemble learning approach, is it practically possible in the field?
Practical possible, sir. I didn't get your question. What, sir?
My question is that your diagnosis regarding this brain tumor segmentations. So whatever approach you are using here in your research, using some algorithms and some learning methods. So is it be practically used in the medical field? Can you suggest, can you recommend?
Sir, already it has been done. I have just improved the accuracy, sir. Sir, of course, it can help in the medical. Yes, the accuracy has been improved.
Okay. How much accuracy? Any significant digits you can tell me?
When it was already there was accuracy of 85% near about, but when I have applied this algorithms, then near about 89% is increased. So somewhat accuracy I have improved.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving your valuable time, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir.
In your proposed model, you are using K-means algorithm and Jupyter notebook, right?
Sorry, sir?
You are using Jupyter notebook?
Yes, sir. Jupyter Python.
Yeah, for Python. So how you come to know that you're supposed to use Jupyter instead of other image processing techniques?
Sir, actually, MATLAB R2028 could be also done, but Jupyter is a fast. It is more efficient, according to me.
Then why not other version of Python like Spider or PyCharm?
Sorry, sir. Other language like?
Other environments are also there, like Spider and PyCharm also there.
Sir, I was compatible with this one. That's why.
Okay, fine, madam. So what you did with the help of this tools, Jupyter, in your proposed model?
So actually the code was run and the brain tumor segmentation was done. The segmented part was calculated.
So what are the variables you utilized?
What are the?
Variables, others, entities you utilized to draw the, image for the brain tumors. So that
like K-means algorithm have been used, sir, And morphological operators thresholding has been used, and edge segmentation has been used. Otsu thresholding is used. Otsu thresholding, sir, operator.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we move to the next presenter, sir?
Thank you, sir. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You can stop sharing.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thanks to all of you.
I'd like to invite Pratik Agnihotri, sir, for presentation on a novel approach of true random number generation using Vedic multiplier. To you.
Hello, screen is visible. Hello.
Not yet, sir.
Hello, screen is visible.
No, sir, it is not visible.
Okay.
Double click on the presentation, sir, for sharing. Pratik, sir, are you present there?
Yes, ma'am. Just ma'am. 2 minutes. Ma'am, screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Yeah. Myself, Mr. Pratik Agnihotri from Harpur Butler Technical Institute in Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh, affiliated to HBTU Kanpur University. Their word conference on basically a novel approach for two random number generation using Vedic multiplication process. So here, first of all, cryptographic systems approach will be designed for that. So first of all, I have described our biography. I am Mr. Pratik Agnihotri. I discussed with work on this basically VLSI technology, FPGA, RTL verification, Internet of Things, MATLAB, VSDL simulation layout, designing backend and front end, both. And under the supervision of our guide, Dr. Preeti Agarwal Mittal, he is a very continuous efforts. Our VLSI domain, basically research. And then content is for the introduction and aim of the TV study area, methodology of two random number generation, process description of two random number generation, as well as data analysis and description of random number generation, and literature survey of random number generation, as well as result and discussions, conclusion, future related work and references. In abstract, first of all, basically, I have a design with a two random number generation process. Basically, rolling cryptography in all security protocol and cryptographic algorithm. Basically, lightweight, high-speed digital TRNG design system. Basically, in this generation, by using the TRNG devices, become biased in random bit number generation and pseudo random number generation. I have comparison also with that. This can be remove the biasness and randomness. I hence proposed aimed develop a calibration techniques and von Neumann character as well as for use for power area bit as well as jitter oscillation jitter also be including XOR functions about 12%, and entropy extracted is 56% lesser than. And basically used for this keyword is the TRNG and Vedic multiplication as well as the tree-based interleaving process with the XOR function randomness extractor. And basically main core is the attackers of entropy and process verification, description, encryption process. Basically main problem project statement generated two number generation using a Vedic multiplication, ring oscillator, and compare the calibration. Calibration is the so many coarse calibration and fine gain calibration techniques using aim spice simulation and genetic algorithm as well as a tree-based interleaving process in our literature, basically. And remaining portion of the presentation structures in different multipliers. There are so many multipliers and aim spice as well as a LT spice simulations, post-processing techniques, NIST, different type of battery test, NIST battery test, randomness test will be used for that. Basically AIS 32 cryptography applications, random number generations, TRNG, and with multi-stage frequency, beat frequency, chip designing process will be also be included in design of basically Vedic multiplication process, as well as meta stability for designing of using the Vedic multiplication process. I have also discussed the meta stability based TRNG applications in that. Random number generation is the generation of the sequence of numbers that can be reasonably predicted better than the random number chances using through a random number generation. Random number generation produces sequence of numbers that appears in the computational device to sequence of the numbers in pattern, basically. And there are the another is the pseudo number generation. So pseudo number generation has a deterministic random bit sequence. Basically, is an algorithm for generating sequence, and basically this is a TRNG security application in basically. And first of all, the design the post-processing test. Then depending upon the characteristics of source and random number and quality of digital noise, statistical, NIST, and die-hard test will be approached for post-processing, and masking, generalizing for statistical test will be done in this process. And yeah, this is sequential TRNG also will AIST 22 and 31 process. And regarding selection of, first of all, in TRNG using Vedic multiplication, our first aim is the design the TRNG core using FPGA families. There the raw binary signals must be available for further online and offline process. So random signal will be available for generation for any stochastic model exist is feasible or not. It will be tested. Strategy is FPD device for target evaluation, acquisition boards, and PC running software. Simulation will be used in the basically TRNG in FPGA core areas. There are the two ring offset R01, R02, and using a D flip-flop circuit accumulation board device, basically. And an HDL model will be there. This is the HDL model using the D flip-flop circuit and inverter circuits, and NAND gate circuits will be designed for the PN sequence generation. So PN sequence generation using Vedic multiplication process. Enhance the basically process in that basically while DSP and PN sequence generation process in Vedic multiplier, basically polynomial mask and used in that process. And then as a TRNG with calibration process, we test the entropy of and randomness both of TRNG with calibration. So TRNG with calibration is a two-stage device, two-stage process. There is a pull up and pull down. So in entropy will be von Neumann character. So von Neumann character is a it is a simple basically pull up and pull down converter circuits will be designed in the sequence is the pattern and delay. Basically, this is the von Neumann character is a delay converter. So delay converter will be delay in the comparison based upon the two process. This is the comparison of calibration circuit TRNG with calibration performance of calibration techniques using the various number of the calibration bits. They are the bits calibration comparison will be done on that basis. Basically, TRNG with the entropy extractor and entropy process through I will be calculated also be correction of calibration of entropy. So TRNG post-processing calibration technique needs to be obtain a uniform distribution of bits in through entropy extractor process. And second process description is the TRNG with von Neumann character. The von Neumann character I have previously discussed with the output random bits from von Neumann character is the current constant. This is the TRNG 00 no output 011 101 and this is the output. Basically, this is the design of a shift register using the corrected output in through von Neumann character. This is a post-processing block and variations of entropy with device mismatch process with that. Here is a variation of entropy of device mismatch process. TRNG with correction, TRNG with XOR function, TRNG with von Neumann correction, and TRNG with calibration process. They are the so different types of average entropy bit. Different type of TRNG with correction entropy bit is achieved 0.001, TRNG with XOR exception 0.006. So they are the table will be discussed in this. And SPI simulation for hardware, TRNG simulation model for also for design a Vedic multiplication process. So they are the practical board of CLB of Spartan 3E will be used in that process. And inverter success and XOR circuit will be used. Basically, these are the level of the SPI simulation model using the deep clock and clock ring oscillation process in TRNG. And this is the basically design of the comparison and simulation of hardware experiment. Basically, design of the MATLAB of the course collaboration delay. How much delay, falling edge delay, setup delay, and how much falling low level delay edge. So clock edge delay will be design of this of that process. And different of the conventional metastability TRNG and new TRNG will be designed for Vedic multiplication. So this is the description. Inverter based driven metastability bit frequency detection. So they are the area. So area is the large and small. If we use the this work Vedic multiplication, then is the small compensation scheme basically use the. This is the model we use the measure data for measuring of the two ROSC frequency trimming circuits using D flip flop and counter. So counter will be count and sets the data to parallel to serial converter for TRNG outputs. So count sequence, this will be done for the Xilinx core Spartan 3 kit, evaluation kit. So data will be measured. This is the TRNG output sequence, frequency, bit frequency detection sequence will be through ROSC 1 and ROSC 2 and calculation of proportion of LSB after one human correction process will be achieved. And this is the also for counter 1 output, counter 2 output, and counter 3 output sequence will be achieved using the shift and parallel register. And second is a genetic algorithm will be used for histogram process in the post-processing block. In post-processing block, I will use the histogram process digitalizer used in this process. And basically random number generation using the 3-stage RO and 5-stage ROC circuit using the D flip flop, and is the function of XOR gate. We will be used the first of design the LFSR based pre-processor 64-bit will be used binary sequence, and interleaving will be used. So interleaving is not about the random interleaving. Random interleaving is basically the odd based and even random sequence will be generated. Basically 7, 8, 11, 13, 18 is the odd sequence random after 2 cycles. And in this process, basically output random sequence will be generated. And tetrahedral ring oscillation bridge circuit will be for use for the randomness utilizing the ring oscillation for low power consumption and low area. For area calculation, we use the tetrahedral ring oscillation in Vedic multiplication process. And post processor 64-bit. I also designed the TRNG data set for post processor. So TRNG is the post processing used balance between the biasing and randomness to eliminate the probability bias bit rates. So bit rate will be reduced to for that XOR method will be used in this process. Sampling method basically is the 2 mux calculation of using the XOR gate and random bit string generation post processing techniques, and comparison between TRNG and PRNG. And basically post processor is 64-bit. So I have calculated the 27, 36, 41, and 46 through odd sequence X0, X1, X4, X2, X5. This is the through XOR gate, NAND gate, as well as FOUT gate. This is the bit swim post processor output is RTL schematic in Xilinx ISC 9.2. And in this processor, we have calculated XOR function one human correction using the calibration techniques, using the metastability 12%, 56%. Proposed tree-based interleaver very easy. So tree-based interleaving I have choose to do that for better random interleaver we use because of master and interleaver use without performance loss. For performance loss and XOR function extraction, we use the tree-based interleaver process. In tree-based interleaver process, basically this type of the software implementation done in RTL schematic in Vivado. HLS 202.22 proposed system power will be 275 milliwatt and modified system 186 milliwatt and 3.8 and 3.2. This is the hardware true random number generation using the chip simulation process. Basically, this is the with oscillation provided. 2 oscillation ROSC1, ROSC2. And basically, this is the result of post pass p value of calculations and IST random test. And output sequence of this is the output sequence of TRNG test. Basically, output sequence of proposed TRNG, which I have proposed. And this is the flowchart. Basically, power, bitrate, randomness, and applications algorithm. Basically, and hardware sequence of PN sequence generation. This is the DRNG of schematic of article using the registrar elaborated. This is the 2 reg will be calculated in article schematic. This is the article schematic of 2 reg will be calculated. And different type of multiplier will be used. Constant current multiplier, constant coefficient multiplier. Constant coefficient multiplier basically even difference calculated and odd difference calculated. Basically in this process, a conventional approach array multiplier. Array multiplier initial combinations are used for the multiplication. Multiplication of probability of 0, probability of 1, probability of 2, which will generated. Addition for the P2 will be them, which is the final output. And for entropy calculation, we have used a different type of the array multiplier. Number of zeros, 750, number of ones.
Yeah, you have time limit. Just
yes,
please conclude.
Yes, regarding result analysis, and this is the conclusion. So conclusion is that, sir, regarding that, it is important that once designer selects the appropriate generator core, he is many degree of freedoms. So in TRNG, Vedic multiplication entropy of core will be 84.m. But merging a Vedic multiplier, entropy becomes increasing and bit rate and randomness also randomness decreasing and entropy becomes increasing. This is the conventional multiplier as well as Vedic multiplier. So if you use the 8x8 Vedic multiplier, then 4.486 nanosecond will be used and entropy becomes 94.62. It is the basically is the conclusion. Design of future scope will have the feedback. If you use a feedback generation Vedic multiplier.
Mr. Pratik, okay, we got it. Conclusion. Now we have question answer.
Yeah, this is a conclusion. Yes, sir, this is the references.
Okay, Mr. Pratik.
Yeah, this is the appendix. Yeah, this is the or more conclusion. New papers will be discussion with the literature review for the basically international.
Okay, fine, Mr. Pratik. Mr. Pratik. Okay, okay. Now time for question answers. So, what do you think that this Vedic multiplier is have any limitations?
No,
any
Vedic
limitations of
basically, yes, sir. Vedic there are so many of implementation process. Vedic multiplier will be used because of Xilinx ISC 9.2 will be used for that add and shifting multiplication process for that reason.
No, I'm asking any limitations of this your approach, novel approach.
Yeah, novel approach and limitation process depends upon the parameters, area, bit rate, as well as entropy. So for random number generation and true random number generation, if true random number generation, the entropy will be achieved through different software and hardware will be used. Basically, Xilinx ISC 9.2 gives a better entropy. So it is the expected. It is an expected Vedic multiplier giving in comparison with the conventional multiplier. So I have discussed area multiplier as a constant coefficient multiplier. So area multiplier, Vedic multiplier is a good randomness as well as a bit entropy comprehensive.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Pratik, single questions for you is that because you have inserted a lot of information in these slides. So a lot of questions are there, but due to time limit, I want to ask only one question to you. So the cryptography is the sequence you are going to generate through the Vedic multiplier instead of pseudo generators. So will it be compatible for both public key cryptography and private key cryptography as well?
Yeah, lightweight cryptography as well as the public as well as the private cryptography, both will be used for that is TRNG. And also TRNG is the if you choose a deterministic source and non-deterministic source, if you choose in the pseudo random number generation. Pseudo number generation is the non-random bits will be generation, not one geo sequence will be different. So this is a non-random. And if you choose a random number sequence, then lightweight cryptography is very good and efficient process.
Okay, thank you, Pratik.
For PN sequence generalizations. Okay, sir. Thank you. Simulation modeling.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Stop, Siri.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can. I would like to invite N. Shrikant, sir, for presentation on improved MAC control using fuzzy logic for enhancing battery lifetime in wireless sensor network. Shrikant, sir. Shrikant, sir, we are unable to hear you.
Mr. Shrikant, we are not getting your voice.
Sir, is it audible, sir? Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes. Carry on.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Srikant, and my paper is on improved MAC control using fuzzy logic for enhancing the battery life. Hello, sir. Is it audible to you, sir? Hello.
Yes, yes, carry on.
Hello, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you
Thank you, sir.
continue. We are hearing you.
Thank you, sir. And this is improved MAC control. And here, my name is N. Srikant. My name is N. Srikant, and my others are Dr. G. Yamuna, T. Shankar, and my name is N. Srikant, research scholar, Department of ECE, Anamla University, and my guide, T. Shankar, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, Anamla University, and my co-guide is Dr. G. Amana, Professor, Department of co-guide is Department of ECE, Anamla University. And nowadays, the wireless sensor networks is a tremendous ongoing research due to the applications in the various fields. So, the major is the high rate of data drop. Due to this data aggregation, the data aggregation performed on the sensor data can be lost. So, for selecting the appropriate path for the data and to increase the battery strategy is needed. In this paper, he doesn't know everything. Therefore, in this paper, I am policy because things are lost. Only all credit goes to you only. Given a much more pressure to you and myself also. It's your job for the but it's
they are being conserved. Except me. In the region, I do not understand. I want to be
Gina, please mute yourself. Sorry, sir, you can do more time.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, actually, I'm not getting his presentation very well.
Yes, actually, there is a little bit technical issue in our voice also.
The audio trouble is there.
Shrikant, sir, we are unable to hear you.
Madam, we can go for the paper number 4.
Yes, yes. Mr. Iluru Rajsekhar.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'd like to invite Iluru.
Yes, sir. Is it audible?
Shrikant, sir, we are unable to hear your presentation clearly.
Yeah, now is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir, we are unable to hear you. Yes, sir.
Now it is okay, madam.
No, sir, your voice is not audible properly, sir.
Yeah, there is issue, madam. I don't know what is going on now. Hello.
Yeah. Now it is a little bit okay.
Yeah. Now is it okay, madam?
Yeah, it is okay now.
Yeah. Thank you,
Mr.
madam.
Shrikant, please finish your presentation within time. Okay. Already
Yes, sir,
we have time lag.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And this is the WSN model, and this is the healthcare application, and healthcare application, sir. So here in this presentation, we are mainly concentrating on the energy aware radio activation MAC protocol, and this is mainly related to the MAC protocol.
Shrikant, sir, extremely sorry, we are unable to hear you. Please take some time to clear your technical issues.
MAC protocol description, and it consists of the data slots, and is being hierarchy and hello, madam.
Yes, sir.
Madam, some technical issue is going on. I think
you do it and complete in time.
Yes, sir.
Within 3 minutes, you have to complete your presentation.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Please, actually, your voice is not audible to everyone.
Yes, madam. Thing is, I am in a building in a college. That's why I think so. Can you give any afternoon session, madam? I will tell you.
Respected judges, what?
Yes, madam. Actually, there are some more papers are there related to the EC branch. So, if it is possible, I will be available over there. So, you can increase paper in afternoon session nearly 4 o'clock.
Okay, sir.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So you can present in the afternoon session.
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
Yes, madam. I will rectify this problem, madam. Something.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yes, madam. Please tell the time also.
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Yes, madam. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Iluru Rajashekhar, sir, for presentation on spectrum decision approach for cognitive radio-based IoT in 5-gram communication system. Respected sirs, Illuri sir is again facing some sort of issue. So can we move to the next one? Presentations are over.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So what shall better?
Yes, sir.
What shall better, madam, now?
So we will be moving to the another keynote speakers sessions.
Okay, and madam, we have evaluation sheet. Shall I share you?
So just a moment.
Hello, good afternoon, madam.
Sir, Sumit sir, you can share the to the coordinator. Share it to the coordinator.
Okay, fine, fine. So 2 presentations is not completed. So only 8 presentations, evaluations I'm sending.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Thank you to the Mr. Sumit Maitra sir and Dr. Amol Purohit sir for session.
Thank you.
Here. Thank you,
Thank
sir,
you.
for spending your valuable time with us. Thank you, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, madam. Is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir. But sir will be taking your presentation in the last session. Please give us some time. We'll definitely approach towards you.
Yes, madam. Afternoon session, madam.
Yeah.
Actually, ma'am, I have some commitment, so I have to leave now. So please let him continue for 5 minutes.
With your due permission, sir. With your due permission.
Yeah, can he finish by 5 minutes? Ask him.
Shrikant, sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, madam. Is my voice audible to you, madam?
Yeah, it is audible.
Yes, madam.
Can you please finish your presentation within 5 minutes? Then you can start your presentation.
Yes, madam. Just a minute.
Just go for the methodology and what work you have done. Not go for all slides. Specific slides you present.
Sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is N. Srikanth, and my paper is Improved MAC Control using Fuzzy Logic for enhancing battery lifetime in wireless sensor networks. N. Srikanth, Dr. G. Yamuna, and Dr. T. Shankar from Anamla University, sir. And mainly we are projecting here 2 protocols for energy efficiency and which leads to network lifetime. It is EARAP MAC protocol and EA-MAC protocol for healthcare applications. And this is the EARAP MAC protocol. And in the earlier studies, fuzzy logic has not been incorporated. But in our study, we had incorporated the fuzzy logic scheduler, where the fuzzy logic scheduler will take the decision to increase the battery life so that the network lifetime can be increased. And this is the cross-layer fuzzy logic scheduler having 2 queues. It is CRQ and DTQ module, so that the cross-layer schedule, depending on the input variables, not to wait to have a continued approach of transferring the data, the fuzzy logic scheduler plays an important role. And this is the FIS system where the CRISP inputs are applied to the fuzzy information unit and knowledge base rules are applied in making the decision, and the diffusification interference unit produces the CRISP output. And this is the FIS output for SNR is equal to 21.6 with a battery lifetime of 24.1. And next one is the SNR is equal to 39.2. The battery life is 25.9. And Next one is the FIS output for SNR is equal to 45.2. The battery lifetime is 27.6. So better the signal to noise ratio, better the battery lifetime of the wireless sensor network. And this is the FIS characteristics. And this is the BER versus number of sensor nodes for the EARAP MAC and EAMAC, and where the EARAP MAC provides better efficiency and better network lifetime when compared with the EAMAC. So in final conclusion, I say that in the experimental investigations, parameters like waiting time, bit error rate, battery life are considered. And for various values of SNR, 21.6, 39.2, and 45.2, the lifetime is 24.1, 25.9, and 27.6. And particularly at node 2, 7, and 8, the bit error rate is improved. And the bit error rate improvement is 0.474 at node 2, 0.455 at node 7, and 0.421 at node 8. So the bit error rate is being decreased. So whereas for the EAMAC, the bit error rate is high. So the better protocol is EARAP MAC. And for increased SNR for 45.2, EAMAC provides battery life of 62.40 hours, whereas the existing protocol has 506.25 hours, that is 21.06 days. In this way, the proposed improved MAC outperforms the existing strategy, providing the network functioning the last. And coming to the conclusion, so here the better the simulation studies showed that the proposed EARAP MAC outperforms as compared with the EAMAC, and in future we can analyze the battery lifetime of sensor network for different noise conditions and interfere conditions, sir. Thanking you, sir, for giving permission.
Mr. Shrikant, very nice presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I would like to ask you one question. How much battery lifetime you increase or improve in your research? How much battery lifetime? Up to how many?
Sir, actually, yes, sir. Sir, that is actually what I am telling is in the earlier studies, as observed in the presentation.
Yes.
It is for existing for the existing protocol EAMAC, the battery life is
Okay, I think now we should wind up, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah, better wind up.
Means it is around 21 days. 21 days.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Shrikant.
And whereas coming to the proposed MAC, EARAP 40 hours.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sir.
better wind up, ma'am. Already we have evaluated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Shrikant, sir. I heartily thank Mr. Sumit Kumar Mitra, sir, and Dr. Amol Purohit, sir, for session chair and spending their valuable time with us. Thank you so much. Sir.
Thank you, madam. It's our pleasure. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome keynote speaker. I hope that today inspires idea and discussions around the different field of research areas that we can make knowledge gain. Here we start with our keynote session. Welcoming Dr. Vitantonio Roma, sir, head of Geotechnical Engineering Department, Team Engineering, Spa, Italy. Dr. Vitantonio Roma, sir, is presently working. I request Shrikant, sir, to please mute yourself. Shrikant sir, please mute yourself. Sorry for the inconvenience. Dr. Vitantonio Roma, sir, presently working as a head of Geotechnical Engineering Department Team, Engineering SPA, Italy. He's a civil engineer with almost 25 years of experience in the field of civil engineering. He has gained experience in design, project and proposal management of infrastructures, railways and roadways, tunnels, bridges, building and power plants. He has been working on international projects in Europe, Asia, Africa, and USA. He holds a master's degree in structural engineering and a doctorate degree in geotechnical engineering from Technical University of Turin, Italy. He wrote about 30 technical scientific articles and 2 books on geophysical method, MASW, REM, HVRSR. He also holds a master in business administration from the Business School of ISOL 24 or the Sun 24 Journal. He has been proposal manager in Mary Engineering Technomount for the infrastructure department from 2007 to 2010 and head of proposal departments in team engineering from 2011 to 2017. He has been vice president of Geotechnical Committee of the Order of Engineers of Rome and deputy representative in the Geotechnical Committee of the Italian Council of Engineers. He is a member of National Association of Geotechnical Engineers, the International Society, Soil Mechanics and Foundation Engineering, the International Society Rock Mechanics, and the Italian Association of Railway Engineering. I heartily welcome you, sir, for the presentation.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It says that I cannot share because another participant is sharing the video. So there is another participant to the conference who is sharing the video, so I cannot share my own video.
Yeah. So please share your screen. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I can start. So the title of my presentation is the role of the geotechnical engineering in the civil engineering works. So here is an index. There will be an introduction, and then I will show some examples from as a case histories. Now, here I show some examples of the ancient geotechnical engineering works. So here we can see examples of foundations engineering. For example, in the Sphinx and the pyramids of the ancient Egypt, about 2,500 before Christ. And the temples in Agrigento, Sicily, 500 before Christ, so foundation engineering for this stone building. Also, the Chinese Great Wall was started before Christ and completed after Christ. The Colosseum in Rome, it was built before Christ. And also we have other examples, the Pharaohs, Alexandria, Egypt, 300 years before Christ. We have the Roman Via Appia is a main road built by the Romans. The Roman Dam, Emerita Augustus in Spain. Also, we find wooden piles in Venice, for example, 500 after Christ is an example of geotechnical and foundation engineering. Here, we have an example of excavation in rock, is the St. Patrick's Hall in Orvieto, Italy. It was built 1,500 after Christ, as a diameter of 13 meters and a height of 54 meters. You see here is a vertical tunnel, so tunneling engineering. Here we have the Pisa Tower, height 58 meters. And here, of course, geotechnical engineering is very important for the foundations and the inclination of the tower. Siena Tower, with a height of more than 100 meters, is another example where foundation engineering has an important role. Now, nowadays, we have several geotechnical engineering applications and activities. This figure has been modified from the book Geotechnical by John Atkinson, Professor John Atkinson, City University, UK. You can find the natural and artificial slopes, numbers 1 and 2. Then we have concrete and earth dams. Also, we have structures, bridges, skyscrapers, power plants, foundations, as an example of geotechnical engineering. Also, we have retaining structures for excavations, number 5, and tunnels, metro lines, mines, number 6. Roads, railway embankment, and pavimentations is number 7 here. And the constructions on soft soils is number 8. And foundations of offshore structures in the sea as a number 9. And also we have some other issues like vibrations and seismicity that belong to geotechnical engineering, and also waste disposals. Now in this table, just enlarge it. We can see the geotechnical type of solutions to several geotechnical engineering works. For example, so as a geotechnical type of solutions, we have foundations that can be shallow foundations, deep foundations, and the caisson foundations. Also, we have the ground improvement, the retaining structures like walls, sheet piles, rock improvement here, tie rods and metallic mesh supports, drainage and consolidation systems, hydraulic barriers, reinforced earth, geosynthetics, geothermia, and mixtures. Which are the geotechnical engineering works? The slopes, the ones that we have already mentioned in the previous slide, the slopes, natural and artificial, concrete and earth dams, structures in general, bridges, power plants, foundations, the excavations, tunnels, metro lines, mines, roads, railways, embankment and pavimentation, constructions of soft soils, foundations of shore structures. seismicity, vibrations, and waste disposal. For example, if we consider the structures, bridges, power plants, foundations, we may have the foundations, all types, shallow, deep, and caissons. We may have ground improvement and rock improvement or drainage and consolidation systems. If instead we talk about tunnels and the metro lines or mines, we may have ground improvement, written instructions for the portals of the tunnels, for example, rock improvement, and the tie rod metallic mesh supports for the portals, for example, and the drainage and consolidation systems. If we talk about, for example, the construction of soft soils, we may have deep foundations just to transfer the loads on the stiff layers that are at a certain depth. And also we have the ground improvement, we may have rock improvement, tie rods, metallic mesh supports, and drainage and consolidation systems. Also the use of geosynthetics or mixtures for soil treatment. So this table is very useful because it correlates the geotechnical engineering works and the geotechnical type of solutions that can be adopted. Now, let us go to the example number 1. The example number 1 is the Laurentiano landslide. It is part of the railway high speed between Bologna and Florence in Italy. This is the alignment, and the Laurentiano landslide was close to Bologna city. Now, by a seismic point of view, the zone is the zone number 3 according to the Italian seismic classification of 2006. The estimated PGA was 0.04 G, so quite a low seismicity. The geological formation is that one of Monte Adone that belongs to the Pliocene medium superior, and there is an alternation of very thin clay layers and sandstone layers that are responsible for the landslide, we say. So this is a geological profile of the high-speed railway between Bologna and Florence. Laurentiano landslide is here at this drainage. Now, this is a photo of the landslide. We can see here there is the high-speed railway. On the left side, we go to Bologna. On the right side, to Florence. The landslide is indicated here by the yellow arrows that gives an idea of the movement of the landslide. Here we have a road connecting two little towns, and on the left side we have an artificial tunnel, and on the right side of the road we have a wall, a retaining structure that was built to retain the landslide. So here we can show just some collapse, a collapse that occurred just after the start of the excavations. And here you can see that the material is quite rigid, but there are some very thin layers, clay layers, where landslide occurs. So if we look at the cross section of the landslide, we can see this is upstream and this is downstream. Here is the position of the high-speed railway. So this is the retaining structure that has been built to retain all this landslide that is supposed to slide following this sliding surface that is about 15 meters thick. In order to retain, to prevent a landslide, so on one side the retaining structures here, the wall was built, and also a drainage system made of draining wells, 4 draining wells here and 5 draining wells here, were executed in order to lower the water table that was the main source of sliding. Now, here we can see the technical units and the soil parameters. So the sliding deposit above the sliding surface is made of sandy silts. Actually, it's quite good material with the 35 degrees and 10 kilopascal of effective cohesion. Then we have the sliding surface that is made of clay thin layers who have zero cohesion and a shear angle between 13 and 19 depending on the deformation along the landslide. And at the base, we have the soft rock base that is made of siltstones and fine sandstone, a very quite good material with 100 kilopascal of effective cohesion and 35 degrees as a shear angle. Here, there is the monitoring system that has been set to monitor the displacements of the slides and also the water table pressure. So we also see the piezometers that are indicated as with the letter P and the inclinometers with the letter I. And also we have a lot of soil investigation, home penetration tests, and boreholes that have been performed on the upper part and on the lower part of the landslide. Here, this is the railway, high-speed railway, and this is the wall that has been built in order to prevent the landslide. This is the road. Now, to see a complete image of the monitoring system, you see this is the upper part of the landslide, and this is the lower part, and this is the railway. And this is the wall that has been built in order to prevent the landslide. Now, this is a cross-section of the wall that has been built. You can see here the railway is just close to the wall, and the wall is made of a first row of piles with 1.5 meters diameter, a second row of piles, and also rectangular structural elements here. And the maximum length of the piles is about 32 meters, considering maximum 8 or 9 meters here. Also, there is a drainage system consisting of micro drains with a length of 40 meters, 3 orders, 3 rows, in order to lower the water table inside inside the land. Here, instead, is the typical section of the draining well. You see here that from the well that has a diameter of 5 meters, there are several rows of micro drains that take lower the water table. Now, after the construction of the retaining of the wall or the retaining structure, immediately after the excavation downstream the wall there were some displacements of about ranging between 15 and 25 millimeters on the top of the wall, and then the movements were stopped. So the displacements are stable, means that the retaining wall is stable. Here, instead, we have the same landslide, but on the other side of the road. We see here where is the artificial tunnel that has been built in order to prevent the landslide. And here we have 3 wells, draining wells, 1, 2, 3, with radial micro drains in order to lower the water table. Also here we have many drains starting from the one side of the artificial tunnel. These are the cross sections of the artificial tunnel. This is a plan view. You see that in this situation here, we have a double row of piles, of course. Here is Bologna from this side and Florence from this side. This is a photo of the final configuration of the artificial tunnel that has been built, the high-speed railway. This is a landslide, and here is a model that was made using Fluxys. This is a typical software. This is the photo of the taken from Google Earth of the current situation here. So this is the artificial tunnel and also the high-speed railway. Here it starts a tunnel towards Florence. This is a bridge towards Bologna city. And this is the wall that has been built in order to prevent the landslide. Now we go to the second example, that is the power plant Galliano, Sicily, also in Italy. So this is a power plant from Eni. The gas power plant is located in Galliano, Sicily, Italy, on a floodplain of the stream Galliano, on a slightly inclined slope about 10 degrees from east towards west. You see this direction. The area is of medium to high seismicity, and according to the new National Seismic Classification, we see that PGA is 0.35. See here. So this is a cross-section of the power plant. We have mainly 3 types of structures. The first structure is the blowdown system with a height of about 50 meters here. Then we have the steel frame with 3 compressors, 1, 2, and 3 compressors, and also a frame here, building. All the structures are founded on piles, foundations here, because as we will see, the superficial layer is made of very soft deposit. You see? So these are the geotechnical units, and this is the geology. So on the basis of the results of both the geotechnical investigations and the geotechnical information, 3 main geological units can be recognized from the ground level going down below. So the first layer is alluvium deposit. Then we find a weathered and the plastic varicolor clays, stiff clay, and then a very stiff brown clays with blocks of parsalinite that belongs to the flesh mitico. So now, by geotechnical point of view, we have the superficial ground, almost 1 meter, and then we have grains into clay and silty matrix. That is a alluvium deposit. And then below we have the weathered plastic clay that corresponds to the weathered and plastic varicolor clays, and then stiff clay and very stiff clay. The PGA is, as I said, is 0.35 G. It is quite strong, and the site type is E according to Eurocode and to Italian seismic code. We also performed some seismic tests, MASV and seismic retraction in order to find the shear wave velocity. And what we got is that the geotechnical unit number 2, that is the alluvium deposit, is very soft with a shear wave velocity of about 80 meters per second. So it's very, very low. And the thickness ranges between 0 and 7 meters. So for this reason, piles foundations were executed in order to transfer the load from the ground level to the stiff clay below 7 meters here. Now, this is a table that shows which types of foundations, piles foundations were adopted for the several structures. So for the under the blow down system, a mat with 8 board piles was used. The length of the piles is 20 meters for the structures, and diameter ranges between 0.6 and 1 meters. Under the free compressors, a mat with 12 board piles was adopted, and under the steel frame and the concrete building, board piles were adopted. Here we have also the maximum axial load at ultimate limit states condition on each pile of foundations. On the right side, instead, we have the result of a lab test that was performed in order to find the Andrés strength CU. Here, instead, is a representation. Okay, so we can see here the model that has been made under one compressor. 12 piles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 board piles under the compressor. A finite element model was built in the SAP model, so in the SAP software, in order to study source structural dynamic interaction. And specifically, a care was taken about the natural frequencies of the soil deposit and the verification that no resonant conditions occur. Means that, you see, we have the resonant frequencies of the deposit for shear waves is about 3 Hz. And for Rayleigh waves is about 6.8 Hz, while the resonant frequency of the structure itself is 10.9 Hz, and the exercise, the working resonant frequency of the compressor is about 16 Hz. So the distance from the working frequency of the compressors and the frequency of resonance of the ground and the structure is enough not to have resonant conditions. Here, instead, is the result of the load test on the file number 5, and here is the photos of the test that has been performed. And what we can see is that the settlements of under the load of about 650 kilonewtons is less than 0.5 millimeters. Now, next example, Branicello tunnel, so tunneling engineering. Here, Branicello tunnel is a tunnel that belongs to the railway Lamezia-Catanzaro Lido in Calabria, Italy. Here, this photo shows the This photo shows the portal. We see here the cemented pipes of the umbrella arc that were installed in order to prevent any failure from the roof of the tunnel. And here we have a macropiles wall with the tie rods and splits beton. Here is the photo on the lateral side. We see the cemented pipes of umbrella arc. Okay, it's very clear here. And this is a portal longitudinal profile, just as a drawing that shows the longitudinal profile. Here starts the natural tunnel, and here is the sheet pile of micropiles of the portal. This is the transversal cross section of the portal, which we see here the macropiles, sheet piles, and here is the tunnel. Okay, here we can see the geological profile. Here we can see the geological profile of the 3 tunnels that were built. The first one is the Planicello tunnel that was built by means of a traditional method for the excavation. And here are the Canamunda tunnel and the Monaci tunnel that instead were built using the tunnel boring machines. Now, looking at the Planicello tunnel, we can see that by geological point of view, we have silts and clays on the 2 portals, left and right. And in the middle, we have conglomerates in sandy matrix with some gypsum. As you can see, the overburden is just less than 20 meters. So very, very low overburden. The technical parameters of the several geotechnical units are here shown. And here, instead, we have the longitudinal section of the Planicello tunnel. We see this is the phase of the excavation. Excavation goes from left towards right. So there is the preliminary lining that is made of metallic ribs here with splits beton. Also, we have a drainage perforated pipes here, in order to prevent water inflow. And also we have the cemented structural elements, VTR, that are made in order to keep stable the face during excavation. Then, after the preliminary lining, we have the final lining made of concrete, reinforced concrete here. But here is a transversal section of the tunnel, in which we can see all these points represent the cemented VTR that are glass structural elements. And also we have the drainage system here, one here, in order to prevent water inflow. And here we have the complete final lining that has been designed. But unfortunately, there was a failure of just behind the start, the micropiles wall, because when the length of the umbrella arc, that was 16 meters, finished, there was not anymore a protecting system and the failure occurred. So in this case, there was a failure here in this zone. You see, this is the portal, and the umbrella arc finished just here, and here there was the failure hole, and then a jet gravity system then was adopted in order to restart. Next example concerns the lateritic residual soils in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, and here we are in the railway Idu Kaduna, Nigeria. We see that the embankment height is about 18 meters, not bad. And talking about the lateritic residual soils that are found also in other zones of the world near equator. So we can see that the lateritic soil stands up without any structure, but it may happen that it may fail. In fact, this excavation failed here. After more than 6 months, the excavation was made, and then a final wall was built in order to reshape the slide here. Now, some tests were performed on the lateritic soils in Pisa University by Professor Diego Lopresti, and several types of lab tests were performed: triaxial, consolidated K-node and drain tests, direct shear tests in different drainage, different saturation conditions, dry, wet, and saturated, odometer tests, and classification, of course. Now, what comes from the lab test is that lateritic soils has an effective equation C prime that changes depending on the saturation degrees. So it means that when the sample is dry with a very low saturation degree, effective cohesion is very high, may reach 300 kilopascal. That is typical of a soft rock. Why? When the saturation degree increases, reaching 100%, the effective cohesion C prime drops down almost to zero. So this is a typical behavior of lateritic soils that are characterized by some molecular links that depends on the saturation degree. Next example, the Pisa Tower. It's a very famous example of geotechnical engineering. So here, okay, we know that Pisa Tower inclination was increasing with time, with years, and then pipes were used for extraction of the ground under excavation on one side of the tower in order to reduce the inclination of the tower. And here, this photo lasts to May 2001, when I went there to make some seismic tests on the Pisa Tower. So here, maybe it's better to enlarge. Okay, you can see on the horizontal axis the time, the heat. Nowadays, okay. This is taken from a paper by Professor Barland, UK, 1998. You see here that the inclination degrees of the tower reached the maximum level in 2000 at about 5.44 degrees. Okay, with some jumps at a certain dates. And the settlement in meters is here represented. You see that the maximum settlement on one side of the tower, base of the tower in 2000 was about 4 meters. Now, here is shown the stratigraphy under the Pisa Tower. We can see that the inclination is towards the south side. So we have from north to south side. We have sandy clay seals and upper sand, upper clay, intermediate sand, lower clay, lower sand. So water table here, and then the responsibility, the cause of the Pisa Tower, the inclination was pumping water from the layer C over the years. So pumping the water caused the inclination of the tower. As a solution, the ground extraction from layer A north side, so some samples of ground were extracted from the base in order to reduce the inclination. And you see that here in 1999 they started the ground extraction. In 2000, and you see that the rotation in the other direction was satisfactory, and also settlements in centimeters was about 16 centimeters on the north side, so that the tower inclination reduced.
Sorry for inconvenience, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience. I request please proceed the presentation further, as we are really running a short of time.
Okay, how much time do you have?
So approx 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So here we performed some mass investigations in the Pisa Tower. So here we see the dispersion relation in Pisa, frequency and phase velocity. And this is the shear wave velocity that was found. So we go to cost, safety, and feasibility. So only to show one thing, here in railway, a bill of quantities in a railway engineering. So we see here that the geotechnical engineering works represented 33% of the total cost of the rail works. If you consider the presence of tunnels, this percentage can be doubled. In fact, can reach 60% of the total costs. So, concluding, we can say that geotechnical engineering significantly affects civil works, feasibility, safety, cost, and time. Geotechnical engineering is based on scientific methods. However, observation of real behavior and the failures is essential. Uncertainty in design must be compensated by proper safety factors and observational approach to prevent failures. And geotechnical investigations are essential to reduce uncertainty, costs, and construction time. Here is also reported the bibliography. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Andrés Falótico, sir, Senior Lecturer and EMBA Director from Universidad Antonio Maredi, Spain. Dr. Falótico, sir, presently working as a Senior Lecturer and EMBA Director in Madrid, Spain. He holds Doctoral Management, Master's in Business Administration, Master in Education, Lawyer and Journalist, Private Pilot, certified coach and family therapist. Ham radio licensed, investigated to the United Nations as a speaker. Management of large platforms of information system, development process, and implementation in large-scale projects with high level of interlocution, manager of distribution, commercial and corporate process, extensive knowledge in project management. Postgraduate university professor with excellence in teaching techniques and good quality content. He has developed a high-level androgenic teaching system, simple and easy for students, certified by Higher Education Academy as Senior Fellow for high teaching standards using a student-centered based approach. Director of Master Programs in Management, Electronic Government, Information Technology, Finance, and MBA, main member of Doctoral Council of the UNEFA, Head of Studies, and Administrator of Online Courses under the model platform, both online and in person. Registration and assignment of course to teachers, creation of owned courses and integral management of the tool, evaluations, video conference, blog. Community manager, expert with extensive experiences in social networking since 80s when they were handled through voice using ham radio equipment. Creator of a social network 2.0 concepts on Twitter with specific strategies to position people or public and private institutions. Management and promotion of social networks, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pinterest, and Google, plus management of AdWords campaign and Yahoo Bing network, trend monitoring, big data, and audience analysis. Nationality and internationally awarded, one of them the Anquid Day of Andrés, Enares Quid by the City of Miami in United States. Venezuelan, North American, and Italian citizens, Spanish, English, high level. I heartily welcome you, sir, for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dia, for your presentation. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to be in this World Conference of Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology. My part will be probably the most related to the area of human resources and workforce, since this is one of my main lines of research. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the impact of new technologies on workforce. Definitely, we are living in a society full of, oh, I'm sorry, I'm here changing the slides. Okay, we're living in a society that is changing. We are adapting. My concept of this moment in life for humankind is that we have three different words. One, the traditional one, the one we know without the extensive use of technology. Then the information society, meaning a world with internet, with automation, with robotics, with different tools that are helping us be aware of everything. But then there is a third word that I call, and it is called by academics, the knowledgeable society. The knowledgeable society is somehow understanding that it is not enough to have all the information just by clicking a web page on the internet. You also need to know what to do with it. you also need to know how to apply this information. That's why it is very interesting, all the conferences that we have today in the 41st WCASET here in Ethiopia. I see that, but not applicable in society. I'm receiving a message here. Well, I don't understand the concept of this question. If you could elaborate a little bit more. So I go back to my presentation introduction. As I said, evaluating the last 2 centuries, the productive environment of our societies have experienced several industrial revolutions. Those industrial revolutions have caused great changes in production that have in turn generated important changes in societies of all time. The digital transformation, of course, that has been incorporated into the basis of companies, each of one in its measure, has not yet reached its maximal potential, but has changed the way we live and therefore the way we work. There is a fear, of course, of losing jobs due to automation and new technologies development. And this may increase the wage inequality in the labor market between groups of highly qualified workers and large number of people trying to access jobs that require less training. The European Commission actually back in February 2019 showed a study of the impact of digitalization in the labor market. Please be aware that I am not saying in any way that new technologies are a negative aspect. No, totally different. This is an analysis of how, as society and governments, we need to behave, and also the people involved in technology needs to understand the dimension of a new technology. I do remember going to a conference, a worldwide conference, in which there was a PhD in artificial intelligence. And I remember she was saying, ask me anything that you want, and we do it. But I need people from the human resources area. I need people from the legal area. I need people even from the medical aspects to tell me if this is possible, if this is feasible, if this is something I should do as an engineer, a top-class engineering in the artificial intelligence area. So by saying that, let's analyze a concept that we all know very well: information and communication technology, the ICT. In relation to work and companies and their workers, these ICT concepts have increased the possibility for companies to produce better quality works in shorter times. This is, of course, the very basic of any company in the world. Produce better, shorter times, so you can increase the inventory turnover and have more profits. That makes sense. Of course, from the point of view of workers, this will increase their free time, leading at the same time a change in relationship between clients, workers, and between workers and companies. So this is kind of a happy ending story for everyone. We can see it as a positive change as long as it is used in a good way. Therefore, it is important to provide workers and all users with a good and correct digital education. in order to avoid leisure in the offices or the lack of competitiveness between companies. Digital education is once again an element of growing importance for a responsible and positive use of new technologies by users, workers, or companies that are and to get the most out of the use of information and communication technology. See, this is kind of the other side of the coin. If we have everybody engage in the environment of developing new technologies, the use of new technology, that the people will get benefits out of it, no problem. But remember that sometimes companies and employees may not understand the dimension of using technology. We will say and we will talk today and tomorrow about a lot of different aspects and how to apply engineering and technology systems in this interesting conference today in Ethiopia. But depending on how we use it, the results. Of course, there will be, and there are actually new type of works that emerge from the development and application of new technologies. They provide different contractual forms. Now we talk, and actually, I will say that we need to thank somehow the pandemia to introduce the work from home as we are actually doing now. Online conferences become more popular. This widespread use of new information and communication technologies in the workplace is absolutely widespread and has changed the rules of the game. Again, accelerated by the pandemic. Of course, it's a sad situation because a lot of people were affected, families were affected. So the only, let's say, it is a consequence of this sad situation, I mean in COVID, that we have, well, the remote work. So these scenarios, we must question the fundamental rights of workers, because when are we actually disconnecting? Are we connected all the time? We have our portable devices, mobile phones, cellular phones. We are connected all the every single minute. We don't have the possibility of really disconnect. So there should be discipline and control in every areas, production being one of them. Actually, we have a problem with the geolocation. We need to prevent companies for interference in the personal life of the worker. Everything is being recorded. We just saw the recent scandal when the Finland Prime Minister is a young lady, professional, she's the Prime Minister, but somebody recorded her dancing and having fun with their friends. Is anything wrong with that? No. But how do we know it? We know it because there was a journalist there? No. We know it because they were using different technologies that allowed people and social network that is really creating a whole problem in the workplace. Let me give you just an example. You are launching a new product with a new technology, with extremely good, let's say, applications. and you will solve 100,000 problems with this new technology. But you have social network. Now we are all the same in the social network. It's a total democracy dash anarchy. Why? Because someone with no experience, with no studies, with no physical or any scientific evidence is able to criticize your work, to criticize your technology, to criticize your new development. Actually, people can criticize a Nobel Prize winner. We have freedom of speech. In social networks, everybody is the same. And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm just saying that sometimes you may abuse. And maybe someone that is creating a perfect new technology is being criticized by someone that has no idea whatsoever, that has no knowledge, no studies, nothing related to that field. And they are just willing to criticize even a Nobel Prize winner. Is that fair? No, but those are the paradigms that we are facing right now. And we got to be careful and we need to be aware. Now, in the course of technological evolution, machines helped men who run them completely. Meanwhile, the man was enjoying his internet connection. Later, we transcended the phase of absolute dependence on the internet. Now it is machines that connect to the internet to help us. The next phase, which is imminent, will consist of things, robots, interacting with the environment autonomously and independently of human control, with the possibility that people combine with robots to improve themselves. That's the next phase in this development of technology, the cyborgs. They need for professional retraining in the face of new labor paradigms posed by new technologies, poses challenges for the present and future of countries around the world. Given the situation we are facing with technological advances, they require professionals with specific skills, and educational systems of the future must be prepared to face the new era. Talking again about Finland, for example, automated companies demand specialized professionals, but find that the training offer has not provided enough workforce for the necessary competencies and skills for the labor market. So, on one hand, we have low-skilled people, or maybe jobs that are really repetitive, being replaced by software, by robots, by artificial intelligence. So we need a completely professional retraining. We need to recycle workers. I was recycled. I mean, you may be recycled. We need to be recycled, but professionally. I mean, we need to be retrained to use technologies. We're not just professors anymore. We are professors plus educational technology expert plus whatever field we specialize, depending on our lines of research. So since we were running late, I want to leave space for questions and comments. So I would like to jump into the conclusions of this keynote presentation that I'm delivering today for this World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and technology. The future scenarios proposed by the organization's consultants foresee an increase in the impact of technology on the employment on scientific and intellectual technicians and professionals, as well as directors and managers. Actually, some of them are being here today, directors and managers of different companies, today and tomorrow. On the contrary, the incidence will be reduced in accounting and administrative employees, qualified workers in the manufacturing and construction industries, operators on facilities, machineries and assemblers. Tasks related to digital technologies will increase, while more automatic tasks such as administrative on manufacturing change will be reduced. The transformations that are taking place in the production process and the economy demands new policies for education, training, and the provision of income. Policies needed that allows the majority of the population to keep their jobs or take care of those that are born in the technological revolution. It is also necessary to assist them with dignity in the event of loss or lack of employment. Definitely, we know that there will be people losing jobs. How can we retrain them? I do remember when there were in a lot of companies worldwide, they were using typewriters. Probably you remember it. And computers came along. People were scared. Now to send a letter, I need to use a computer. I was using a typewriter. Well, that change happened. And these workers were retrained, most of them. Some of them definitely never knew how to use a computer, and they are still people that are not really engaged into any of this technological development, something as basic as a computer. Anyhow, the limitation of times that the workers makes available for the employer is one of the challenges we face. The possibility of constant connection destroys personal and work boundaries, along with the inherent frustration of those who are not able to manage their time. We see it in Asian countries. This stress, it must be addressed from labor laws through the creation of institutions such as the right to disconnect or the right to rest. There are even new psychological pathologies that are being developed as we speak. People that are just addicted to work just because they're connected every time. For this reason, government policies should tend to provide training in relation to new technology with a greater effort than has been carried out so far. Access to labor markets from the university is also the responsibility of the company. Therefore, it is essential that the company-state binomial is guaranteed through legislative policies that contribute to the achievement of this association. We therefore understand that it is through social dialogue and negotiation that these labor reforms are sustained. Remember that we create technology, we launch technology, but somehow labor laws and labor relations go behind. And education and retraining, again, they go behind. They need to keep up with the new developments, with the new creations, innovation, and the new technologies created by engineers worldwide. So maybe my speech here today, although it is linked with technology, try to give you a sense, a taste of what we need to understand when we are applying all these engineering and technology aspects into the world. That maybe you need someone from management, that maybe you need an expert from whatever field you are developing to understand what will be the impact and how to analyze it beforehand, before you launch it, or even considering within the launch of a new product, of a new development, to have a 360-degree angle, not only the aspects related to pure science in terms of technology or engineering. That's what I'm saying. I have had hundreds of engineers studying MBAs. Why? Because they also need management tools to understand how to develop better their products and how to develop them better in the workplace. So as you see, this is really an important aspect. We are all humans at the end of the day. Here's my email, my name, here based in Spain at the Nebrija University. I have tried to fit the time, and I'm allowing some minutes for questions or comments. Thank you very much for inviting me, and it'll be my pleasure to answer or to hear your comments about my presentation. Thank you very much. If anyone has a question, I will be more than happy to answer. I'm sorry? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the sharing your wonderful knowledge and excellence. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks to all of you. And I hope the rest of the conferences will be good for everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcoming to the technical session 2. I welcome all the participants to technical session 2 and technical parallel session 2. I request all the technical parallel session 2 participants to enter the breakout room. There is a short notice for the participants. There will be a 10 minutes of break. We'll be shortly back within 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Talhi on behalf of Dr. Abdullah Basuni. I'm trying to see our session here. Okay, at 12:07 is not here. Hello? Blockchain technology. Nobody's answering.
Do you hear me? Hello? 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 Is here the panel? Hello?
Hello, guys.
Hey. Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
There is an echo when I talk to you guys.
Sir, my name is Altaf Hussain Basha.
Yeah, this is Dr. Talhi on behalf of Dr. Basuni. Okay, we have presentation blockchain technology adoption in Canadian organization as empirical analysis for a future outlook. I would like to see, okay, what is our session? What time is our session?
Yes, it should start in another 2 minutes as per schedule.
Yes, so we are starting our session. Sorry for the inconvenience. I request all the participants to join their breakout rooms. I welcome our session chair, Dr. Sheikh Altaf Hussain Sir, Professor in Computer Science Engineering, Krishna Chaitanya Institute of Technology, Science, Andhra Pradesh. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam.
I'd like to invite Dr. P. Vamsi Krishna, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Warangal, India. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. I'd like to invite Dr. Srishet Chabra, sir, Member of Faculty, Department of Management, Delhi College Business School, Madhya Pradesh. Welcome, sir.
Excuse me, Diana, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Talhi on behalf of Dr. Abdullah Bassiouni. We have a presentation today. Okay, it's on blockchain technology adoption in Canadian organization. I just saw your agenda. Okay, it's not listed there.
We'll let you know, sir, within a moment.
Yeah, but because I'm at work right now, could you give me the time so I can just take time so I can. Hello?
Might be in the technical parallel session too.
What are you saying?
It might be in the technical parallel session too. It's not in this room.
Okay. So what time, please?
So on behalf of which candidate you are presenting? Which participants on behalf of you are presenting?
It's very difficult for me to hear you guys. Okay, there is an echo. Okay, when you talk, I'm not able to understand what you're saying.
So please join the breakout room.
Yeah, can you just instead of talking, okay, just the chat so I can understand?
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Dia.
Yes, sir.
This is Roshan Nayak. My session is technical parallel session 2A.
Yes, sir. Please join the breakout rooms.
Should I log out and log in separately?
Oh, log in the breakout rooms. You will get the option over there. You should log in that breakout room.
Oh, okay. Where is that option is? Hello.
Yes, sir. It is in your screen. It is right on the right side, lower.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, judges. I'd like to invite M. Ramadevi, ma'am, for presentation on an overview on applications and development in education on agenda-based ontological cooperative learning. M. Ramadevi. Am I audible to you, Ramadevi? Respected judges, with your due permission, can we move to the next presenter? I'd like to invite Shivam Tarte, presentation on component eye, nose, mouth based face recognition using deep learning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
So our topic is component-based face recognition using deep learning. So my name is Shivam Tarte.
Yes, sir. Just a moment. There is a small announcement to the participants. There will be 10 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes of questionnaire. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
So my name is Shivam Tarte. I am from MIT WPU University. I currently graduated from my university. So I am an EC student. So currently I am pursuing artificial intelligence. So
excuse me, Diana. Excuse me, Diana.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have, I wrote on the chat. Would you please, respond to my
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm responding.
conversation?
I'm responding.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
So first of all, the face recognition is an important research problem spanning numerous fields and disciplines. So facial recognition is used in many fields. So in addition to having numerous practical applications such as bank card identification, access control, mugshot, security monitoring, surveillance system, and different sectors, the facial recognition is used. So why we are doing this, why we choose this specific topic, that a component based facial recognition. So we see in today's life, if we see a dead body, sometimes it is damaged. So the damaged face, it is having a damaged face. So to recognize person's identity, we are doing this project, we are writing this paper. So in natural disasters also, like person's face get damaged, so just because of its iris or its nose, we can identify the person. In robbery, if someone is wearing mask or something, we can identify it through their iris. And in occluded images where person is not clearly identifiable. So objective is to, so we are dividing this project into two parts. So we are creating facial landmark detections, and then we are processing it through deep neural network to get if the person, if the two images of a person are of a two images of a same person, is it of same person or not? So what we are doing is we take two inputs. So we are inspired from this paper, Siamese network feature for image matching. So from this we are learn about how the deep learning technology can be used to do facial detection. Then in second we are learn about how L1 norms can be used to image encodings to find out if the images of persons are of are of same person or not. Then we are use understanding interclass knowledge inside CNN. So we have to gain knowledge about how CNN works and how it is identifying if the person is same or not. So we are inspired from this paper. So so for the project description, so we use photos of images of celebrities. So in the data set contains celebrities, and in every data set there is 10 photos of a same person, different at different angles and different reactions. And what we are doing is we are taking positive images and negative images. For positive images, if the person if the two images are of same person, then it is we would give the label as 1. And if the person are of if the images are of the different persons, so they you give the label as 0. So for positive and negative. So what we have done is, first we have taken we have used a pre-trained model called Hercascade model for facial landmark detection. So as you can see in the images, we can identify the jawline from 1 to 17. Then we can identify the landmark of eye from 37 to 42. Then from 43 to 43 to 48, we are identifying the left eye and right eye. Then like this we are locating the locations of the eyes and eyes, mouth and nose. So after doing this, what we do is we do pre-processing, some pre-processing to crop out images. We take some offset at the upside and the downside and the left and right, and then we crop out a rectangle image from it, and we take the eye from it. Then what we do is we process it through the deep neural network to give a label 1 or 0, positive or negative, if the two person are same or not, or two persons same or not. So what we have used is Siamese network model. So we have modified the Siamese model. So it takes two input. If the person A and B are same, then it will give output label as 1, and if the person 1 and A and B are different, then it will give output label as 0. So we have used what we have done is we have used image encodings. So by using image encodings, we crop out information of the image in a vector form, and then what we do is we take image encodings of both the images, and then we do use L1 norm formula to maintain the relationship between these two encodings and to give output as a 1 or 0. So for this we have done on facial recognition. So this is for facial recognition. For facial recognition through eye, we have took out like this Shah Rukh Khan's eye. We cropped out and we have took some offset and we have done some pre-processing. Then for this we have done some calculations. So we have saw that we have found out the F1 score for it as 0.81 for negative examples, and for positive example it was 0.82. Then for nose, we also did the pre-processing, different kind of pre-processing, like taking out the width to height ratio. So we took the height to width ratio and we took out the nose from it. Then we got the accuracy of 89% for negative images and 90% for positive images. Similarly, we have also done it for mouth also. So we got an accuracy of 60%. So this was our research. Thank you.
Hello. Any questions from the respected judges?
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir.
What are the difference between machine learning and deep learning?
So deep learning is a part of machine learning. So it is a subset of machine learning. So like machine learning also consists of logistic regressions, clustering models. But in deep learning we have only one, that is we use deep neural network, we use convolution neural network or RNNs or transformers from that. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning.
Okay. What is ROI?
Region of interest.
How to calculate?
So for this image, what we have done is we took the we have found out the location of the eye. Then we found out that the point number 29 and 42 are upmost and lowermost point. Then we have taken offset from it, so from upside and downside. And for the left and right also we have did the same, taking 40 and 37 point, and we have taken the region of like that, the region we want, crop out the region.
What type of program language you used?
Python.
Python. What type of the accuracy measures using? How to calculate the accuracy measure? Accuracy.
Can you tell in simple words, sir?
Accuracy. How to calculate the result accuracy measure using?
So okay, so you are asking about confusion matrix, right?
How to calculate the result method?
So we calculate precision then recall, and then we take reciprocal of 1 upon precision plus 1 upon recall, and then we take the product of it and summation of it, and then we reciprocate that to give the F1 score. And precision and recall consists of 2 positive images, 2 negative images. So it consists of calculations like ratio of true positive upon true positive plus false positive.
Okay, what are the difference between recall and precision?
So precision is used, sir. The formula for those two are different. So we calculate I don't remember perfectly the formula, sir.
It is a IRF method. Okay, na?
Yes, sir.
It is a IRF method using.
Yes.
Okay. What are the future developments in our work?
So for now, we are done only on eyes, mouth, and nose. So what we can do is we can take the vertical half of face from up and down, and horizontal half of vertical half left or right, and horizontal half up and down. So it can be used for person who are wearing mask to identify the person who are wearing mask.
How much
ocular images?
How much record you used data set size?
So we consist of 50 celebrities, and each consists of 10 images. Each celebrity consists of 10 images.
It is very small data set.
Yes, it was small, but
it is applicable to large data set.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is applicable to large data set also. The bigger the data set, the more it will be good like that, and more the variation in the data set, the more it will learn.
Okay. Ask another question, Arya.
Yes, sir.
Okay, madam. Hello. Any queries to other?
Yes, sir. So can we move to the next presenter?
Ask any queries to other?
Any more questions from the respected judges?
Okay. You call your next up.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite Bindu Vikraman, ma'am, for presentation on date fruit classification and sorting system using artificial intelligence, application of transfer learning.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Ma'am, I think the last person is still sharing the screen.
Yes. 1 second, ma'am. I request Shivam sir to please close your screen, sir. Shivam sir, am I audible to you? Shivam sir?
Okay, start the presentation.
Ma'am, please start your presentation.
Ma'am, it shows like you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. So they have to.
Sir is not responding, ma'am. I'm really sorry. Shivam sir, please, am I audible to you? Please stop your screen, please, sir. Shivam sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Please end your slide. Please stop your
Sorry.
screen.
Sorry.
Share the PPT.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, please share your slide. Bindu, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to share now. Could you see me now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you.
Madam, go to slide floor.
Sir, is it okay now?
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay, fine. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Ms. Bindu, lecturer from Udasa, Sultanate of Oman, would like to welcome you all to my presentation on date fruit classification and sorting system using artificial intelligence, application of transfer learning. This paper is based on a funded project to design and develop intelligent date sorting system. Actually, in Oman, 50% of its total agricultural land and 80% of all fruit crops as date fruit. It's the most significant agricultural crop in the country. Sophisticated technologies are used to enhance the date fruit production in the country, but still it's sorting and grading after post-harvesting as infant stage. So this project is to design an intelligent system for date classification. Manual date fruit classification is based on quality of the fruit, and it is tedious, inconsistent, and time consuming. Moreover, it depends on the accuracy of the classification, depends on the person's sensor quality. It varies from person to person. So as a solution to this problem, we propose a transfer learning based date fruit classification system. In this system, we have an electromagnetic system, that means a conveyor belt. The movement of the fruits classified is controlled by the conveyor belt speed. We place that fruit on the conveyor belt, and images are taken by the webcam. That image is given for classification. Here we use transfer learning. So for the comparison of accuracy, we applied the technologies MIT app and a teachable machine. The classification result is given to a microcontroller based system. So based on the classification result, this microcontroller activate a piston at a time. Using that piston, we move the particular dates to a particular bin. Yes, sir.
Sorry, slide is not being visible.
Slide is not
usually
moving.
ask, it's not moving. Okay, 1 second, sir. I shall exit the stop sharing and I 1 second, sir. I shall stop sharing and shall try 1 second.
Okay.
Sir, could you see the abstract now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can proceed, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't change the slide. I was still in abstract already. Okay, shall I proceed?
Yeah. Please proceed.
Okay, fine. So we used the two systems, MIT app and teachable machine for the classification of the dates. Both MIT app and the teachable machine is based on transfer learning. It's the process of combining components from an existing system with the new data. It will allow us development expenses, and the amount of data required also will be less in the system. That's a added advantage of transfer learning. It's really a model training strategy. It's not a technique for a machine learning method. It allows us to train a model on a labeled data set, and after training, that model can be used to do the classification of unlabeled data set. In MIT app, actually this MIT app was developed by Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and it's used to create Android apps using a web browser. It can be associated with a phone or an emulator. MIT app inventor contains 2 parts: app inventor, designer, and blocks editor. in App Inventor Designer, we choose the components for our app, and in the blocks editor, we do the code books that instruct the parts to how to act. A teachable machine, we have 3 phases. It's a based system, data collection, training, and exporting. So initially we capture the image using webcam. We have different options for adjusting the webcam image capturing frequency and all. The captured image is given for training, and the trained result is used for validating. So once we are satisfied with the result, we can export that model, and we can use that model for later applications. In our system, we used 3 types of dates for classification: Firth, Nagal, and colors. Firth, black, dark, black or dark brown in color, and it is precisely shaped and small with the small seeds. Nagal is brown in color, and it's medium sized with the oval shape, and the colors golden brown with the oval shape. So these are the 3 types of dates we used for classification. Process flow diagram for our project is given here. Along with that, I have added the conveyor belt diagram also, only for helping the explanation. So initially, using the cam, we capture the image. We place our system on the starting side of this conveyor belt, and the webcam can capture the image. And this conveyor belt speed we could adjust using the microcontroller. So when the date fruit is reaching near the cam, it will be capturing the image. That image captured is given to the transfer learning model. That means our MAT app or teachable machine. It will take the image and do the required processing, and the classification result is given to the microcontroller. That is for control the piston movement. Since the conveyor belt was small in size, we could adjust, we could arrange only 2 pistons. So the piston will be moved according to the classifier result. When for example, if the color dates is coming, piston 1 will be activated. So when the dates reaches near to piston 1, this piston 1 will be pushed forward, and that will push the dates to the bin placed down. So in the same way, if the date belongs to the second category Nagal, the second piston will be activated. For that, we use the microcontroller based system. Now, in the bin, usually we place the sensor so that it will check whether the bin is full or not. If the bin is full, that bin status will be displayed, and there will be provisions for changing the bin. If the bin is empty or it is not full, means still the process will be continuing. So this is the process flow diagram for the current project. And the MAT app for classification, personal image classifier is used. Here we are having 4 stages: adding training data, selecting the model, testing the data, and finally verifying the result. So based on our requirement, we can adjust the parameters, learning parameters, epochs and all. This is the pick testing result. Here I have shown 2 dates result output. One is Kalas and one is Nagal. Here it is web-based output only, not the final embedded model output. Here we are for Kalas, we are getting an prediction output with an accuracy of 0.59, prediction probability of 0.59, and it predicts the given input as Nagal with the probability of 0.277 and further 0.13. So the highest probability belongs to Kalas. It will be assigned as Kalas. In the same way for Nagal, the prediction probability is high with an accuracy of 0.99 we are getting. Now, once we are satisfied with the model and its test result, we can embed that in our mobile phone. We used an Android-based system for testing MAT app. So this is the output in our Android-based system. The first diagram is for Kalas. It is giving an output with a probability of 0.95, and the second one for further with an accuracy, with a probability of 0.82, and Nagal with a probability of 0.827. Now, this is the conveyor belt we used. Even we checked our system with the color sensor also, not for the date fruit, for some other fruits with the different colors. So here, for the date fruit, based on the classifier output, this piston will be moving. That will be pushing the dates to the required concerned bin. No, the conveyor belt screenshot of the system is shown here. When the dates is moving through the conveyor belt, that image will be taken by the classifier model, and it classifies the result. So here the further dates output is given, and here the class date output is given. So here this one shows the conveyor belt and dates on that conveyor belt. As a conclusion, we could achieve a good accuracy, classification accuracy using MIT app and a teachable machine. Actually, initially we tried with the CNN also, but the problem was if you are using normal CNN network, it is taking more time for classification and all. So we went for the transfer learning based system. Here the accuracy is more and the time taken for the classification also less. We used the webcam for taking the image, and the webcam output is given to the classifier. Classifier output controls the microcontroller based program, and based on the input they are getting, microcontroller will be activating a single piston at a time. So we could collect the dates at the right bin, and when the bin is full, it will be indicating the status also. I included only 5 references. In our paper, we have more references. Thank you.
Okay. Madam, I'm asking question.
Okay, sir.
Why use a transfer learning?
Sir, I understood the question like why I preferred a transfer learning. Right now, sir?
Yeah.
Actually, in the first stage, we went for convolutional neural network and we tried with that. The problem was in the final working model. We need to implement that system. So there, for the classification, it is taking more time. Even for the training, it is taking more time. And for the real implementation, we need some special dedicated processors also. But if we go for transfer learning based system like MIT app or teachable machine, it is easy to implement. Time taken is less, and even easily we can control the system.
Madam, how to calculate the accuracy?
So that's based on the prediction output, sir. And in real time, we are working now. So if you are giving Kalas fruit and if you are getting the Kalas output, means accuracy is 100. We didn't go for any evaluation like graph or anything because it is not simulation, it is working model.
How much data set size?
For training, initially we used the 250 data set, but for the final implementation, we used 1050 for each model. With the different angles, different moving speed we tried.
How many attributes?
Sir, here we just, it is label based only. So we are not considering the texture, size or shape.
What is important of the PI model? Important.
Come again, so you are asking about image classifier model.
Madam, your problem is a suitable Navi-based theorem?
Come again, sir. Please come again, sir.
This problem is suitable in a Navi-based theorem? Bayesian theorem.
I didn't get you completely, sir. I'm not able to answer your question.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
You ask any queries? Anyone?
Any more questions from the respected judges? Or any more queries from the audience?
Ma'am, can I stop sharing?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, madam, another paper.
So can I move to the next one? I'd like to invite Suhas KS sir for presentation on stress prediction in working employee using artificial intelligence of things.
No, everyone, can I start sharing the screen now?
Yes, yes, sir, yes.
I think you are able to see my screen, right? Hello?
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So today, like I have done a project under the guidance of Manendra. Okay. So I have taken the topic as stress prediction in working employees using artificial intelligence of things. Okay, so myself, I'm the student from MTech Information Technology, National Institute of Engineering, Mysore, and the one of the co-author is the professor there, and he is working in the Computer Science and Engineering Department, National Institute of Engineering, Mysore. Okay, so coming back to the project, what and all is there in this? Okay, like so in this project we are so the main aim of doing this project is to predict the stress in the working employees. So nowadays, so most of the people who are working under a IT company or a sales company, okay, are undergoing stress. So this project is done in order to overcome that. Okay, before like what happens like if you are not taking over. Okay, so people, the employees will do the underperformance. So in this order to control all that, I have taken this. Okay, so we use IoT devices and the machine learning approaches to overcome this. Okay, so I've used KNN and decision tree and navy based algorithm to train our model. Okay, so coming to the literature survey, like I have done some four or five literature surveys where they are using normal genetical algorithm, which is which helps to predict the stress there. Okay, that is the mental health diagnosis. And the second one is based on the data mining and the cloud platform. They have used the ready-made tool, that is the Veka tool, that is used to import the data set and to predict the stress. And the third one, they have used some machine learning techniques like boosting, bagging, decision tree algorithm, random forest, and logistic regression. Okay, but in this, the boosting has acquired the maximum accuracy of 75, which is still I thought still it can be improved. And the fourth one is the classification algorithm based on mental health prediction using data mining. Again, they have also used decision tree, random forest, and navy base, where the decision tree has acquired 82.2%. And they have also used a ready-made tool, that is Veka. Okay, so coming back to my system architecture, what I have done. Okay, so what we do is like we will feed the some values manually. Okay, so and there will be some three sensors that will be there, that is the Arduino Uno, the heartbeat sensor, and the PIRN sensor. And I've used one more thing called as LM35, that is the temperature sensor, to measure the temperature of the employee. Okay, so all these values are fed into the interactive web UI. So after that, the data processing has been done, and we use different ML products models to train the data set. Okay, so we'll be getting the accuracy of each model, and the final results will be displayed there. Okay, so as I said, like I've used KNN decision tree and navy base algorithm, but I have achieved the major accuracy in KNN algorithm, that is 87% I have used. I have got it. And decision tree I've got 82%, and the navy base I've got the lowest, that is 56%. Okay, so seeing this seeing the accuracy time also, like the time also, so KNN algorithm has taken the less time to get executed. Okay, so you can see this in graph, whatever I'm seeing you. So the algorithm accuracy and the execution time. Okay, and one more thing is like the main conclusion what I'm coming to is like, okay, so we can use more number of algorithms. So in this product, in this system, I've achieved around 87.2%. Okay, and the maximum percentage I've got using the IoT and machine learning. Why, you might ask, why I'm using IoT sensors? Okay, so we don't have any system which uses the real-time parameters to get adjusted or to get the values. Okay, so here what I've used is the heartbeat sensor, which is the main prediction sensor that can be set the stress prediction. Hello.
Okay, completed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm asking you, your data set size, how much record?
Pardon, sir? Data?
Data set size.
Sir, I didn't hear your voice. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
How many records?
So I have almost 1,000 records in the data sets, and I have split it into 90 to 10. That is the training and the testing data set. 90:10 ratio.
Okay, how to calculate the accuracy formula?
So accuracy is calculated whenever we are doing the when we are running the model, right? We are getting the accuracy down. That same thing is noted down in the confusion matrix type.
Okay, what are the difference between KNN algorithm and a Navi based theorem?
Hello. Hello.
What are the difference between KNN algorithm and the Navi based theorem?
So Navi base uses the probability algorithm. We used to see the probability of that. Okay, K nearest algorithm uses the nearest data sets, whatever it is there, and it will predict. That is the laziest algorithm, I said. KNN. It won't be trained during the the model won't learn from the training itself. After once the value is executed, that time it learns and predicts the output.
What are your future directions?
So future, like I will try to implement more algorithms which actually has more accuracy. Okay, like after that, like I am trying to make it as a real-time system which can be implemented.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, ask any queries from audience or
okay. Any queries from any other judges on the audience here?
Hi, sir. Sir.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, sir.
Yes.
I have one question, sir.
Yes, tell me, please.
So how can you use of IoT sensor for predicting parameters?
So like I have used 3 sensors. I said that is the heartbeat and PIR sensor. That is the motion sensor. Okay. And the third one is the LM35. So what I do is like there is some 3 empty data, like 3 columns which is left empty. Okay, when I am training the model. Okay, these things and all is included there. So I have see, you can see one reference here, that is the health.edu. So I have taken the minimum values, like which is the good values that a employee can have. Okay, if it is greater than that, means that is undergoing under the stress. For example, the normal heartbeat is around 60 to 100, correct? So if it is crossing more than 100, that means there is something stress. So the HR, like the higher employees,
Thank you, sir.
yeah.
Can you please share the link in chat box?
Which one?
Okay, go to another topic, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Can I stop the sharing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Moving to the next presenter, I would like to invite Professor Rene D. Arduo, presentations on Document Organizer app and innovative processing system of the accreditation documents.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So first of all, I would like to thank IFERP for giving me this opportunity to present my project study entitled the Document Organizer Apps or DOApps, an innovative way or processing system of the accreditation documents Presenter, yours truly, Professor Rene Ardo, together with my companions, Mr. Nestor Suerte, Dr. April Aura Ecacho, and Dr. Angie C. Labus. So we're from the Northern Iloilo State University, Lemery Campus, Iloilo, Philippines. This descriptive research determined the effectiveness of the accreditation app for organizing documents for the different AACOP areas in preparation for the Level 3 Phase 2 accreditation, with the aim of developing convenience, accuracy, and systematic processing of documents. 10 area coordinators were requested to evaluate effectiveness of the application software in terms of its accuracy, systematic impact, and convenience. Results revealed that all area coordinators evaluated the apps as highly convenient and systematic. However, in terms of accuracy, it was evaluated to be slightly accurate for only a few documents were tested. As evaluated by the area coordinators, the effectiveness of the apps was described as Area 1, highly effective, Area 2, slightly effective, Area 3, effective, Area 4, slightly effective, Area 5, effective, Area 6, slightly effective, Area 7, slightly effective, Area 8, effective, Area 9, effective, and Area 10, slightly effective. Based on the evaluation made by the area coordinators, it can be recommended that the apps may be subjected for more refinement. It can also be regarded that the school must provide high-capacity devices in order to store maximum data. The world of today faces a lot of challenges in the field of competition for quality instruction and learning. The trendsetter in education, particularly in schools or in university, is the quality of educational services provided to the clientele, and this can all be measured to the performance, employability, quality of the teacher, and the physical appearance in school. As cited by Rivera, 2012, AACOP strategically has put in place a system that externally assesses the quality of provisions of degree offerings among chartered colleges and universities. This external assessment of quality will drive these institutions to improve continuously and further enhance the quality not only of the provisions of the degree offerings, but critically to improve the overall quality of higher education programs they offer. The institution, particularly the researcher, who is also a task force member of the accreditation, had looked into the possibility of creating a system to strategize the organization of the documents, the purpose of which is to make the process easy, convenient, and systematic for such an instance that some of the documents can be also evidences of the other area of evaluation. So, through the advent of technology, not only in the teaching, but also in some operational processes, the organizing apps have been created, an initiative in order to help out segregating the documents in every area of evaluation. This descriptive survey research aimed to determine the effectiveness and functionality of the document organizing apps, or the DO apps, in the organizing of the documents as evaluated per area, in terms of accuracy, convenience, and systematic operations. What is the effectiveness of the DO apps to the area coordinators in terms of accuracy, convenience, and systematic operations as a whole, and when grouped into different areas such as PMGO, faculty, curriculum and instruction, support to students, research, extension and community development, library, physical plant, laboratory, and administration. What can be recommended into the system to make it more efficient and functional on the part of the task force or area coordinators? Evaluation of Area 1 in terms of accuracy, convenience, and systematization. It shows that Area 1, the VMGO, were evaluated as moderately accurate, very highly convenient, And in terms of systematization, it was described as moderate. For area 2, the graph shows area 2 were evaluated as moderately accurate, highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as high. For area 3, the graph shows that area 3 were evaluated as moderately accurate, very highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as high. For area 4, it was evaluated as moderately accurate, highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as low. For area 5, the graph shows that area 5 were evaluated as moderately accurate, highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as moderate. For area 6, the graph shows that area 6 were evaluated as highly accurate, highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as high. For area 7, the graph shows that area 7 were evaluated as highly accurate, highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as moderate. And for area 8, it was evaluated as highly accurate, highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as moderate. For area 9, it was moderately accurate, highly convenient, and it was described as moderate in terms of systematization. And lastly, for area 10, it was evaluated as moderately accurate, highly convenient, and in terms of systematization, it was described as moderate. Considering that as mandated by the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, the state universities and colleges have 4 mandated functions, such as instruction, research, extension, and research generation. The areas mentioned above supports the mandated functions of the tertiary institutions, and thus its functions or operation supported all the activities, programs, and operations. In its own perspective, determining or evaluating the quality of instructional services to the institutions is part and parcel of the educational processes. By ensuring the sustainability of the quality services provided, there must be a system of adaptation in order that the attainment of the planned vision and mission to serve the clientele is regarded. Thus, this documentation accreditation apps, or shortly called DO-apps, can be the surest solution to reach out this purpose. Just what Gregory said, concluded in his study that, as evident from the requirements of the various accreditation levels, higher education institution accreditation in the Philippines is centered on 4 key result areas, namely quality of teaching and research support for students, relations with the community, and management of resources. Thus, by far, accreditation in fact is a process that could bring out the best in all areas of the academic institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges?
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, how to calculate the accuracy?
I beg your pardon, sir. Can you repeat your question?
Hello. Tell me, sir, repeat.
Can you please repeat your question?
Oh, how to calculate the accuracy? Formula.
I beg your pardon, sir, again.
Okay. Any queries? Anyone? Any queries? Anyone? Any comments?
Any more questions from the audience?
Audience. Okay, madam, call to another paper.
Yes, sir.
Presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite Dr. April Aura A. Cacho, sir, for presentation on modality and effectiveness of delivering instruction, mobile teaching as an alternative teaching learning tools in the new normal basis for enhancing responsiveness of faculty in the SUCS.
Go to the slide. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I am sharing the screen of Sir Rene Arduo. Okay. This is a research paper from the Philippines entitled Modality and Effectiveness of Delivering Instruction through Mobile Teaching as an Alternative Teaching Learning Tool in the New Normal as basis for enhancing the responsiveness of faculty in the SUCs. Actually, this is a collaborative research in which the presenter is the prime researcher. So I am the Associate Professor 5 of Northern Iloilo State University, Lemery Campus, at the same time the core faculty of Bachelor of Elementary Education. So this is somewhat under descriptive research, which determined the modality and effectiveness of delivering instruction as an alternative tool in the new normal. The results serve as basis for determining the responsiveness of the faculty in the state universities and colleges in Northern Iloilo. Results revealed that most of the faculty were using combination of modular and online learning modality. The faculty sent modules and followed up through online discussion. Utilize several devices such as cell phone, laptops, and tablets. Likewise, faculty conducted lessons through online twice a week, and time allotted for the discussion depended on the allocated schedule provided by the program chairs. Moreover, the flexible learning was evaluated by the faculty as moderately effective, and absorption rate of the learners were also described as less than 50%. Learners' performance, according to the faculty, was described as satisfactory. Through this, they preferred to have a mobile school to visit different houses of the learners for monitoring and follow-up. The faculty were also willing to be assigned as mobile teachers. However, the limitations identified were more on the sustainability of the project in terms of financial aspect, facilities, and manpower. Faculty were willing to serve on the best of their capacity and on time. However, if in terms of financial support, if noted to be up to the limit, faculty would decide to eventually not to participate. Finally, the learning modality preferred in terms of mobile learning had a great impact to the learners and community as well. Okay, so as basis for the study, the study started with the issue on pandemic, wherein the school was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and the most impact there is towards academic aspect of the learners. That's why the state universities and colleges were able to conduct blended learning to the learners. So in as much that the primary purpose is to deliver the knowledge, values, and skills to the learners, the tertiary institutions ensure the utilization of different modalities, and through this research investigation, it can be outrightly determined its effectiveness in terms of its impact and benefits to the learners and the teachers. Thus, this study. So this is an investigation which carried out the purpose of describing the effectiveness of delivering instruction through mobile teaching as a learning tool in the new normal as basis for enhancing the instructional process of the faculty. So there were 105 faculty members utilized in the study who were further grouped into sex and department. So there is a research-made questionnaire in order to gather the data, and the faculty were chosen using purposive sampling through visiting the campus during the schedule of delivery of modules. So it aims to answer the following questions. Okay. So we have here the profile of the respondents wherein there are 32 male and female, 73. Then the faculty were divided into two groups, the general education and the professional education faculty members. So the first question there is, what modality do we use in delivering instruction during the pandemic? So if you could say in the graph, pictorial graph, almost 75.6% combined both the modular learning and the online learning. Then we have for the teaching strategy, most of the faculty there chooses send modules and follow-up discussion through online classes. This is the very majority of the strategy used by the teacher during the new normal. And the list is they do purely online class and online assessment. For the devices used, 70.7% use combination of devices like the cell phones, laptops, and tablets. Then the frequency of delivery of discussion, if we have noticed there, 63.4% discuss to the students during their online and asynchronous, both asynchronous and synchronous learning once a week. And 29.3% do it twice a week, and only 7.3% 3 or more times in a week. So how long, for example, if the teacher has to conduct discussion within the lesson or the lesson of the learners, 58.5% depends on the time schedule provided. And then 26.8% here shows 1 hour only. Okay. Then how do you find the delivery of instruction during this pandemic? So in the evaluation made by the faculty, we have discovered that 56.1% considered that the delivery of instruction during that time is moderately effective in general. Okay, then how do we rate the absorption rate of the learners? Okay, so 41.5%. Okay, despite the fact of the devices used and the delivery of instruction, more than 50% for the absorption rate of the learners. That is during the online synchronous learning. Then how about the performance of the learners? So 39 out of 48.8% is satisfactory performance of the learner, and fair, which is 39%. If ever given a chance to deliver instruction through mobile school or vehicle, okay, we asked the respondents if they could be able to recommend in order to reach out the learners, the mobile teaching. So most of them, 80.5% of them, said yes, that they are in favor of using mobile vehicle or school during the delivery of instruction. And if the teacher is willing to be a part of that mobile teaching, so 75.6% agreed to join in the mobile teaching. So what do you think are the limitations of developing a mobile school or vehicle? So if you have noticed there, sustainability of the project can be considered as the limitations. Okay, then it is followed by the financial aspects. Then we have the management, and then the last will be the personnel and monitoring process. And we ask also if there is a great impact to the community in terms of this kind of strategy. So 90.2% answered yes, that this mobile vehicle has a great impact to the community because probably they could help it out during their delivery instruction in terms of transportation. There would be less transportation, and then they could manage well both their household chores and also their school works. So considering that in our country, one of the problems that we have encountered is financial. So we ask also the faculty if they are willing to spend their own money in order to materialize the purpose. So 65.9% answered no, and 34.1% yes. So basically, in terms if they are going to finance it, they are not in favor. So what do you think will hinder this project? So financial expenses is one of the limitations that would hinder. No? Great percentage here is financial expenses, followed by, of course, pandemic. And if this project would be acceptable to the community, okay, of course, most or majority answered yes, which comprised 95.1%. So the result shows here that it revealed that most of the faculty were using a combination of modular and online learning. The faculty sent modules and followed it through online discussion, and also sent retrieved modules through online, utilizing several devices. Likewise, faculty conducted lessons through online twice a week, and time allocated discussion depended on the allocated schedule provided to the program chairs. Moreover, flexible learning was evaluated by the faculty, and it is moderately effective, and absorption rate is described as less than 50%. Learners' performance according to the faculty was described as satisfactory, and they preferred to have a mobile school, meaning they have to visit different houses of the learners for monitoring and follow-up. Then teachers or faculty are willing to be assigned as mobile teachers. However, the limitations is the sustainability and financial aspect of the project. But of course, they are willing to be capacitated in themselves, okay, in order to take part in the mobile learning. So in conclusion and recommendation, mobile teaching is about planning and executing learning through mobile devices. The MT or the mobile teaching program is envisioned as an alternative delivery both for elementary and secondary education to school-age learning in different grade level, underserved in remote communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Madam, why using a blended learning concept?
Yes, sir.
Why used the blended learning?
In use, the parameters we use there is the effectiveness of the mobile teaching as an alternative source for delivery of instruction. Yes, sir.
Okay, madam. What are the software tools used? Software tools or program?
Okay.
Program language?
Some of the factors there in the delivery of instructional process to the learners, of course, using mobile teaching, are the financial aspect that might limit or hinder the effectiveness of the delivery of the instruction. At the same time, the sustainability due to the fact that in some remote areas, okay, the attitude of the learners, which are considered as niya skugon, they are interested in the first implementation, and then later on they gradually stop due to interests and financial problems.
Okay, madam. Data set size, madam. How many records?
Yes, sir.
Data set size.
How many are?
How many data records collected?
There are 105, sir.
A small data set size. So 105, yeah.
105 respondents. We selected this using purposive sampling during the time of the conduct of the study. Purposive, sir, in the sense that we just only conduct this during the delivery of instruction, and only those available faculty during on the field are taken as the respondents.
Okay, madam, thank you very much. Ask any audience, any queries?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
you.
Call me another paper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite Nicolene Atram for presentation on improving the technical characteristics of continuously vibral transmission by creating a wavy micro profile on the surface of pulley.
Okay, start the presentation.
Sorry, are you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please start the presentation, ma'am.
Can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can see. Just put it on the slideshow.
Okay. Good day, dear colleagues. I would like to say that as Artemikoyan doesn't know English, I would like to help him. Let's go. Good afternoon. Allow me to present our report on the theme improving the technical characteristics of the variator by creating a wavy macro profile on the surface of the pulleys. My co-author, Alexander Generalova, and I live in Penza, Russia, and I'm a graduate student of Penza State University. I study in the specialty technology of mechanical engineering. I also work as a leading design engineer at the Engine Engineering Center, a limited liable company in Penza. The area of my interest is promising designs of modern automated transmissions and ways of improving their efficiency. Since the operation of CVT in a car is based on the effect of friction, some function leads to a large release of heat, unstable formation of an oil film, and consequently to a loss of efficiency of the car as a whole. One of the ways to minimize such losses is the formation of poly surfaces with the necessary roughness and undulation parameters by various technological operations. The formation of roughness in such operations has been studied quite well, but the formation of waviness parameters has been studied more or less. Thus, the purpose of this study is to establish the relationship between the waviness parameters and the processing modes during finishing turning. Slide number 4, good. There are a number of ways to form a microlith on the surface of parts, starting from rolling with cylindrical rollers, ending with cleaning with abrasive wheels. But the formation of irregularities occurs directly at the stage of turning. Under the influence of the cutter of the processed part, there is a constant change in the thickness of the cut layer. This is reflected in the geometry of the microprofile of the processed surface. The waviness formation scheme is shown in Figure 3. It is established the main processing modes during the finishing turn are workpiece rotation speed, cutting depth, working feed. As a result of analytical studies, mathematical dependence has been established and connects the highest parameters of indulation and the processing modes during finishing turning. In accordance with the dependence, which is shown in Figure 1, graphs are plotted for the high parameters of the waviness from the spindle speed of the machine as constant speed, finishing turn, and from the feet of the machine. The dependencies are shown in Figure 4 and 5. The adequacy of the proposed techniques was determined by manufacturing a prototype CVT pulley with a further evaluation of the waviness parameters. The parameters of the surface treatment of the pulley during the finishing turning are shown in the Table 1. The turn of the pulley is carried out of the machine center. The general view is shown in the Figure 4. The theoretical value of the indulation height in accordance with the established dependence was wave height is equal to 70.5 microns. A rolled circle with a diameter of 180 millimeters was used as a blend. The material corresponds to the O laid down by the manufacturer's steel 45 according to Russian standards. Experimental studies of the resulting fluid profile were carried out and using as a profilometer shown in Figure 8. The wavelength parameter was measured at the 4 points of the broken plane, namely 2 points of the periphery of the poly and 2 points of the center of the poly. The diagram of the diagnosed points is shown in figure 9. So, as a result of the study of the profile, the height and step parameters of the installation were obtained, and the waveforms are shown in figure 7. But I would like to see this in the figure 10. A mathematical dependence of the technological quality assurance of the surface layer of the B-PAL transmission parts formed during turn is proposed, which makes it possible to predict the highest parameter of indulation depending on the change in the spindle feed and cutting speed. The error between the theoretical and actual volume was 6.3%. This can be concluded that the proposed dependence makes it possible to predict and ensure the wavelength of the CVT poly with high reliability.
Okay, thank you.
Over. Thank you.
One question I'm asking here. So what type of material you use?
If you don't mind, can you repeat your question more closely, and can we say, or can we hear some terms maybe?
Okay. Okay, any queries from audience?
Yeah, actually, this is a nice presentation. May I know what is the percentage improvement compared to the flat profile and this micro profile, wavy profile?
Sorry, we have no good internet system and no good internet connection. Could you please repeat your question?
Actually, if you are not giving any micro profile, wavy profile, and you are giving wavy profile, what is the improvement in the efficiency? How much percentage of improvement is there?
Своим микропрофилем, что улучшаешь своим микропрофилем, какой показатель?
Мощностные характеристики.
So we, if I'm not mistaken, and if I have known your question properly and correctly, so we have the improving position of our power characteristics and the coefficient of useful action. And the efficiency of variator. And moreover, we have the temperature of the variator, and we have this position is lower than it was before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from audience?
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
The next presenter. I'd like to invite Sajid Ahmed Siddiqui sir for presentation on experimental analysis on the performance of the thermoacoustic refrigeration system using air as a working medium.
Good afternoon, all the participants and the judges. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. And the screen is visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible. So please make your screen on the slideshow if it is possible.
Right, just a moment. I hope it's
yes, sir,
in
yes,
slideshow mode.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So should I start my presentation?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay. This particular study is basically related to refrigeration and air conditioning. It's not actually air conditioning, but it's more related to the refrigeration and the refrigerating effect being created with the help of acoustic sound waves. This particular field, thermoacoustic refrigeration, recently has been gaining much popularity because of certain very fascinating facts which are associated with the design and the fabrication and the working of thermoacoustic refrigeration systems. Now, as such, presently, majority of the cooling, whether it is air conditioner, whether they are deep chillers, or whether it is any automobile cooling unit, or for that matter, majority of the commercial refrigeration systems and majority of the air conditioning system use the vapor compression refrigeration system, in which there is a compressor, and the compressor's job is to increase the pressure of the refrigerant, take it to a particular pressure level. Thereafter, it passes through the expansion valve when the condenser and the normal cooling effect is achieved. Now, in case of thermoacoustic refrigeration system, what we are basically trying to do is, it is an amalgamation of three different fields. First is what is called as acoustics. Acoustics is related to the study of sound, followed by thermodynamics, variations in temperature, and then comes refrigeration. So when we are interested in designing a system wherein we are able to harness the effect of refrigeration, we have through thermoacoustics. So we need to be very focused, and we need to be very sensitive also on the basis of on three different domains, which is acoustics, the other one which is thermodynamics, and the third one which is refrigeration. So all these three different fields of study taken together, then we land up at a principle which is called as thermoacoustic refrigeration. What you can see on the presentation right now is a basic working principle of the thermoacoustic refrigeration system. I'll just shortly tell you how this basically system works. We have a long tube which is shown in the blue color. This tube is called as the resonance tube. One end of the tube is closed, there is a reflecting surface. The other end of the resonating tube, we have an acoustic driver. Acoustic driver, or simply we can say zone from where you can generate sound. Now, this sound which is being generated by the acoustic driver could be some waste sound also generated with respect to some other machine. So we can also use the waste sound energy as an input for our system. So this acoustic sound wave, or the sound wave which is generated, is made to pass through this resonance tube. And since the length of the tube is decided, we get a waveform, as you can see in the lower diagram, wherein the medium which is associated inside the resonance tube, it could be various different mediums. It could be air, it could be helium, it could be argon. Generally, we use inert gases. So in that particular medium, compression and refractions, different zones are generated. So at a location where you are able to see these dots, black color dots, which are very close to each other, that zone is the compression zone. And the place where the air molecules are very far away from each other, that is called as the rarefaction zone. So alternately, compression and rarefaction zones are generated inside the resonance tube. At the compression zone points, we have high pressure and high temperature, whereas at the rarefaction zone sites, we have low pressure and low temperature. So when a sound wave, acoustic sound wave, is made to resonate inside a resonance tube. These temperature profile points, high temperature points and low temperature points are generated. Since high temperature and low temperature points are generated, we are able to harness this high temperature and low temperature zone for the effect of refrigeration. This is an experimental setup and a model what we had developed as a part of our research in our college. What you can see is it is in the vertical orientation. So at the bottommost point, we have a speaker box, and the speaker will be giving sound energy input. The speaker is being amplified. The speaker is being given a particular sound of a particular frequency from the signal generator. So the purpose of the signal generator is to provide the resonant frequency, which is then given to the amplifier, and from the amplifier it goes to the speaker. The sound travels through the resonator tube and the stack. The stack is supposed to be the main part of any of this particular kind of refrigeration systems. The red color zone, what you are able to see, is the high temperature developed at one end of the stack, and the blue end shows the low temperature generated at the other end of the stack. Now, based upon these high temperature and low temperature zones, at the high temperature zone, heat will flow to the surrounding, because heat will be flowing from the high temperature to the low temperature zone, and then the stack at the low, where the low temperature is generated, or where the low temperature space is generated, that zone will extract heat from the medium which needs to be cooled, right? So the basic methodology of incorporating the stack is to generate a high temperature and a low temperature zone inside the resonating tube, thereby through which we can generate the desired refrigerating effect. In order to understand in detail, we have used 3 different data sets for resonant frequencies, as you can see, 294 Hertz, 885 Hertz, and 1474 Hertz. Basically, these resonant frequencies are taken into consideration for air as a working medium, and these data sets 294 and 885 and 1474 Hertz correspond to odd multiples of lambda by 4. So lambda by 4, where lambda represents the wavelength of the sound in that particular medium. In this case, it is air. So odd multiples of lambda by 4 means we have taken 3 different odd multiples of lambda by 4, starting from 1 lambda by 4, 3 lambda by 4, and 5 lambda by 4, which corresponds to frequency 294 Hertz, 885 Hertz, and 1474 Hertz. So we have tested the working medium air for thermoacoustic refrigeration system for 3 different resonant set of frequencies. The table, am I audible? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So this table will basically tell you we have used air as the working medium, and we had the system pressure was set at various points ranging from 1.5 bar to 3 bar in an interval of with gradual increase of pressure of 0.25 bar. So what you can see in this particular table, in the temperature column, TA represents the ambient temperature or the atmospheric temperature. THS represents the high temperature developed at the stack. TCS is the cold temperature which is generated at the stack. So if I subtract 30 minus 27, so I have achieved a temperature difference of 3 degrees Celsius for a time of run of 35 minutes, or in second it is 2100 seconds. So we had conducted the trials for air as a working medium at 294 Hertz, all 294 Hertz, and with increasing pressures from 1.5 bar to 3 bar with a step increase of 0.25 bar in every cycle. This table is for 294 Hertz. Similarly, the setup was also used for calculating the refrigerating effect and the temperature difference For 885 hertz, also again followed by 1474 hertz. All these three different data sets have been taken into consideration for a common working time of 35 minutes. So what we have found is that now this particular graph is for 294 hertz, as you can see. As the pressure goes on increasing from 1.5 to 2 and then 2.5 to 3 bar, as the pressure of the medium inside the system goes on increasing, the temperature difference also increases. So at the end of 35 minutes, at 1.5 bar, we have a temperature difference of 3 degrees Celsius. But at the same time, at the end of 35 minutes, for a high pressure difference 3 bar, the temperature difference achieved was around 6.5 degrees Celsius. Now, this data is for 294 hertz, fundamental acoustic resonating frequency, followed by this one is for 885 hertz, wherein again we have obtained temperature difference starting from 4 degrees Celsius at 1.5 bar, ranging up to 7 degrees Celsius for 3 bar. And the third one is around maximum temperature difference achieved is around 7.5 degrees Celsius for a frequency of 1474 hertz. The overall conclusion of this particular study was to basically understand what could be the various parameters which are associated when we are thinking of the performance of the thermoacoustic refrigerating system. So we had taken the experimental analysis and the experimental readings, and we found out that the thermoacoustic effect is only possible when you are running the system at the resonating frequencies, and the resonating frequencies correspond to the quarter wavelength or the principal quarter wavelength from ranging from lambda by 4, 3 lambda by 4, 5 lambda by 4. We can also go up to any odd multiple of lambda by 4, where lambda r represents the wavelength of the sound. Okay, and the resonator tube was then designed in such a fashion so that it can take up pressures ranging from 1.5 bar to 3 bar. We can also further increase that pressure, and the temperature difference also goes on increasing between the two ends of the stack. Furthermore, further conclusive study can also be done in this, where we can change the material of the resonator tube. We can also use different mediums. We can use air. We have used air. We can use helium. We can use argon. We can use neon. We can use another combination of gases like helium and neon, and all those things can be done in order to optimize the performance of the particular system. Likewise, further studies can also be carried out wherein we can change the shape of the stack, the size of the stack, the position of the stack, the geometry of the stack. So there are many other variables wherein we will be doing this study. And these are my references. Thank you, sir. Sir, queries, questions, please.
Yes, Ajit, it's very good, very interesting work. So can you give any applications where we can use this one? Because the temperature rise is very limited.
Right, sir. I'll just tell you. You were asking, basically you want to ask where we can use this particular system in practical life.
Yes.
I'll let you know the answer with respect to this particular diagram. What we are doing here is we are using a loudspeaker. Now this loudspeaker will be generating sound. As I already mentioned, if there is a turbine, for example, or we have an automobile. Now the automobile engine is going to generate huge amount of sound. So if we are able to extract that sound energy, waste sound energy which is coming from an automobile engine, or it is coming from a turbine or any other machine component which is creating a huge amount of sound, we can extract that sound and use that sound energy for generating a temperature difference between the stack. Since this particular study was specifically associated with air, we do not get good results if we are using air as a working medium. But if we change the working medium to helium, if we change the working medium to any other inert gas having high value of thermal diffusivity, then in that case, the temperature difference which can be achieved at higher pressures, to say 7 bar or 8 bar, that goes up to 25-30 degrees Celsius as per the study. So, and nevertheless, even if we are able to extract waste sound energy, wherever sound energy is getting wasted, we can use this system and we can use it for refrigeration purpose. And if we compare the system with some other systems like conventional vapor compression refrigeration system, which utilizes a compressor, which utilizes harmful refrigerants which are harmful to the ozone layer, refrigerants which are harmful to the environment. This particular system does not use any moving part. It does not use any of the refrigerant, any of the conventional refrigerants, and as such can be considered to be very environmental friendly. I hope I have answered the question, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from audience? Okay, thank you, Sajid.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, how many papers pending here?
Yes, sir. So just
How many papers pending now? Till now.
I think 4 more papers are there.
Okay, okay.
So just a minute. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir, as I'm facing some technical issue. There are four more presenters, sir.
Okay, okay.
Dr. Diana, can I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I'd like to invite Aryan Kader, sir, for presentation on photochemical screening, antioxidant activity, and chromatographic fractionation of fenugreek seeds extract. Aryan, sir, am I able to you?
Sorry, is it my turn?
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry. Is it H?
No problem.
Yeah, H. Bouchker. Okay. Force convection heat transfer in corrugated backward with nanofluid.
Yes.
Really sorry, ma'am. Please proceed.
No problem, no problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
My slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am, your slides are visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for this meeting for giving me this opportunity to share with you new information and receive it. Today, I will present the results of my research on forced convection heat transfer in corrugated backward-facing step with nanofluid. I am a second-year PhD student in LEAP Laboratory, Department of Mechanical Engineering, University of Hermantouri, Constantine, Algeria. working under Professor Rahima Menshabi and Dr. Karima Hadhor. My doctoral works explore techniques and methods to improve the heat transfer in corrugated channels with non-flow. I worked as a teaching. I worked as a teaching assistant in heat transfer and gas dynamics subjects at the same university. Forced convection of nanofluid in a backward-facing step combined with corrugated wall was carried out in this work. The downstream wall was heated with uniform heat flux, while other walls were adiabatic. 3 configurations of corrugations, triangular, trapezoidal, and square, were tested and compared with a smooth wall. 3 types of nanoparticles, aluminum oxide, silicon oxide, and titanium dioxide, were compared with distilled water in order to improve the heat transfer. ANSYS Fluent code was examined to resolve the equations using the finite volume method. The results are validated by further research. Streamlines, isotherms, velocity profiles, temperature, Nusselt number, friction factor, and PEC factor for Reynolds number ranging between 5,000 and 20,000 are tested. So heat exchange in industry is an important factor when considering the performance of industrial installations. Efficient heat exchange is often synonymous with increased performance and therefore energy savings, cost reduction, and a significant reduction in the site's environmental impacts. The intensification of these heat exchanges by convection has aroused great interest among researchers to find techniques to improve these exchanges. Among these techniques, intensifying the turbulence by the use of backward-facing step, increasing the exchange surface with corrugated walls, or playing on the fluid properties by adding nanoparticles. The average equation that govern our problem are Conwidity equation, Navier-Stokes equation, and energy equation. And for turbulence modeling, the K-epsilon-RNG model was used. The geometry is a backward-facing step filled with nanofluid. The downstream wall is corrugated with different forms given in the figure 1 and exposed to uniform heat flux. For boundary conditions, velocity inlet, turbulent kinetic energy, and turbulent kinetic energy dissipation are calculated by the code. Developed flow regime in outlet. The condition of non-slip and impermeability are verified near the wall. For numerical solution, ANSYS Fluent was used. Before proceeding to the calculation of our study, we tested 4 different meshes to achieve the independence of the mesh on the solution. The variation of the local Nusselt number and skin friction factor for Reynolds equal to 5,000 shows that a mesh size of 289,000 nodes provides accurate results with a minimum computational time. Validation of the numerical simulation is necessary in order to verify the accuracy of the numerical results. A comparison of our results with the experimental ones found by Talib et al. Is carried out. Effect of corrugation geometry. Figure 4 illustrates velocity, temperature, and stream function counters for distilled water flow in smooth and corrugated backward-facing step, triangular, trapezoidal, and square, for Reynolds equal to 5,000. We notice the formation of a recirculation zone near the step, and it distributes on all corrugations that improve brewing motion in the fluid flow, where we see color degradation in temperature counters, and therefore the heat transfer between fluid and heated wall enhanced. Average Nusselt number, skin friction factor, and PEC values for Reynolds number varied between 5,000 and 20,000 are presented in these figures for smooth and corrugated backward-facing step. It is clear that backward-facing step triangular corrugated provides the highest values for Nusselt number and friction factor, but the performance evaluation criteria, PEC, show that it is the most efficient shape, followed by the trapezoidal and square. Effect of nanoparticles type. Figure 6 present average Nusselt number and skin friction factor, respectively, for 3 types of nanoparticles in distilled water flow over a triangular corrugated backward-facing step for Reynolds ranging between 5,000 and 20,000. We can observe that Nusselt number and skin friction factor increase with the Reynolds number increment. The highest Nusselt values are marked for silicon oxide, followed by aluminum oxide and titanium dioxide in distilled water. However, the friction factor is insensitive to the nanoparticles type. As a conclusion, forced convection in a backward-facing step is treated for Reynolds number varied between 5,000 and 20,000. The effect of corrugation geometry and nanoparticles type have been carried out. The results indicated that triangular corrugated backward-facing step filled with silicon oxide distilled water nanofluid provided the best results. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, nice presentation, Hannah.
Thank you.
Actually, I have one question. What is the reason behind this profile is giving better result, triangular?
The reason?
Can you go to your conclusion slide?
Conclusion. Okay. Yes.
Yes. So triangular corrugated backward facing step, that is giving the better result, right?
Yes.
So what is the reason behind this?
It is the shape of the corrugation provide more turbulence intensification and less friction factor values. The triangular corrugated wall is the most efficient between other shapes or geometries.
Okay, so why SiO2 is giving the better result compared to Al2O3 and TiO2?
I didn't understand you.
You have 3 nanoparticles, right?
3 types of particles.
Right.
Yes.
Among the 3 types,
yes,
why silicon oxide is giving the better result?
Because nanoparticles have a better thermal conductivity than fluid distilled water, for example. And each one have each nanoparticle has the own comment dirais-je, the thermal conductivity, comment dirais-je?
Can you go to previous slide?
Previous. Yes.
Yes. Here you are showing 3 nanoparticles. This
Yes.
Reynolds number is more for SiO2, right? I mean, SiO2 and distilled water combination. Reynolds number is more. I mean, Nusselt number is more.
Sorry?
So among these 3 nanoparticles, SiO2 is showing the highest Nusselt number corresponding to any of the Reynolds number, right?
Why I choose this Reynolds number? I didn't understand your question.
So among these 3, why SiO2 is giving the better result compared to L2O3 and TiO2? Which property of SiO2 is responsible for this?
Yes, the thermal conductivity.
So you are saying thermal conductivity of SiO2 is more than L2O3 and titanium
Also viscosity. Viscosity because it depends. The friction factor depends on viscosity and of nanoparticles. Yes.
So viscosity is less for SiO2 or more for SiO2?
Sorry?
Among these 3 types of nanoparticles, which one is having more viscosity?
Viscosity?
Yes.
Nanoparticles have an effect on nanofluid viscosity. We can calculate this viscosity by using correlations.
Okay. Okay, Hannah, thank you. Any questions from audience?
Madam, what are the future directions? What?
Sorry?
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
What is the future direction?
I can't understand you.
Sir is asking, what is the next step in your work?
Yeah.
The next. Okay. Maybe I will try the stationary flow, which is depend on time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, doctor. Can I start after Hannah, please?
Okay, sir. Start the another paper, sir. Start the another paper.
Anna, can you stop your presentation, sharing your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, yes. I'd like to invite Sajid Ahmed Siddiqui, sir, for
Sorry, can I start?
presentation on experimental of presentation on photochemical screen friction. Yes, sir. Yes.
Do you see my presentation? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Your presentation is visible. Please start your presentation, sir.
Okay. The title of my presentation is Phytochemical Screening, Antioxidant Activity, and Chromatographic Fractionation of Fenugreek Seed Extract. My name is Aryan Fathullah Qadir. I am a PhD student at University in Turkey. This work under the supervisor, Prof. Dr. Mahmoud Yaman. Phytochemical is one of the most important now for screening the plants. Firstly, the abstract, sorry. Plants contain bioactive compounds that have been used traditionally for millennium. They're a wonderful source for treatment. Also, fenugreek is one of the plants food crop grown in India in many countries like India, Mediterranean, North Africa, Germany, France, Russia, and Yemen. Many nations utilize fenugreek leaf and seed medicinally, for example, for a medicinal product. The present study, our study, examine fenugreek seed extract, phytochemistry, antioxidant properties, and fractional using a glass column on a silica gel. Each fraction, when we separate it, analyze it by using high performance liquid chromatography, HPLC. Polyphenolic, also flavonol and anthocyaninic concentration were determined. The extract exhibit good ferric reduction and chelating metal properties. This is a number of each one. Also, the fenugreek seed had a high antioxidant capacity, inhibit alpha amylase activity with high efficiency. After that, column chromatography was run using a silica gel and a mobile phase ethyl acetate toluene formic acid at a percentage 100, 36 and 36 as a solvent system. Separating 4 fractions, when we do a column chromatography, separating 4 fractions, each collective fraction was tested using thin layer chromatography. The extracted and fractions were evaluated using high performance liquid chromatography. Firstly, introduction about the plants compared to synthetic medicinal herbal ones are generally considered less harmful and have a few adverse effects. If you compare the plants with medicinal chemicals, we have less side effect. Plants have long been utilized as traditional natural remedies to treat a wide range of illness, and they provide a safe alternative to modern pharmaceuticals. Fenugreek is a Near East and Mediterranean area, and is grown mainly in India, North Africa, Germany, France. And this is a picture of fenugreek plants after the drying. Asian, African, and Mediterranean people eat seed of this plant as part of their everyday diet. For example, they use for everyday diet as a food. Compared to other legumes, seed is richer minerals, contain many minerals like calcium, potassium, ferric, zinc, and manganese. The seeds include flavonoids, carotenoids, and coumarin among their compounds. Another slide, bioactive phytochemicals such as flavonoids are linked to fenugreek antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties. For example, this plant is containing many bioactive compounds. The antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties of flavonoids are the most well-recognized benefits of this class of compounds. Let's move to experimental section. After the plant is extracted by using a solvent like methanol, extracted the plant. After extracted, we do the determine the phytochemical analysis. For example, total phenolic content. We can determine total phenolic content using a modified Falling chocolate was developed as a measured total phenolic content. For example, using Falling chocolate as a reagent for determine the total phenolic content from this extract. Also, we determine total flavonoid content from this extract. Total flavonoid content we can determine by using aluminum chloride calorimetric technique. Also, we using quercetin as a standard for construct a calibration curve. Also, total flavonol content determined from this extract by using aluminum chloride as a calorimetric method. But from this one, we use a routine as a standard for construct a calibration curve. After that, a final phytochemical analysis determine total anthocyanins content in one of the most important phytochemicals in the plants. Used a spectrophotometric and a pH differential method for determine total anthocyanins content. After determine these phytochemicals, we determine antioxidant analysis. Antioxidants like ferric reducing antioxidant power in one of the examples of antioxidants. Using potassium ferrocyanide, evaluate the reduction power to make a colored complex containing antioxidant activity. All of them using the UV visible spectrophotometer as an instrument for determination. Next, metal chelating ability determined as an antioxidant analysis. Ability of fenugreek seed extract to chelate metal was evaluated using 110 phenolphthalein technique and using iron 2 sulfate as a standard for construct a calibration curve. And a final antioxidant, alpha amylase inhibition, also determined using a modified starch iodine method to detect alpha amylase inhibition. All of them have determined it. And after determining the phytochemicals and antioxidant activity, we selected a base solvent for isolation of the plant to a portion. For example, this is a plant, fenugreek plant. After that extraction, after this one, we selected a base solvent for isolation. But we used a TLC, thin layer chromatography, for selected a best mobile phase for isolation plant extract. As you can show from this figure, this is the thin layer chromatography for isolated plant extract, and a base solvent is determined. You can see we have 4 spots. We can isolate it by using after we selected a best mobile phase, we did a column chromatography. This 2-1 is a progress in column chromatography. After loading the extract, we can isolate the plant to fractions by using the mobile phase, selected mobile phase. And next one, after we did a column chromatography, 4 fraction isolated. This is a 4 fraction for isolated fenugreek seed extracts. After the isolation of each one, we can analyze each fraction by using high performance liquid chromatography. If the experimental, after that we we'll move to a result for result and discussion. First, the content of total phenolic, flavin, and cyan. As you can see from this table, total phenolic content have 33.58 milligram gallic acid per gram. Also, total flavonoid content 16.11 milligram quercetin per gram extracted. Total flavonol content 21.81 milligram rutin per gram extracted. Total anthocyanin content by using cyanide 3 glue per kilogram 1.87. All the result is have a best result. It means it contain a good phytochemical content. So fungaric seed extracted, ferric reduction power, chelating ability, and alpha amylase also determined by using the procedure as you previously we talked. For example, FRAP, ferric reducing antioxidant power contain 11.7 milligram ferric sulfate per gram extracted. Metal chelating ability contain 76.35 milligram Fe per gram extracted. Alpha amylase inhibition percentage contain 84.21 percentage. Also, this is contain the antioxidant contained in the seeds extract of fungaric plant. After the fractionation of extracted, we isolated 4 fractions. Each fractions. Also, the extracted we analyzed each one by using high performance liquid chromatography. For example, catechin and extracted 8.77. Also, veratrol contain 0.135 or 0.065 or 0.090 in each 2 fractions. But some of them not detected. It means not contain these ones. We do the HPLC for each extracted and each fractions. And finally, conclusion. This investigation aimed to determine the extracted antioxidant capacity, fractionating it using column chromatography. It means using glass column chromatography. The phytochemical analysis of sample is crucial in establishing its antioxidant properties. Also, the extracted, for example, exhibit the high concentration of polyphenolics, flavonols, and anthocyanins, all of which have antioxidant properties. Similarly, the antioxidant capability of natural extract was investigated using FRAP. Metal chelating ability will reveal the plant has a significant capacity of free radical scavengery. The alpha amylase inhibition capacity reveals the most significant degree of inhibition. In addition, for the first time, an appropriate mobile phase was identified, and 4 fungaric seed extract fraction was evaluated. It means 4 fraction isolated by using glass column chromatography and using the best mobile phase. And an HPLC example reveals the presence of phenolic compounds such as catechin and veratrol. This study result will be helpful for future research in identifying the distinctive molecule responsible for increasing antioxidant. And thank you for your listening. If you have any question, I'm ready.
Good presentation. Actually, I don't have any questions in this one. From audience, any questions? Any questions from the audience?
Good presentation.
Thank you for everyone. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Can we move to the next presenter?
Yeah. Diana, can I present now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, Hassan, sir. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Diana.
You guys see my
Yes,
screen?
Who's going to present?
Hello?
Me or the other
Can you
guy?
guys see my screen? Me. Rizka Mulyawan. Muhammad.
Mohammed Sana.
Yeah. About the absorption process. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, let me start my presentation. Can I start?
Yes, sir, please start your presentation.
Of course. Okay, thank you for the committee or the conference committee for having me at this very great conference, and also my colleagues, my partners. First of all, I would like to present our findings in our research. It's about the absorption of methylene blue and congruent onto granulated sugar-based activated carbon. The study is merely about equilibrium and its kinetics. Well, in this research, there are three of us. It's Muhammad and me, Rizka Melewat, and Miriatna. We are actually from the University of Malikus Saleh. We are from Indonesia. Here we have got this Dr. Muhammad. He is also the Dean of Engineering Faculty. And it's me, Rizka Mulyawan, at the middle. And here we have got also Mrs. Miriatna. Also, the three of us are actually the lecturers in the University of Malikus Saleh. Okay, let me start with the abstract of our research findings. First of all, there was this idea of, synthesizing activated carbon from this granulated sugar. Since we have got so many sugar cane and also, sugars are actually abundant besides being consumed. And also, after having the synthesized activated carbon, we are actually trying to characterize what are the properties of this activated carbon, so that whether it's gonna be useful to absorb the congruent or methylene blue, and then we are going to see how the equilibrium and also the kinetics of this absorption process. So let me start with the short introduction of this research. First of all, you might see at the right hand, we have got at the top, we have got this. I think I might want to zoom in. I think there's this river actually in Bali. I think most of you know Bali, Indonesia. This is actually what's happening in 2019, in which the industry or dyeing industry was just throwing their waste into the river so that the river became red. And also at the second point, the positive one is that there has been innovation of synthesizing carbon, activated carbon, I might want to say, so that the absorption of this waste, either it's gonna be in air pollution or waste or water pollution. So activated carbon has been used for the utilization to capture those waste materials. And also back to our idea, which was converting this granulated sugar or white sugar into this activated carbon. So as you know, the sugar has got the molecular formula of C, H, and O. So we are trying to dehydrate or removing the hydrogen and oxygen so that we are just left with the carbon atoms. Having said that, we have got this congruent and methylene blue, which have been widely used for the modeling or imitating the pollutant of water, of waste in water, or usually in industrial wastewater treatment. And also there has been also some sources or some agricultural sources to manufacture or to synthesize activated carbon, such as walnut shell, sargassum, eggshell, and so many other agricultural wastes. So, and then we have got this also the I want to say a simple picture of how we synthesize the carbon. So first of all, this is the sulfuric acid and also white sugar. They are being combined, and also in the end, after mixing those two chemicals, we are going to get the carbon itself. So mainly we have got C, and then it is gonna be activated with sodium hydroxide. So then it will be activated. So that's the what we call the reaction or the process which is being simplified. Of course, there are many parameters to be considered in the absorption process. Firstly, it's gonna be absorption mechanism. The absorption mechanism is figured or described on the right-hand side. We have got this initial process in which there are many what we call conglomerate, let's say, or methylene blue being absorbed into the carbon. It is started, and also during the process, there are the occupants. The occupancies are being fulfilled, and then in which there is this equilibrium, in which there are no any other absorption process. So of course there are many factors affecting, such as agitation, absorbent characteristics that we are going to be that we are going to explain, molecule size, pH, temperature, and many other parameters. But they are actually minor parameters. And also there is this absorption equilibrium, in which the equilibrium process, or if you want to say the last one, it is equilibrium state. The model of it, usually they are modelized as either Langmuir or Freundlich isotherm. Langmuir is just monolayer isotherm or monolayer absorption process, whereas in Freundlich we have got this multi-layers absorption. And also there is this absorption kinetics from the name. You might want to guess, you might know it. It is the rate of how absorption is being taking place. So pretty much as I've told you before, the activated carbon was from the granular sugar being activated with sodium hydroxide, and then it is being characterized through FTIR, BET, SAM, and TGA, in which we are going to get the properties of this activated carbon, the functional groups, the pore size, the distribution of the pores on the carbon. And so next we are going to see what is the optimum absorption condition, particularly the pH, or the acidity of the solution, in which how I want to say at what pH it is the conglomerate or methylene blue or both of them are being optimally absorbed into this activated carbon. Next, absorption equilibrium determination, whether it's going to be Langmuir or Freundlich, and then in the end, we are going to see what is the kinetics of this absorption process, whether it's going to pseudo first order kinetics or pseudo second order, and so on. Okay, as a result, sorry, let me go back. Okay, as a result, we have got this FTIR. So I don't know whether you can see it clearly, but I just want to say that there are functional groups which are actually, useful to capture conglomerate N or methylene blue, which are carboxyl group, amine group, and also hydroxyl groups. They were actually presented in the activated carbon through this FTIR, and also through this BET, the pores distribution. So from this BET, between 2 and 15 nanometers, we have got this mesopore distribution. And also after that, we have got this micropore distribution. But mesopore, what we call pores, are actually the dominant pores, whereas the macropores are actually the minor ones. And also in this TGA, between 100 and 200 degrees Celsius, what we call the stability of that activated carbon was just decreased. And then through this literature research, we actually concluded there was actually this hydroxyl groups reflecting from this 100 and 200 degrees Celsius instability of activated carbon. Of course, there are many other findings which are actually included in this conclusion. Firstly, through SAM, we have got this rough surface of this activated carbon. It is actually enhancing the absorption of both conglomerate and methylene blue. Contains several functional groups, as I told before: carboxylic acid, free alcohols, NH2 or amine, and also as sulfur and oxygen atoms. And also it is mesopores and macropores existence on the activated carbon. And so the next point, it is the CR or congruent and methylene blue are optimally absorbed at the acidic and basic conditions respectively. See, it is actually from this figure. So the red ones are actually representing the congruent, and also the blue one is actually, the blue line actually representing the methylene blue. Here you can see that the congruent is absorbed around, I don't know, yeah, it is absolutely about 90% of it is being absorbed. It is max or optimally absorbed at the acidic or around the pH of 2 or 3. And whereas we have got this methylene blue, it is maximally absorbed at the pH of 11 or around 11. Sorry, let me go back to the last slide. And also, after several calculations in which actually it is going to be presented in the appendix part, we had this Langmuir isotherm in which it is referring that the absorption of congruent and methylene blue onto this activated carbon are actually absorbed on the making the monolayer structure of this congruent and methylene blue on the absorption on the activated carbon. So it is not Freundlich or multi-layers. And also it is the second order kinetics model. Like compared to the first order, it is actually, second order, it is faster compared to this first order, so that the congruent and also the methylene blue are fast absorbed onto this activated carbon, provided it is at the optimum condition at which the acidic and basic conditions for CR and methylene blue respectively. Okay, and here we've got this appendices part. How we concluded that it was model, or it was best model in the Langmuir part, because compared to this R square, R square from Excel, Microsoft Excel, we have got this comparison between 0.9501 compared to 0.93. It is the Langmuir one is closer to unity, and also for the methylene blue, it is also closer to the unity compared when we are comparing between Langmuir and also the Freundlich one. Here we've got also the equation from it. You might want to see it from the paper later on. And here we've got the comparison between the kinetics of both absorption of the congruent and methylene blue. So, from the line or from those, comparison between the empirical data and also the model data, you can see that the empirical data of the, we can see that the impose of the empirical data and model data is nearly fits on the pseudo second order compared to the first order. So hence we might want to conclude that it is pseudo second order kinetics for the congruent and methylene blue absorption on the activated carbon from the granulated sugar. So thank you. That's all from me. I'm giving back to the moderator.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, you're welcome.
Questions from the respected judges?
Any questions from audience?
Did you permission? Can we move to the next presentation?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite M. Iskova, ma'am, for presentation on effective way to detect the sum of the first n term of an arithmetic progression.
Madam?
Yes, sir.
How many papers pending, madam, now?
So this is the last one, and the first one, which is Rama Devi ma'am, has missed out the presentation. So she will be presenting now after this presentation.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Yeah.
We continue.
Thank you, sir. I think Ishkoa ma'am is dealing some with technical issues. Moving to the first presenter, I would like to call M. Ramadevi ma'am for presentation on an overview on applications and development in education on agent-based ontological cooperative learning. Ramadevi ma'am, are you present there?
Yeah, sure.
Ramadevi ma'am, are you present there?
Call me Ramadevi, madam, once again.
Can I move ahead as ma'am is also facing some technical issues? I would like to thank our session chairs, Dr. Sheikh Altaf Hussain, Dr. P. Vamsi Krishna sir, and Dr. Sri Sheikh Thabra sir for giving their valuable time and for sessioning. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dia. Shall we leave the meeting?
Yes, sir, you can submit the evaluation sheet to the coordinator.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
For the valedictory function, there is a small announcement that we will mail the best paper and best paper presentation names by tomorrow.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So can we leave the meeting now, or anything
There
else
is a vote
is
of
being?
thanks on behalf of.
Can I present now?
On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. The conference, which focused on discover the difference and exceeding the vision in applying science, engineering, and technology research studies, and it was a great success where eminent keynote speaker from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for your vital support and a big thank to the great response and active engagement of the session chairs. Thank you so much. Once again, thank all the committee member and participants. Stay tuned with us for the further conference update from IFERP. Thank you. I request everyone to please turn on their camera for a group photo.
Yeah, excuse me, can I talk to the conference host, please? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what time you're gonna finish today?
So at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
I'll be sharing a link in the chat box. Please send your feedbacks on that by clicking on that link. Thank you all participants. Thank you so much.
Captain, your hello, madam.
Yes, sir.
Captain, your
Yes, sir.
I will leave. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Please share your feedbacks on clicking on this link. Thank you so much.
Okay. Seven. Feedback.
Can we leave the meeting now?